The Bills were able to overcome the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in a shootout by a score of 44-32.
Allen back to pass, now going to tuck it and run as he's looking for the end zone, and the surge pushes him in.
After a shaky start, the Bills' offense returned to form. Josh Allen accounted for 6 total touchdowns, 3 through the air and 3 on the ground himself. With those touchdowns, Allen now has the most touchdowns by an NFL player age 30 or under. Tyrell Shavers was the leading receiver for the Buffalo, tallying 4 receptions for 90 yards and a touchdown. The Bills are now on a short week, gearing up to head to Houston to take on the Texans for Thursday Night Football. The Sabres were able to snap their winless streak in the final game of their road trip against the Red Wings this past weekend by a score of 5-4 in overtime, with Matthias Samuelsson scoring the game-winning goal. The team is back in action tonight at home against the Edmonton Oilers for a 7 o'clock puck drop. Full play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, some results from the weekend. The Packers outlast the Bears 27-20. Josh Jacobs left the game with a knee injury and will undergo further testing today. The Panthers beat the Falcons in overtime 30-27. The Bengals fall to the Steelers 34-12. Aaron Rodgers left the game early with a wrist injury. Adam Schefter reports that there is a concern that Rodgers may have a slight break in his left wrist. The Broncos topped the Chiefs 22-19. And last night, the Eagles beat the Lions 19-6. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bills, all day. Buffalo Bills Football Monday.
Hey, everybody. Happy Victory Monday. Oh, what a Victory Monday. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Buffalo Bills Football Monday, and this Victory Monday is, of course, as always, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. 803-0550, our phone number. We've got lots to talk about, and a short week because the Bills play the Texans on Thursday. But hello, everyone. Here we are. And how's everybody feeling?
That was fun. That's how I'm feeling. It was a fun game.
I feel like $1 million.
It's like the most fun game the Bills have played since when? Week 1 have to go in this camp?
Sure.
Because the end was awesome.
Yeah, week 1 was pretty great.
But like beginning to end, beginning was wild.
Beginning was
throwing
wild.
two-handed interceptions. That's like the
Those should count as 2.
If you throw it with 2 hands.
Both hands, yeah.
Yeah. That's as much fun as I've had. I mean, it reminds me of the Ram game from last year, but they won this one.
Yep.
And it was at home.
The Ram game, the Lions game was a lot like this one.
Lions game, yep.
Over the years, the Seahawks game, the Bucs overtime game, the Eagles overtime game.
They played the Rams here during COVID, and they gave up like a 30-point lead and then came down and scored at the end.
That's right.
These are all NFC games, aren't they?
They are. Get in the NFC. Let's go.
Josh Allen in the NFC just becomes a 60-touchdown demon.
Yep.
Basically.
Well, let's go. 803-0550. How's everybody feel about it? I have this problem where when the Bills play like that, I think they're going to win the Super Bowl. And I also have this problem where I think, why don't they just play like that every game? Right? But part of the problem is, you might be out here worried about the run defense, and I can't see the run defense. I can't hear a word about the run defense because I'm pretty sure if the game plan was going forward, let's just rip 6 touchdowns every game, I think you'll win most of your games. I think that's a good formula. Josh Allen was Not even like best version of spectacular, amazing Josh Allen. He was not pinpoint. He was inconsistent. He was inefficient, if I could use a word there. I'm not trying to say these as any sort of like knocks on his game, Joe. Just it was not about efficiency, protecting the ball. It was watching Allen play the way that I personally believe he's at his best. And I maybe think that Baker is part of the reason he did it.
Yeah.
If you think about Allen at his best, is it nuts to say he pulls out his best against Baker, Lamar, Mahomes, Stafford, Goff? You give him a great offense to keep up with, and what does he do? He goes ham. He goes nuts.
Yeah.
He's up for that. And if you're playing a game against another team and you're just like, man, let's make sure we protect the ball here, then he can kind of wither back into, I don't know, into his shell.
Right, he plays against a Tua or a Bryce Young or whoever. Who was the Saints quarterback and they play him? Spencer Rattler.
Yeah.
And it's just, the only way we can lose this game is if you lose it. So let's just not do that.
That's a good way to put it, yeah.
And in these games, it's all out.
Yep.
The Shavers play. He's got Gabe open over the middle. He had someone else open, I think, on the play. He was totally protected and looked like he was about to scramble. And all of that ends up in, I'm going to turn down all of that and just sling it 50 yards through the air to Shavers along the boundary.
It was his first 40-plus yard, air yard touchdown pass since when? You want that one?
Years. 2 years ago would be my guess.
You want to guess a game? You want to guess a play?
I remember the Charger game. He slung one deep to Davis, like on the run.
Yep, that's right. That's right.
I'll guess that one.
That was not.
That wasn't
in
40
fact,
yards?
No, that was not
the last one.
The last time Josh Allen threw a touchdown pass of 40 air yards was when John Brown got loose against the Patriots in 2022 and cooked Gilmore.
John Brown.
That's how long ago it was. The Bills, of course, won that game 47-17. That's 2022.
Yeah.
That's on their way. That's when they hit their, you know what, maybe we're not going to punt anymore era of the Josh Allen experiment.
Yeah.
So
John Brown.
2022, January 2022 is the last time he threw a 40-plus air yard touchdown pass.
Yeah.
At least that's what I saw from Next Gen Stats. If they got it wrong, call them.
It was very much a 2019 Josh Allen performance.
Mm-hmm.
Even he was so reckless and missing passes, and isn't this game the total lesson in how valuable the downfield passing game is? Because they could not run the ball at all. They turned the ball over. Bad turnovers. This is the first one especially was the worst turnover Allen's had in years. Bad turnovers. Not efficient even in the pass game. There was a point I think we were early in the third quarter, and Nate turned to me in the booth and said, Allen's completion percentage right now is 37%.
Beautiful.
And they had 30 points at the time. And they end up scoring 44. So they weren't consistent in the pass game, turned the ball over, couldn't run the ball. They scored 44. Mm-hmm. How? If you get big plays, that's all you need.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Well, this is a personal thing for me about we all watch football and think certain things about it. Some of us believe, run and stop the run, rush the passer with 4, do what you want. I just think there are so many false idols to worship, like completion percentage. Is it good to have a good completion percentage? Sure. But building your offense, trying for a completion percentage, will lead you to having David Carr completing 24 consecutive passes and scoring 10 points. What truly matters, and that for me is failed drives and successful drives. What truly matters? Does turning the ball over really matter that much? I'm the one that says no. They had 3 turnovers in this game. 2 of them were very bad ones. The other one, Allen's second interception, was on a 4th down play.
Right.
Don't even count it. It doesn't even matter that they turned the ball over.
I could look, but I bet the EPA lost on that play would be exactly as it would be if it was an incomplete pass.
It would be less because an incomplete pass would have been 15 yards different. So that's interception on a 4th down, it just doesn't even really matter.
It's a bad arm punt, actually.
That's right.
Yeah.
Should have thrown it deeper. Yeah. So, anyway, Allen, looking at the Next Gen Stats chart of where his throws were, how many throws behind the line of scrimmage in this game? Do you know the answer to that?
Well, the Ty Johnson touchdown would have been.
It's a good one.
That's a very good one.
It's nice to mix those in.
There was the Shakir screen where he got destroyed behind the line. Is that it?
There were 3.
Okay, so there was only one more.
There were actually 4, but the one where Shakir got a face mask doesn't end up counting. It goes, I guess, Shakir was only credited with 1 catch from what I saw. So anyway, 3. 3 passes behind the line of scrimmage, and you will not see a passing chart where the game was in balance, where Allen is throwing 10 to 20 yards more than this one. My favorite comment I saw from somebody on Twitter, somebody wrote in, Brian Dable got fired, and Joe Brady got the message. Like, all right, fine. We'll go, all right already. And they start ripping the ball down the field. So,
and there were plays left out there by both parties. I mean, Allen on back-to-back passes, one that I think was his fault and the other that wasn't. There was a play where Samuel is running towards the sideline, and Allen is trying to get him to run upfield. We're watching that, and we're not watching on TV, so we see Samuel at the same time. I don't know if you could see it on the broadcast, but run upfield because he's losing himself to the sideline. Doesn't even really realize where he is. He finally realizes, I got to turn upfield. Allen threw it to him, but it was too late. Samuel would have had to get upfield more than a second earlier. And if he had, though, that would have been another 40-yard gain. The next play, Allen misses Shakir, who's open on the sideline. That would have been, a 30-yard play? Mm-hmm. McCole Hardman lets a ball go through his hands. That's he just ran straight, right?
Yep.
That's the play you haven't seen in a while, where it's just Allen just in the pocket, someone ran by a guy, and he put the pass there, and Hardman let it through his hands. You could have had 3 or 4 more monster plays in this game. Not even counting the little plays that Allen missed, like the 2-point conversion or that one to Palmer.
Right. The play to Gilliam. And on the Samuel play, Curtis Samuel's been in this offense for 2 years where they don't throw the ball down the field and he never sees down the field.
Yeah.
Give it a couple of weeks of Josh in meetings saying hey, next time I do that, just go deep. Shavers. Shavers
knew.
Shavers was running an out route for 5, 6, 7 yards.
Yep.
And then when it broke down, he just turned up the sideline and ran.
Right.
And they beat quarters, which is what they said on J.J. Watt said on the broadcast, which that was a big internet controversy this week if you're very online about throwing deep over quarters. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Gabe had a moment that where it wasn't as big, but where it kind of became scramble drill, and he bailed on where he was going to kind of meet Allen across the field.
Yep. They went to Gabe on a 4th down. They went to Gabe in the red zone. They listen, they fielded their best receiving core that they've fielded this year. Right?
Yes.
Palmer and Davis can both play on the outside. It's not somebody that's miscast. They don't have a complete void on one side of the field. And then Tyrell Shavers, 4 catches on 5 targets for 90 yards and a touchdown. All right. Sean McDermott after the game says the ball finds who works hard.
Yes, he did.
Nice comment there from the Bills head coach. So they win. I'm sure we'll have plenty of people that want to talk about their defense and the concerns there. But, hey, what I loved about that game, it was vintage Josh Allen. It was watching 2 quarterbacks trade amazing plays. I thought Baker was awesome in this game and scrappy and that dog, right? Baker's a dog. Why'd Josh Allen run the ball 3 times? Why'd he call zone number? Why'd he blast into guys? I think it's because Baker was doing it too.
Baker's flipping on top of his head.
Yeah, I really think that Josh Allen should watch other quarterbacks run against the Bills highlights before games, and then he's like, you know what? Then I'm going to do that. I'm going to do it way better than you. I also think.
Do you think when Baker threw the ball in the stands, the Bucs side was like, "Oh no, don't do that!
Yes,
fire up the other guy."
I swear, I thought the same thing. Are you going to throw that ball in the stands? Especially because we know they have a friendly rivalry,
right?
The texts after that game, great game, way to play, whatever. I'm buzzing on it. I think I feel great about it. I'm going to not be snarky about all the things that we have to worship every week, like balance. Were they balanced?
On this one.
And we're not balanced. It didn't matter. Anyway, they didn't protect the defense. And what happens? Your defense gets beat a lot. Is that why they play the way they do, is so they don't give up 38, 32, whatever?
Was protecting your defense that, hey, you don't have to stop the run in the 4th quarter because we're not going to let them run it on you. Our offense is that is in a way protecting your defense.
100%.
It's okay, we're just going so far out in front of them that, hey, the thing you can't stop today, they won't be able to do it late. You won't have to defend it because they have to play catch-up.
Right. Your best run defense is points. That's for the Bills.
Right.
And if we're talking complementary football, like, all right, how do I complement a defense that's probably going to get beat and give up some yards in the run game and can't be relied upon to get off the field? I guess my compliment to that is to score 1 million. So I've got super high hopes now. And the moves they made in the passing game and whatever was different about this matchup. I also thought, like, Todd Bowles and the Bucs made a lot of mistakes along the way. A lot of mistakes.
I think what they did is they played kind of the way we had talked about, that Miami maybe played in Atlanta. They played, I think, to dare the Bills to go deep.
And they did.
Like, go ahead. We're going to sell out to stop the run. Allen got a question in postgame about how it was weird they were blitzing early in the game and then they weren't blitzing in the second half of the game. And he never said it, but I want him to be like, yeah, because we were making them respect us down the field. Mm-hmm. Even the plays that they weren't hitting. Like, they watched the McCole Hardman play go through his hands, and they might think, we might have to cover that a little bit more. He was open, just by a little bit. So why did the blitz go away? Why weren't they able to pressure Allen in the same way? They never, lost the ability to stop the run. That was always there for Tampa. But I think that could have been that Allen and the Bills' offense they bullied them out of it. Like, you're not going to sell out short, because otherwise we're going to make you pay for it. And they made them pay for it just enough to, I think, probably change how they play defense.
803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe, happy Victory Monday. We'll get your calls in. The Chiefs lost.
Oh, what a nice cherry on top for Sunday.
The Chiefs lost.
The Chiefs are 5-5 and 0-5 in one-score games.
Not bad. Chiefs lost. The Ravens won. They rallied to win. Pittsburgh won, but might be a backup quarterback. The Bills might play backup quarterbacks in their next 3 games.
Okay, right, because they'll play Davis Mills this week.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Mason Rudolph maybe with Pittsburgh.
Right, because Rodgers has a broken wrist.
And we'll see if Burrow is back.
I feel like Burrow's going to be back.
All right, well, could be backup quarterbacks in the next 3 games.
Chase might be suspended, but Burrow's going to be back.
For a game, right? Isn't he going to be suspended for a game?
Only one? Is that that's the going rate?
For
spitting on a guy?
I think so.
Okay.
Anyway, 803-0550, your thoughts on the run game, the pass game, the defense. The special teams had a huge day. Huge day.
Every return was like 50 yards.
Yeah, they had over 200 yards in returns like halfway through the game. So even though the Hardman fumble was unfortunate, that ends up being a bit of a mark against special teams. Everything else went great. They blocked a kick. Maybe shouldn't have been called back on a penalty.
Oh, not maybe.
Right?
There's no way. That should not have been called back.
I tend to agree.
I thought the Bills special teams coordinator, Chris Tabor, was going to, I've not seen a coach have to be held back like Chris Tabor had to be held back from the refs at halftime.
At least not a special teams coach?
Not a special teams coach, at least, no.
All right, 803-0550. Let's get some calls in on a Victory Monday, and whether or not you are boosted by that game. If you've got your concerns, whatever it might be, we can talk about all of it here on WGR on a Victory Monday. To New Jersey first, Mo in New Jersey. Hey, Mo, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy Victory Monday. I'm thrilled with the win. And to put it like you guys do a great job. You touch on everything. And in the first 15 minutes, you guys touch on almost everything I wanted to get to. Unbelievable. We threw the ball on first down. Like, where did that come from? Like, I couldn't believe it. We did it more than once, right? So I was happy to see that. Aside from that first interception that Josh Allen threw, which was, like you said, 2019 Josh Allen. It's like, he finally took his shirt off and he put the cape on and he carried the team. Like, that's what I want to see, right? I love being able to run the ball and love hearing how good James Cook is. But Josh Allen that was who we need Josh Allen to be for the rest of the season. The special teams, incredible. I don't know if Tampa special teams are terrible, but incredible. And I really hope McCole Hardman is not hurt because, he did bring that one element that we just lacked, that speed. But That being said, everything, went great. And I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer. It's just down the stretch. We need our defense to be better. And we need, Sean McDermott, I don't know how he has to figure it out, but he has to figure it out. This is what we pay him to do, right? That defense just needs to be better. And I know we gave up 200 yards rushing. We still won, but because the offense carried the day. Going forward, maybe we get some pieces back from injury. Shaq Thompson, I don't understand why he did not play. I thought he was going to play, and he's not going to save the day, but I feel like this season he's been one of our better linebackers. But, I'm not going to be too concerned about it right now. We did win. We got a game on Thursday. Let's go Bills.
All right. Thanks, Mo. Thanks for the phone call. Defensively, like the Bills, we're still dealing with a spot where on the defensive line they have to shuffle so many things. You got T.J. Sanders on the end.
Yeah.
And they're mixing pieces around. Like, I without making it sound like I want to give a full pass to the defense, because I don't, they have pieces out there that, whether they haven't been able to work together yet. I mean, the defensive line has been a rotating cast of characters for 10 weeks now, 11 weeks. So, you're doing the best you can. Could you have better there? Sure. Bernard looked good, which is a positive sign. He looked better, right?
Yeah.
Terrell Bernard looked better. Milano, maybe not. So can I get Bernard and Shaq Thompson out there when the time comes? Maybe. Cole Bishop continues to look really good. Jordan Poyer is a steadying influence, but he's going to have his limitations. Like, you have some things kind of built in that are limiters, in my opinion. And you played a Bucs team that has a quarterback that makes great plays.
Would you not say, though, that, like, again, this is run versus pass, this is explosive plays versus, the way Tampa played yesterday, which is, all right, they ran the ball at will. Mm-hmm. You couldn't stop them all day. And how did it all come out? Like, all right, I got to give them a game where they're running like Sean Tucker becomes, the next version of Jonathan Taylor in this game.
Syracuse is Sean Tucker. Please refer to him from this day forward.
Is that why he wears 44?
That is why he wears 44. That's also why he's on a couple of my dynasty teams, because I've had him stashed since he had a giant 200-yard game like 3 years ago or 2 years ago.
Yeah. Well, he was good yesterday.
Well, I started him.
He was unstoppable yesterday, but hey, you kind of kept Baker in check. 173 yards on 16 of 28 passing, 1 touchdown, 1 pick, and they were running the ball well. You couldn't run the ball at all. How does yards per play end up looking? 7.8 for the Bills, 5.4 for Tampa. Like, I could pass it and couldn't run it. They could run it, and they weren't so great at passing. Like, Buka had less yards in this game or had the same yards as Gabe Davis in this game. Their star receiver, didn't do much. Mm-hmm. I got 2 more yards per play than they did. So I'm not saying it's good that they couldn't stop the run in this game. I just think if I can keep good quarterbacks like Baker Mayfield in check, and a consequence is they're going to run on me, I'll take that every week. When I'm playing good quarterbacks like that.
The Bills against the run this year, there's no doubt about it. They've been horrible. And it might be their undoing. It might be. But in a one-game one-off, if I got my offense firing like that, right, it makes it very difficult.
But Bernard was tough again in this game. Not like Bernard and Milano.
Right.
He looks every play
healthier.
I'm watching them, and it just doesn't seem like it's there.
Right. He looked healthier in the past game, which he'd have rough spots in both. But we've heard a little bit about how he's nursing something. I guess he said he felt better today or yesterday. Anyway, 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-552-550. One thing that is interesting about this to me is, and I'll wait for the all-22 folks to break this down, but Coleman doesn't play. How different does that make their offense? That's one part of it. And then I want to know what it meant to not have Kincaid. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to come out here and say the lesson to be learned is they're better without Dalton Kincaid, but how different did they have to be because they don't have Dalton Kincaid? And they know they won't have him for a couple of weeks. Right. Because if they have 4 weeks where they throw the ball all over the field like this, and then Kincaid comes back and they're back to trying to thread needles and strike a balance, they feel like they can't be balanced right now. Or I don't know. It's going to take more time to figure it out. But Dalton Kincaid had no catches, obviously. He didn't play. And Shakir had 1 for -3.
Yeah.
If I told you Sunday at noon, listen, no Kincaid and Shakir's going to end with -3 yards receiving, what do you think the score of that game is going to be? Like, oh, man, Tampa's going to really take it to us, huh? Who's going to be the leading receiver? Is going to have 10 yards? You feel like Josh is going to have another Houston game. Khalil Shakir, 1 catch for -3. That was the only play that didn't work. It got blown up multiple times. Yeah. The Bucs were so prepared for your screen, and they were not prepared for nuclear Josh Allen.
Yep.
Which was refreshing to see. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550.
You had 5 receivers that caught a 20-yard pass in this game.
Let's go. You just have to embrace it. You have to embrace who he is. The guy wants to he wants to chuck that ball deep. Mm-hmm. Anyway, 8030550. I've got a million analogies. I'm buzzing today. I feel great about it. I'll tell you this.
They're the favorites.
I'll tell you this.
The AFC favorites.
When they were either down or Tampa's got the ball and they could still lose the game, my thought in my head was, people are going to be really mad at me when they lose 40-37 and I go in tomorrow and I say, I'm thrilled. They're back. Because the last time this happened, it was against Tampa. Oh, they're back. Second half in the game against Brady, the Brian Daboll, Tyler Dunn tells the story. At halftime, they said, bleep it, let's go. And they went scorched earth. And their offense was almost unstoppable until they got beaten a 13 seconds game. And here's Tampa again. And it sure looked like, bleep it, let's go. Embrace it. Embrace it. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday, Victory Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. We will buzz through your phone calls. We'll talk with Sal at 7. We'll talk with Chris Brown at 8:30. And we'll, of course, look at the division, the conference. All of a sudden, the Chiefs are maybe in a little bit of trouble. They play the Colts this week. That'll be a conversation about who to root for.
I'm going to want to hear playoff odds if they lose that game.
I can give them to you.
Because 5-5, they're not in a spot right now.
They're not. They still are better than 50% to make it, according to the New York Times playoff machine. And I looked at their schedule, and they have games they should win.
Dallas in a couple weeks.
Yeah, they
Texans.
Right now, they are 57% to make the playoffs. And if the Colts win, they're going to be under 40.
Let's go. Come on, Colts. Bury them.
Yeah.
And they're not winning the division.
Nope.
They are, what are they, 4 games back of the division? They are not winning the AFC
They are
West.
right now, they are 3% to win the division. They are not winning their division.
Yep.
All right, we'll talk about all the angles, and the Bills' offense rolls 44 points. Jeremy and Joe on a Victory Monday on WGR. Looking at the Next Gen Stats chart of where his throws were, how many throws behind the line of scrimmage in this game? Do you know the answer to that?
Well, the Ty Johnson touchdown would have been.
It's a good one.
That's a very good one.
It's nice to mix those in.
There was the Shakir screen where he got destroyed behind the line. Is that it?
There were 3.
Okay, so there was only one more.
There were actually 4, but the one where Shakir got a face mask doesn't end up counting. It goes to, I guess, Shakir was only credited with 1 catch from what I saw. So anyway, 3. 3 passes behind the line of scrimmage, and you will not see a passing chart where the game was in balance, where Allen is throwing 10 to 20 yards more than this one. My favorite comment I saw from somebody on Twitter, somebody wrote in, Brian Daboll got fired, and Joe Brady got the message. Like, all right, fine. We'll go, all right already. And they start ripping the ball down the field. So,
and there were plays left out there by both parties. I mean, Allen on back-to-back passes, one that I think was his fault and the other that wasn't. There was a play where Samuel is running towards the sideline. Allen is trying to get him to run upfield. We're watching that, and we're not watching on TV, so we see Samuel at the same time. I don't know if you could see it on the broadcast, but run upfield because he's losing himself to the sideline. Doesn't even really realize where he is. He finally realizes, I got to turn upfield. Allen threw it to him, but it was too late. Samuel would have had to get upfield more than a second earlier. And if he had, though, that would have been another 40-yard gain. The next play, Allen misses Shakir, who's open on the sideline. That would have been, a 30-yard play? Mm-hmm. McCole Hardman lets a ball go through his hands. That's he just ran straight, right?
Yep.
That's the play you haven't seen in a while, where it's just Allen just in the pocket, someone ran by a guy, and he put the pass there, and Hardman let it through his hands. You could have had 3 or 4 more monster plays in this game. Not even counting the little plays that Allen missed, like the 2-point conversion or that one to Palmer.
Right.
The Shavers play. He's got Gabe open over the middle. He had someone else open, I think, on the play. He was totally protected and looked like he was about to scramble, and all of that ends up in, I'm going to turn down all of that, and just sling it 50 yards through the air to Shavers along the boundary.
It was his first 40-plus yard, air yard touchdown pass since when? You want that one?
Years. 2 years ago would be my guess.
You want to guess a game? You want to guess a play?
I remember the Charger game, he slung one deep to Davis, like on the run.
Yep, that's right. That's right.
I'll guess that one.
That was not.
That wasn't
in
40
fact,
yards?
No, that was
or
not
the
it.
last one.
The last time Josh Allen threw a touchdown pass of 40 air yards was when John Brown got loose against the Patriots in 2022 and cooked Gilmore.
John Brown.
That's how long ago it was. The Bills, of course, won that game 47-17. That's 2022.
Yeah.
That's on their way. That's when they hit their, you know what, maybe we're not going to punt anymore era of the Josh Allen experiment.
Yeah.
So
John Brown.
2022, January 2022 is the last time he threw a 40-plus air yard touchdown pass.
Yeah.
At least that's what I saw from Next Gen Stats. If they got it wrong, call them.
The Bills were able to overcome the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in a shootout by a score of 44-32. After a shaky start, the Bills' offense returned to form. Josh Allen accounted for 6 total touchdowns, 3 through the air and 3 on the ground himself. With those touchdowns, Allen has now the most touchdowns by any NFL player aged 30 or under. Tyrell Shavers was the leading receiver for Buffalo, tallying 4 receptions for 90 yards and a touchdown. The Bills are now on a short week, gearing up to head to Houston to take on the Texans for Thursday Night Football. The Sabres also able to snap their winless streak in the final game of their road trip against the Red Wings this past weekend by a score of 5-4 in overtime, with Matthias Samuelsson scoring the game-winning goal. The team is back in action tonight at home against the Edmonton Oilers for a 7 o'clock puck drop. Full play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Back to pass, looking left, pumps, rolls to his right, pocket collapsing, comes back to his left, heaves it down the left sideline for Shavers in the end zone for a touchdown. A broken play goes for 6, 43 yards.
Highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Chris Brown with the call right there. Josh Allen finding Tyrell Shavers. If you watch that highlight, I like to take a look and point out that the way Shavers catches that ball is a confident ball catcher's catch, where the hands are out extended as opposed to just kind of like body catching and hoping to survive the ground. Like, that is a pluck out of the air for Shavers, who made a really nice play there. So the Bills open the scoring with that touchdown catch and are off and running. We'll get you some Skyworks stats of the game, brought to you by Skyworks Equipment Rental, building America from the ground up. I was just going through points per drive because I like to point out that, sometimes you give up 32, sometimes you give up 27, sometimes you give up 22. And it's not as simple as you played better based on how many points you gave up. It's how many drives were there. And Tampa had 12 drives before the final kneel down. So 12 drives and 32 points is like 2.6 per drive. It's not great. It's definitely not great defense, but it's not, I don't think, terrible. It's pretty terrible. It's pretty bad. They've done worse. But, you play a game like that, you're going to give up more. If the Bills had been committed to running the ball and efficient passing and working the clock, maybe they win, and maybe they win, 32-27.
Yep.
Or maybe they lose 32-27. I loved the way the offense played yesterday myself. It's exactly what I've been hoping this team would be. Many of you may feel that way as well. So you can give us your thoughts on it, 803-0550. Future AFC Offensive Player of the Week, Josh Allen.
Has to be.
Yes, has to be. 6 touchdowns?
Has to be.
He did it again.
He's the only one to do it, right?
Yep.
The 3-3, though, at least. I think there was maybe a 5 and a 1 somewhere along the way, but he's the only one with 3-3.
3-3.
And he is, I think he's 2 back of Cam Newton now for the most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback ever, which him and Jalen Hurts will forever go back and forth over the next 10 years.
Right.
Trading.
Right. And Allen's...
Well, if Hurts is a starter that long.
I was going to say, Allen's are endlessly going to be more impressive than Hurts, too. Like, he is...
Right, yesterday, he had the one tush push from, the 2, where Gilliam kind of shoved him forward.
Good push by Gilliam.
But the other 2 were, QB power, right? Inside the 5, maybe. But, yeah, that was not just tush push. The second 2 were, real run plays.
Yep. 803-0550. Rob in Connecticut is up next on this Victory Monday. Hey, Rob.
Happy Victory Monday. Thanks for taking my call and being my eyes as always, guys. First off, one of my curiosities is who caught the Baker ball? Which lucky fan caught the Baker ball? When I heard that,
it might have been somebody outside the stadium because
I thought he was going to make.
He might have been trying to hit it outside the stadium over
there. Somebody tailgating or something, right?
Yep.
But I was definitely pleased. This past week, I have to admit, I was, down and out on the Bills. I didn't think we were going to win this game. So I'm going to be accountable and say I apologize to Bills Mafia for being so hard on the Bills. But I'm back. What I was thinking about this game was they found their identity in the passing game without the run game, which a lot of our callers and myself was like, what would we do if our run game doesn't work? And yesterday they proved us wrong, which was elation. Also, Terrell Bernard, I gave him the Wheaties box award because he must have ate his Wheaties because he was all over the place. I heard his name a lot. Yes, of course, the defense, the line, stopping the run, that's always been an issue, but you never know. We could tighten that up as the season goes along. But we found our identity. This DNA, this game, and the DNA, I'm very, very pleased with, just like you guys are. So keep doing what you're doing, guys, and thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Rob. Yep.
I do wonder how much they want to do what they did yesterday. Allen, when he was talking after the game about how maybe rode the wave a little too much today.
Oh,
and when I heard that, I'm like, no, man, ride the wave.
Why does everybody have
Ride
to
the
do
wave.
this?
Get your surfboard. Come on. And, he's had it beat into him, I think, that you can't always play like that. And maybe that's true to some extent. You can't always play like that, but it far too often has become they never play like that. Mm-hmm. And you just got to be – I think you got to be open to having that type of game. Where, you know what? This is going to be one of those games. Let him loose.
Yeah, I guess you
and have him be okay letting loose.
Right. You probably can't play every game like that. That's probably correct. You can't play every game like that. But
some of them.
A lot. And the important ones. Listen, their last 2 playoff games have been, modestly conservative passing games.
Right. Well,
trying to control the clock, trying to win the turnover battle. Forget that. Those aren't actual – sure, they help you win, But they don't hang trophies for that. Or hang trophies? They give out trophies and they hang banners. It's early.
Yeah.
It's early.
I mean, you could hang the trophy if you really want.
You really could. Let's consider starting hanging the trophies.
Hanging the trophies?
Why not?
Yeah. They're little, though, so I don't know how.
The Lombardi trophy? It feels like you'd need some good line to hold that thing up.
Yeah, but that's what. If you hung the Lombardi trophy in the new stadium, most people won't be able to see it because it's so small.
It'd be like an art installation.
Like the cup you could do it with.
You go one at a time and see it.
I mean, how much also do we attribute what yesterday looked like to the receiving core they had?
I would do it
because
a lot.
I was a little more optimistic going into this game. Like,
Same.
all right, like Palmer available, Gabe in. I didn't know that Coleman was going to be inactive when we were talking about it on Friday. But those two being available on the outside, like, all right, let's see what it looks like because those two in their careers are guys that win down the field. And they did a little bit. I mean, Shavers was the one that did it more often. But Cook even had a downfield pass right on that schemed up play at the end. I think I want to attribute some of, hey, they were connecting deep down the field to, because Coleman didn't play and Davis and Palmer did.
Shavers, too. Shavers earning targets.
Yep.
The ball finds who works hard. Like, listen,
I don't think they're changing for Thursday.
Hasn't Josh been looking for a guy on the outside he can trust? That's why Davis is on the team.
Right.
It's because somebody out there I can trust. And if that starts to work with Shavers, like, whatever. Like, good by me. Good by me.
He was throwing the ball like he trusted everybody yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the whole, we might not have too many receiver conversations right now until we get to a point, but the whole genesis, the origin story of the wide receiver train is I want Allen to feel like he can play like that every game.
Yeah.
I don't want to feel like I've got to control, efficient, this and that. Great quarterbacks can overcome a turnover or two. Oh, a chest pass interception, like, that's fine. Not going to worry about that too much. I know it was not great. You don't want it, but you have a quarterback that can overcome that. You should act like it. Mm-hmm. I would you sign up for it? The Bills are in the Super Bowl, and in the third quarter, Josh Allen will try to lateral the ball.
He tried to lateral yesterday, by
That's
the
what
way.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you told me he tried to lateral the ball, I'm like, all right, we got his best. Even though it's chaotic, even though it's sometimes looks irresponsible. Like, no.
Yep.
I trust him. I trust him with laterals.
I thought that lateral, by the way, should have counted yesterday. Was I the only one?
Yes. Is it because
it was perfectly to the side.
No, it definitely went forward.
The yard line looked like the same yard line he threw it from was the same yard line. And I thought, am I wrong on this? If it's perfectly horizontal, then it should count.
Yeah, but it wasn't perfectly horizontal.
It wasn't I thought for sure it
definitely
was.
It's an illusion where the running back is behind you, so
oh no, I know that.
It was definitely forward.
Yeah, because I didn't think it was backwards because the player was 3 yards behind him. I thought it was perfectly horizontal.
Yeah. 803-0550. Mo in Connecticut. Back-to-back Connecticut. Hey, Mo, good morning.
Yeah, hi, good morning.
Morning.
No, I just wanted to call and just say, I see people saying that Keon doesn't need to play anymore. Well, like you said earlier, Dalton didn't play either, so now they're going to say, we don't need Dalton. I think that Keon plays Thursday, possibly, but I think you insert him right in there, and if you continue with that same game plan that they used yesterday and put Keon on those McCole Carter, simple routes, different routes that Keon runs usually, I think he'll be fine. I mean, he's young. He's 22. When I was 22, I was late for work a couple times. I mean, things happen. And like Terrell Shaver said, keep his mind right. And Josh Allen said, I wish he was out there. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Fair enough. I mean, they're going to say nice things. He's a young kid. They don't want to bury him. They don't want to isolate him. I don't know how he gets back in the lineup. And I certainly don't think he should.
No.
There will be a time, but I don't know. He comes out. He can't go in for Hardman. Hardman's I think, is going to continue returning kicks for them.
Yes.
They signed him to the 53. They're going to be upset about a fumble. So Hardman stays in. So Keon Coleman goes in for who? Gabe? I don't think so. Sorry. I don't think so.
Not Shavers.
He
not
certainly
Palmer,
can't go in for Shavers. Not going to go in for Palmer.
Yeah, I don't think he's going in.
He's going to have to wait for Gabe to tweak a knee or an ankle or something.
Samuel maybe, but
I mean, I thought I got Curtis Samuel getting open in this game. I saw Curtis Samuel down the field.
Yeah.
It happened.
He really tried to drop that one pass, but he got it.
The thing that the other receivers give them that Coleman doesn't, Coleman is, he's too predictable, and teams don't have to worry about that side of the field. When he's on one side of the field, it's like a black hole. So I definitely do not think he has to dress. I don't think he will Thursday. I don't think he should. I don't know who you'd take out. Shavers is an absolute non-starter. You cannot take him out. Palmer, you're not taking out. It comes down to Keon versus Gabe. And Gabe just made, 4 catches? Should have been a fifth. They trusted him in the end zone. I guess it's a tough catch in such close quarters, but I'm not taking out Gabe for Keon Coleman. Nope. Do you think they will?
I do not think they're going to put him in.
What could he do in 4 days to kind of undo? Deion Dawkins, in his press conference or whatever, at his locker, said it's time for him to grow up. That no more pats on the back, time for tough love. Like, they're going to support him until they trade him in the offseason. But they're going to support him because he's still on the team.
Right.
Man, you can't bury that guy. It's not quite a Deontay Johnson cut the player because they can't be relied upon scenario, but I think they're going to be nice to Coleman because they might need him. And you don't want to burn that bridge fully. You want to let him know that what he's done is not acceptable, but at the same time, you don't just get your job back. Why would he get it back?
Right, and also, if he does get back in, depending on who it's for, where does he play? Because if Davis is just going to be in the lineup now, which I don't see why you would ever take him out, and Shavers has his role, which is going to be special teams, and he's going to also mix in on the outside. Coleman's spot is gone. If Davis doesn't come out, Coleman's spot is gone. So now he's not unless they're going to do a 3-way time split on the outside like that, because Palmer's also involved on the outside, right? It's kind of busy there all of a sudden, and he, to me, would rank 4th in that pecking order. So, this could really be the pathway to getting him to the place where everybody wanted to see him play in the first place, which is, all right, you're not competing with Davis and Shavers and Palmer anymore. If you're grabbing someone's spot, you're going after Curtis Samuel. That's whose spot you're going for. You're going after depth slot role. That's your job from now on.
Right. Because they don't have to force it on the outside.
Right.
And I don't want to do that right now. 8030550. We'll see if they do. I don't think you have to give up and say, like I said, people are talking about cutting him. You have to do that.
Right.
But he certainly doesn't have to get back in 3 days. Bills and Texans coming your way on Thursday night. The Texans have a very good defense.
Yep.
It's a challenge. The Bills are going to be 3.5-point favorites, though, in Houston. 8030550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe, it is a Victory Monday and Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. How's everybody feeling?
That was fun. That's how I'm feeling. It was a fun game.
I feel like $1 million.
It's the most fun game the Bills have played since when? Week 1 have to go in this camp?
Sure.
Because the end was awesome.
Yeah, week 1 was pretty great.
But beginning to end, beginning was wild.
Beginning was
throwing
wild.
two-handed interceptions. That's the
Those should count as 2.
If you throw it with 2 hands.
Both hands, yeah.
Yeah. That's as much fun as I've had. It reminds me of the Ram game from last year, but they won this one.
Yep.
And it was at home.
The Ram game, the Lions game was a lot like this one.
Lions game, yep.
Over the years, the Seahawks game, the Bucks overtime game, the Eagles overtime game.
They played the Rams here during COVID, and they gave up a 30-point lead and then came down and scored at the end.
That's right.
These are all NFC games, aren't they?
They are. Get in the NFC. Let's go.
Josh Allen in the NFC just becomes a 60-touchdown demon, basically.
When I spoke to Keon before in this game, and I told him, I said, bro, look, don't even worry about it. Everybody goes through a different journey, right? Let's just say that this is the last time. Let's just move forward. And he said, I'm with you. That's all and we need, right? Like, nobody's perfect, but in this league, we need guys to come on. And Keon knows, right? Now he's in the hot seat, and he needs to come on and show up for us. Pats on the back are over with, and it's time for him to grow up, and he knows it.
Deion Dawkins, recipient of the Key to the City this weekend.
Yes.
So, you're giving a young guy a pep talk. Say, listen, I would know something about having keys to the city. I don't know, about being mature and being a professional. There's a report, by the way, that Dawkins and David Edwards
we were watching it.
You saw it.
We were watching it.
So they got into it on the sideline, had to be separated by Spencer Brown.
They were separated after, I think, someone threw. We're throwing hands.
All right.
It was getting like it was about to be a fight. And then Brown got between them. About 30 seconds passed. And then Dawkins came back, and they were face-to-face conversation, like, at each other for, I swear, it was like 3 minutes. It was the longest face-to-face. I don't know what they were going off about. I think the Bills had just scored on the previous drive. Maybe. I don't remember. But yeah, Edwards and Dawkins were, like, after each other on the sidelines. They went back out there eventually and were fine, so I guess it all worked out.
Are we in a good enough mood for a snarky answer?
Sure.
I guess they both got to go. Can't yell at teammates. You got to get out of here. Hey, we're in too good of a mood to have that be a problem. But it is kind of what we asked for, right? Like, where's the fire?
Right, yeah.
Where's the fire from this offense? Josh flexing, Josh running as many times as he did.
Yep.
Like, it felt like they had the fire, and 44 points would maybe be the result of that fire. Or maybe it's, a little bit of both. Start scoring some points, start feeling better. Start feeling better, start scoring some more points. 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. It is a Victory Monday. And your locker room audio there from Deion Dawkins, brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. We owe you eye on the quarterback. It's brought to you by Great Lakes Building Systems. Keep an eye on your business. We keep an eye on your business, so you don't have to. Our business is protecting your business. He was inconsistent. He was awesome. I tweeted at one point in the game that he couldn't hit a fairway, which, by the way, does not mean you're dead if you're a golfer. It just means you're missing. You're not as sharp as you can be. He couldn't hit a fairway early on. He still shot like 10 under, which can happen, Well,
he hit some 400-yard drives.
He did hit some
so
bombs.
That helps.
Bryson DeChambeau out there. That's how we should play golf. That's how we should play quarterback. Accept who you are. Embrace it. Lateral, jump over dudes, throw a two-handed chest interception.
Did he jump over somebody in this game?
He didn't.
That's the last box to check until he's all the way back.
All the way back. I thought Baker was a warrior out there, too, a little bit. Fun to watch Baker. Like, I think Baker's kind of cool. Egbuka had a drop. There were a couple plays in this game where I thought the wind was a factor for receivers.
I wondered on the pass Allen missed to Gilliam.
Yeah.
If that was wind.
I thought Baker's first throw on the third down in the red zone after the Josh interceptions, like he floated one. So I thought quarterbacks maybe were trying to judge the wind. Mm-hmm. So it was a factor in the kicking game. It was a factor in a couple things.
But I did. We were watching the game. Our boss was up in the booth, and I did say at one point, like, Jeremy's going to file this game away the next time someone brings up the weather.
Got to be able to run, huh?
It's like, it's super windy, and what do they have, 40 points?
44 points.
Yeah.
Got to make sure you win in those winter games. It was my dream come true game. Time of possession, turnover differential, balance, weather.
Yeah.
Beautiful. A beautiful performance. 803-0550. Sal on the other side. It's a Buffalo Bills Football Monday, Victory Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Looking at the Next Gen Stats chart of where his throws were, how many throws behind the line of scrimmage in this game? Do you know the answer to that?
Well, the Ty Johnson touchdown
right here for it's a good one.
That's a very good one.
It's nice to mix those in.
There was the Shakir screen where he got destroyed behind the line. Is that it?
There were 3.
Okay, so there was only one more.
There were actually 4, but the one where Shakir got a face mask doesn't end up counting. It goes to, I guess, Shakir was only credited with 1 catch from what I saw. So anyway, 3. 3 passes behind the line of scrimmage, and you will not see a passing chart where the game was in balance, where Allen is throwing 10 to 20 yards more than this one. My favorite comment I saw from somebody on Twitter, somebody wrote in, Brian Dable got fired, and Joe Brady got the message. Like, all right, fine. We'll go, all right already. And they start ripping the ball down the field. So,
and there were plays left out there by both parties. I mean, Allen on back-to-back passes, one that I think was his fault and the other that wasn't. There was a play where Samuel is running towards the sideline, and Allen is trying to get him to run upfield. We're watching that, and we're not watching on TV, so we see Samuel at the same time. I don't know if you could see it on the broadcast, but run upfield because he's losing himself to the sideline. Doesn't even really realize where he is. He finally realizes, I got to turn upfield. Allen threw it to him, but it was too late. Samuel would have had to get upfield more than a second earlier. And if he had, though, that would have been another 40-yard gain. The next play, Allen misses Shakir, who's open on the sideline. That would have been, a 30-yard play? Mm-hmm. McCole Hardman lets a ball go through his hands. That's he just ran straight, right?
Yep.
That's the play you haven't seen in a while, where it's just Allen just in the pocket, someone ran by a guy, and he put the pass there, and Hardman let it through his hands. You could have had 3 or 4 more monster plays in this game. Not even counting the little plays that Allen missed, like the 2-point conversion or that one to Palmer.
Right.
I think that Keon plays Thursday, possibly, but I think you insert him right in there, and if you continue with that same game plan that they used yesterday and put Keon on those McCole Carter, simple routes, different routes that Keon runs usually, I think he'll be fine. I mean, he's young. He's 22. When I was 22, I was late for work a couple times. I mean, things happen. And like Terrell Shaver said, keep his mind right. And Josh Allen said, I wish he was out there. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Fair enough. I mean, they're going to say nice things. He's a young kid. They don't want to bury him. They don't maybe want to isolate him. I don't know how he gets back in the lineup. And I certainly don't think he should.
No.
There will be a time, but I don't know. He comes out. He can't go in for Hardman. Hardman's going to continue returning kicks for them.
Yes.
They signed him to the 53. They're going to be upset about a fumble. So Hardman stays in. So Keon Coleman goes in for who? Gabe? I don't think so. Sorry. I don't think so.
Not Shavers.
He
not
certainly
Palmer,
can't go in for Shavers. Not going to go in for Palmer.
Yeah, I don't think he's going in.
He's going to have to wait for Gabe to tweak a knee or an ankle or something.
Samuel maybe, but
I mean, I thought I got Curtis Samuel getting open in this game. I saw Curtis Samuel down the field.
Yeah,
it happened.
He really tried to drop that one pass, but he got it.
The thing that the other receivers give them that Coleman doesn't. Coleman is, he's too predictable, and teams don't have to worry about that side of the field. When he's on one side of the field, it's like a black hole. So I definitely do not think he has to dress. I don't think he will Thursday. I don't think he should. I don't know who you'd take out. Shavers is an absolute non-starter. You cannot take him out. Palmer, you're not taking out. It comes down to Keon versus Gabe. And Gabe just made, 4 catches? Should have been a 5th. They trusted him in the end zone. I guess it's a tough catch in such close quarters, but I'm not taking out Gabe for Keon Coleman. Nope. Do you think they will?
I do not think they're going to put him in.
What could he do in 4 days to kind of undo? Deion Dawkins, in his press conference or whatever, in his locker, said it's time for him to grow up. That no more pats on the back, time for tough love. Like, they're going to support him until they trade him in the offseason. But they're going to support him because he's still on the team.
Right.
You can't bury that guy.
The Bills able to overcome Tampa Bay in a shootout by a score of 44-32.
Allen back to pass, now going to tuck it and run as he's looking for the end zone, and the surge pushes him in.
It was a shaky start, especially with the interception from within their own 10-yard line, but the Bills' offense returned to form. Josh Allen scored 6 total touchdowns, 3 through the air, and he took 3 into the end zone by himself on the ground. With those touchdowns, Allen now has the most touchdowns by an NFL player age 30 or under. Tyrell Shavers had a great day, was the leading receiver for Buffalo, tallying 4 receptions for 90 yards and a touchdown. The Bills are on a short week, gearing up to head to Houston to take on the Texans for Thursday night football. The Sabres were finally able to snap their winless streak in the final game of their road trip against the Red Wings by a score of 5-4 in overtime, with Matthias Samuelsson scoring the game-winning goal. They're back in action tonight at home against the Edmonton Oilers for a 7 o'clock puck drop. You can listen to all of the play-by-play action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, some results from over the weekend. The Packers outlast the Bears 27-20. Josh Jacobs did leave the game with a knee injury and will undergo further testing today. The Panthers beat the Falcons in overtime 30-27. The Bengals fall to the Steelers 34-12. Aaron Rodgers left the game early with a wrist injury, and Adam Schefter reports that there is a concern Aaron Rodgers may have a slight break in his left wrist. The Broncos topped the Chiefs 22-19, and last night the Eagles beat the Lions 19-6. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
We'll get to Sal Kapacio here. He was on the sideline for that windy, blustery shootout between the Bills and the Bucs. The Bills win 44-32, and Josh Allen ends up with 3 passing touchdowns and 3 rushing touchdowns in a game that looked like some vintage Josh Allen. Sal joining us on the Western Hotline. Good morning, Sal. Happy Victory Monday.
Yeah, happy Victory Monday to you too, guys. I mean, it was a pretty wild game, crazy game, and this one went the Bills' way. You know, just a couple years ago, this week was the Vikings game. I saw a lot of highlights on TV about it, and at some point in the game yesterday, somebody down on the field said to me, "Doesn't this remind you of the Vikings game?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, yes, but please don't have that kind of ending." Well, this one went the Bills' way.
I don't remember much about the Viking game before the 4th and 18.
I honestly remember no.
I just know
Dalvin Cook had a really long touchdown run.
Okay, they got gashed on the ground.
I don't remember anything the Bills did, though.
Yeah, fair enough.
Sal, also in this game, Tampa will go down as never winning in this stadium. 0-4. Which, again, is wild. They only played that many times in Highmark Stadium.
You're right. Good point. Yeah, 0-3 coming in, and all higher-scoring games, really, for the Bills. I think the lowest was like in the mid-20s maybe a couple years ago. I think the Bills hit at least 30 points in the other 3 games against a Buccaneers team coming up. And, you know, the Bucs, I don't think, if I remember right, haven't played in, like, really bad weather. That was maybe the worst with the wind. And it was windy down there, guys. It was windy. I will say, as the game went on, I don't think we felt it as much, but there were still some pretty good gusts. But it didn't actually, to me, impact the game on a level of, oh, my God, somebody made a mistake because of it. The only thing I'll tell you is the Josh Allen lateral that wasn't a lateral, I actually think the wind moved the ball forward.
Right. Yeah, because there's not a lot of velocity on that.
Yeah, I know,
pitch,
right?
Yeah. Fair enough. Well, Sal, lateral Josh Allen, I have this belief that even though that sometimes is chaotic, I think that's Josh Allen at his best, is when he's out there and playing free, however you want to say it. The offense found something that they've been looking for weeks. I don't want to go and say years. They've been very good in other ways, but a vertical passing game, and I guess it's kind of a surprise. You see the offense at its best, and it was not because of Dalton Kincaid or Khalil Shakir. The other receivers, Tyrell Shavers, Gabe Davis, the running backs getting involved yet again. Like, we kind of saw Allen come back out and play to the top of his ability.
This was a quintessential everybody eats game, wasn't it? I mean, like, it wasn't just everybody getting targets. 10 different receivers had targets, 9 different receivers had catches. This was also big plays by receivers. Tyrell Shavers down the field, running backs out of the backfield. I mean, the Bills running backs contributed with 150, close to 150 yards receiving, I think, between both James Cook and Ty Johnson. So yeah, this definitely was. I have it right here. What was it? 125 catches for 127 yards and 2 touchdowns. Well, I think it's too early to say like something like this because of what happened yesterday with Keon Coleman. But I think there has to be immediately a discussion about them being and looking better on the boundary with Tyrell Shavers and Gabe Davis than they have with the receivers that they've had, including Keon Coleman. And I don't know like what happens going forward, but I agree with you, Jeremy. It looked better. It looked different. This was not a great Bucs passing defense, and they did lose Jamel Dean early in the game. Right, that hurt them. There's no doubt. I give the Bills a lot of credit for buttoning up the pass protection after the first series. That was not a good first series. After that, Josh Allen was hardly sniffed on. I mean, the Bucs were credited with 1 QB hurry in the game, by the way, and they did not even sack him. I think the QB hurry came in that first series. But that helped. But then when Josh did have to move around, scramble drills. The scramble drills looked so much better because guys were getting open in the fashion in which we've seen guys get open over the last few years with Josh Allen doing his thing like that. So I agree. Chaos is not a bad word when it comes to Josh Allen. And the wide receiver group, even with Khalil Shakir doing nothing and getting negative yards, he had -3 yards. Even with that happening, it just looked better.
Yep. And that could come down to, Sal, like Coleman coming out of the lineup, he'd not just been somewhat inconsistent and unproductive, but he'd also led them in snaps. And now all of those snaps can go to maybe a mixture of Curtis Samuel and Gabe Davis out there, or Palmer and Shavers. And, when you have a couple different guys cycling in, I feel like it kind of opens up what you're able to do. You are less limited in the route tree. And if it's about chemistry with the quarterback, whatever it might be, I felt like it was their best receiving core they put on the field all year, and it's not a coincidence. I don't think that they put up the most points.
No, and you're talking about the snap counts. I just tweeted them out a little while ago, by the way, all the snap counts, and it was incredibly evenly distributed amongst the wide receivers. I don't know if you guys have them in front of you. You can look at them, but Tyrell Shavers actually led the team along with Khalil Shakir at 54%. And then Curtis Samuel and Josh Palmer were right behind. 2 less snaps for those guys. Literally between Shavers and Shakir, 30 snaps. Samuel and Palmer, 28 snaps. Gabe Davis, 23 snaps. Everybody was right there. And then McCole Hardman down the list, who did see 4 snaps on offense. But you're right. I just think that everything that the way that they operated their wide receivers, the way that the receivers operated when they were on the field, it fell differently. And Dawson Knox here, by the way, led all, not outside of Josh Allen, led all skill position players, non-O linemen. 77% of the snaps he was on the field for. They didn't use Jackson Hawes a ton in this game. He only had 19 snaps on the field, and Dawson Knox became, a guy that contributed in both areas.
Did you feel like it was important, Sal, too, and maybe it was even their plan, that defenses are going to start daring the Bills to throw the ball down the field? Even, we went through it a little bit at the beginning of the show, they hit on a lot of plays down the field. There were some that were close, right? Shakir down the sideline, Hardman let a ball go through his hands, that it felt like it was direct by the Bills that, all right, if you're going to dare us to throw it down the field, we're going to show you that we can do that.
For sure. And I think that the throw to Hardman, you're taking a shot play, you're trying to get a touchdown, but I also think it just kind of makes the defense aware. What have we talked about for a long time, where at least if you have a guy there. Now, I'm not one to believe you just throw the ball down the field to do it because, okay, you're going to show something, because once that happens, it's incomplete. It is 2nd and 10 or 3rd and 10 or whatever, and it sucks, right? But when you do have a guy that you really can threaten and you feel like maybe we can use them, down the field, and you're around midfield like they were, that just opens it up a little bit for the defense to be aware of those guys and what they can do for you. So yeah, I think it probably was the plan to do that a little bit, and I thought they took their shots when that were pretty appropriate because of the field position they had, and then obviously being available for Josh on the scramble drill. And we talked with Tyrell. This is a great example, right? Which is Tyrell Shavers in the locker room talking with him afterwards, which is asking him, are you supposed to, is that your, when you see scramble, is that your job to kind of run deep? He said, no. He said, that is not what I'm supposed to do on that play. He said, but you have to stay alive. He said, and I turned and I saw an opening and I just went because I knew Josh would find me. Guys, that's exactly what I'm talking about. There's also another play. Do you remember when he missed Curtis Samuel down the near sideline going left to right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, it was right in front of me, and he pointed to Samuel to turn. I don't know if Samuel just didn't see him, but it took like 3 steps for Samuel to actually turn. If Curtis Samuel turns when Josh Allen tells him to turn, it is an easy walk-in 40-yard touchdown.
Well, Sal, you know, it's funny. Like, this stuff is out of structure, and it can be scrambled drills, but, like, that's chemistry with quarterback and receiver.
Yes.
And I kind of arrived at this last week. Maybe an understated point about what's happened at receiver the last couple of years is there has not been a ton of continuity, especially on the outside, right?
Yeah.
Keon Coleman, MVS, Amari Cooper, like the list of names. And if Allen can get a couple of games, a month, 2 months in with a group like Shavers and Samuel and Davis, then maybe he'll feel fully comfortable with scramble drill type of stuff. And just knowing, hey, if I get this look, I'm going to do this. And that can reap big rewards for the Bills.
I gave Gabe Davis an arrow up because of this very point, Jeremy. I think that just he showed chemistry with Josh. He was available for him. He had 3 catches for 40 yards, and including a big 4th down. Going into this game, if I told you Gabe Davis is going to catch 3 catches for 40 yards and convert a 4th down, wouldn't you say, I'll absolutely take it, put Gabe Davis on the field, right?
Yep.
I mean, like, that's what you want. And maybe it can only go up. We'll see. Maybe that's kind of the base stat line for what he has, or the normal stat line, or whatever it is. So that's fine. But I think your point is right. There was a play, one of the catches he made, I think he just kind of sat down in the zone. They were going right to left. And I turned to somebody next to me and I said, you see? I said, that's the Gabe Davis effect. And I'm not saying Keon wouldn't necessarily do what he just did or someone else, but it just seems so smooth where he was, and Josh knew where he was to find him.
Do you think they keep the same lineup for Thursday?
I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting. This is going to be a real interesting next few days. We did catch up with Keon Coleman in the locker room after the game, and he talked with us, and I think you guys have that sound you can play, but I asked him specifically, do you know about Thursday night? And he said, we just got through with the game, and we'll take it starting tomorrow and figure that out. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what they do. Probably not. Here's why, Joe. Mecole Hardman has a calf injury. He came out of the game with a calf injury. So you might have to have another wide receiver available. Even though Hardman is a punt returner, I wonder if that means that, hey, we want to have another guy. But, because Elijah Moore was down, so I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking out loud here of what it might look like.
The returner being the one that would maybe come out. Like Coleman, although he did return like 1 punt earlier in the season, you wouldn't think that's Coleman. But maybe Samuel does it, right, Sal? I mean, because return game was interesting. Like, there was the fumble by Hardman. I forgot about that. But otherwise, like, have you ever seen a game where a team was so consistently good in the kick return? It was like every time they got it was a 40-plus yard return.
It was amazing. Yeah, that was a real big part of it. The good and the bad, though. The good, I gave an arrow up, obviously, to the kick return game. And how about Ray Davis? Did a great job in the kick return game. That's a good example of how that's a running play now. It's a running back play. Ray Davis, total 158 yards on 4 returns. Mecole Hardman starts it off with a 61-yard return. The bad part is they had great field position and squandered it all day long, it felt like. They had the drive starts, guys, at their own 49, their own 44, and Tampa's 46, and they totaled just one field goal on those 3 drives combined. And a lot of that was the kick return game. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see where they go going forward here, how they want to do this lineup. But I do think with the calf injury and a 4-day turnaround, a guy who just got here, it might be a little bit aggressive to maybe think that he could play on Thursday.
Sal Kapacio, you can read his column at our website, Arrow Ups and Arrow Downs, for the Bills and the Bucs. Sal, let's shift to the defense where there will be some downs for sure. I mean, they had trouble in the run game, and Sean Tucker kind of got loose quite a bit. Baker Mayfield escaped, contained a bunch of times. It's a day that the defense will have some things to clean up, no doubt.
Yeah, for sure. And, it's the same old theme that we've talked about all year, which is run defense being an issue. And here come the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they just kind of ran it right at the Bills and right down their throat. And they go over to 200 yards total rushing, and it's just not a good number. You don't want to see that. That was, again, a run defense that I thought did not really win the point of attack. And, when you have Terrell Bernard and Jordan Poyer, making 11 tackles each. On Bernard, you want to make those tackles, but it felt like a lot of those tackles were, not in the areas right at the line of scrimmage. I actually felt Bernard did not play a bad game at all. I think Poyer was out of position on one or two where he couldn't get to it in time, so because that's just kind of who he is at this point. I thought he played a pretty strong game otherwise when he got there. I thought Bernard and Poyer both played a strong game on the ball, but I felt like the defensive line needed to do a better job. They did not. Tristan Wirfs really, he's tough, left tackle. Every time they ran that pull with him coming around, that was tough for the Bills. They got on the edge a couple times. Tucker has that long run. But, yeah, guys, I know it's another game in which, here comes a team running the ball at you. And what really happened in this game was, to me, the Bills were just not good on first and second down, and the Bucs were living in third and short all game long, and that's why they had a really high third down conversion rate. Both teams did, by the way, and it just seemed things were too easy. That's how you allow Baker Mayfield to run a 4th and 1 with his legs, run a 3rd and short with his legs, because you're not putting them in 3rd and long situations. Now, second half, a little bit better. They did tighten up on the run on first and second down, which allowed them to be able to get off the field a couple of series, which were key on third down.
Did you feel like their pass defense had a decent game? I mean, the numbers for Baker didn't really end up looking that dramatic. I mean, less than 200 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. I don't know how – it's tough, though, right? Because Tampa didn't really feel like they needed the throw until the second half. But, they didn't let Igbuka off. The secondary, right. I felt like, had a pretty decent afternoon.
I did. I thought the secondary played well. I thought the corners played well. They were helped by a couple of maybe drops, I guess you'd say. I think Igbuka had one. Maybe Cade Otton might have had one. But, hey, give the Bills credit. They're in position to help force those in some manner. Igbuka, you're right. 9 targets, 5 catches, 40 yards. That's a nice day for the Bills defense. His longest catch was 10 yards. I mean, you'll take that from a team. The Bucs came into this game, guys, attempting the most downfield throws in the league. They just didn't throw anything downfield. The Bills kept them in, and I think that was part of the game plan. Keep them in front of you. I think they tried one late in the game when they were down a couple scores. It was thrown out of the back of the end zone there. Sterling Shepard was their leading receiver with 54 yards. I mean, yeah, that's a nice day, I think, for the Bills. They got Sean Tucker out of the backfield, had a couple of catches, and, of course, the big one that went for the touchdown was tough. That was when Bills got caught on that one. I did, and if you look at the snap counts, by the way, Max Harrison and Trey White basically split evenly. 51% for Harrison, 49% for Tre'Davious White. Now, White started over Harrison, and I don't know if this is what they're going to do because of out of respect for White and the fact that, yeah, again, I mean, he didn't kill him. He didn't hurt him. And, I know Max Harrison's playing well, but right now it feels like they're just going to keep him right there doing that.
Sal Kapacio on the Western Hotline. Sal, in the locker room after the game, Terry Pagula noted Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane winning their 100th game. So milestone for them. And then McDermott made a point to let players know to kind of get healthy. He said, who's ever fresher on Thursday wins. So a short week. They've been through this before. But it is a challenge, of course, what this week will bring for them.
It is. And I guess the thing we're monitoring, and I haven't heard anything come out of Houston yet about this, but if C.J. Stroud is going to play or not. I mean, C.J. Stroud missed the game for the Texans. They go to Tennessee, and they only win a game 16-13. They don't have great rushing numbers against the Tennessee defense. But, again, they're going to want to run the ball against the Bills. Davis Mills threw 41 times in this game, in a 16-13 game, by the way. He threw 41 times, 274 yards. I mean, they may just – right now, I've heard people say that they think that maybe the Texans are better, with Davis Mills under center. Maybe. I mean, Stroud's been struggling, but that's weird to say, right? I don't know. We'll see. But that's you're right. And health-wise, what I'm trying to remember yesterday, that was just the calf for Hardman, I believe, was the only notable injury. Now, at the end of the game, a couple people pointed out to me online that Cole Bishop did not play the last few snaps and that he was getting his hamstring worked on the sideline. I did not get any injury update or report, but there were only a couple minutes left in the game, and it was a 2-score lead, so I don't know. Cole Bishop did do media afterward, but it is a quick turnaround, so that might be something to monitor.
All right, that's the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. That everybody we need to get to on the injury report, Sal?
I think so. I don't remember anybody else that popped up for the Bills. It was just Mecole Hardman. And I did ask Mecole Hardman specifically, did you come out because of the calf or did you come out because you put the ball on the ground? he did one of those. No, it's because of the calf, right? I don't know though. He didn't go back in the game after he fumbled, but it could have been the calf. I'm not really sure. He said it was the calf.
Could I throw in, Sal, that Shaq Thompson practicing in full and then not playing might imply that he would be ready to go Thursday?
It's a good point, Joe, because I think maybe you have to balance those things out and say, look, we're going to have, enough guys available, and if something happens to him in this game, the quick turnaround, and we know Terrell Bernard he's kind of been open about it. Like, he's dealing with the ankle. Like, we see it, we know it, and he basically is saying, hey, I'm doing everything I can to be ready and healthy every one of these games. He's doing everything he can to be, and I thought he looked better yesterday. Doesn't mean he's, to me, 100%, but I do think Terrell Bernard looked a little bit better. I thought he was a little better lateral movement, dropping. It's been a talking point this year about the way he's looked. So, if he could stay healthy, continue to be healthy, and you get Shaq Thompson back, that'll help. And how about Dorian Williams? Dorian Williams is playing a big role for this team right now, guys. Dorian Williams came in. I didn't give him an arrow up, but maybe I should have, because he's coming in. He played. I think I have to look at the snap counts, 40% or something. But he's been a spy. He's been helping out, and I think Dorian Williams has played a key part here.
That third down rush package they have with him, Sal, like that is. I don't know about break glass in case of emergency so much as it's just like it's standard for what they do in important moments now. And for quarterbacks like Baker, and will that be the plan for Lamar and for Mahomes if they meet again, and maybe Daniel Jones, who can run a little bit? Like, you like to see it because it does work for them. And we've seen it work now a couple times against good quarterbacks.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see about Thompson. You're right about that. Good news that Taron Johnson and Cam Lewis both did wind up playing. TJ Sanders obviously wound up playing as well. So, we'll see what the week holds. Sean McDermott will talk to the media a little bit later today.
All right. Thanks, Sal.
You got it.
Sal Kapacio on the Western Hotline. Bills win. It's a victory Monday. He's coming up today with the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Short week for the Bills, right off to Houston to play the Texans. Around the league, other stuff to keep an eye on. The Patriots played on Thursday, so we don't have an update there. The Dolphins played in the international game, in the Madrid game, which was a field goal fest and went to overtime. It was not exactly the most exciting game, but Miami did win. But the most relevant outcomes, Jacksonville dominates the Chargers, who are just a mess without a couple of offensive linemen. Cincinnati blown out by Pittsburgh. Houston hangs on, barely beats Tennessee. The Rams with a 21-19 win over Seattle.
Yep.
Baltimore rallies to beat Cleveland. And Denver 9-2.
Lamar was horrible in that game, and they still managed to win.
Yeah.
Which is big as Pittsburgh won.
That's right. Baltimore had a great tush-push call. All-timer.
They called it the Hurricane.
The Hurricane?
That's the name of it.
That's a terrible name for it.
I mean, Andrews spins.
Call it the spin.
You understand why it's called the Hurricane. What do you want to call it?
It's called the spin cycle.
The spin cycle.
Yeah.
I mean, a hurricane does spin. That's why they're calling it that.
Yeah, I guess so. 803-0550. Your calls. We're wide open here. Tell us what you saw, what you liked, what you didn't like, how your expectations may be changing. We'll get to that. And Chris Brown joins us at 8:30. It's a Victory Monday here on WGR. I have this problem where when the Bills play like that, I think they're going to win the Super Bowl. And I also have this problem where I think, why don't they just play like that every game? Right? But part of the problem is, you might be out here worried about the run defense, and I can't see the run defense. I can't hear a word about the run defense because I'm pretty sure if the game plan was going forward, let's just rip 6 touchdowns every game, I think you'll win most of your games. I think that's a good formula. Josh Allen was not even best version of spectacular, amazing Josh Allen. He was not pinpoint. He was inconsistent. He was inefficient, if I could use a word there. I'm not trying to say these as any sort of knocks on his game, Joe. Just it was not about efficiency, protecting the ball. It was watching Allen play the way that I personally believe he's at his best. And I maybe think that Baker is part of the reason he did it.
Yeah.
If you think about Allen at his best, is it nuts to say he pulls out his best against Baker, Lamar, Mahomes, Stafford, Goff? You give him a great offense to keep up with, and what does he do? He goes ham. He goes nuts.
Yeah.
He's up for that. And if you're playing a game against another team and you're just like, man, let's make sure we protect the ball here, then he can kind of wither back into, I don't know, into his shell.
Right, he plays against a Tua or a Bryce Young or whoever. Who was the Saints quarterback and they play him? Spencer Rattler.
Yeah.
And it's just, the only way we can lose this game is if you lose it. So let's just not do that.
That's a good way to put it, yeah.
And in these games, it's all out.
Yep.
The Shavers play. He's got Gabe open over the middle. He had someone else open, I think, on the play. He was totally protected and looked like he was about to scramble. And all of that ends up in, I'm going to turn down all of that and just sling it 50 yards through the air to Shavers along the boundary.
So let's shift to the defense where there will be some downs for sure. I mean, they had trouble in the run game, and Sean Tucker kind of got loose quite a bit. Baker Mayfield escaped, contained a bunch of times. It's a day that the defense will have some things to clean up, no doubt.
Yeah, for sure. And, it's the same old theme that we've talked about all year, which is run defense being an issue. And here come the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they just kind of ran it right at the Bills and right down their throat, and they go over to over 200 yards total rushing, and it's just not a good number. You don't want to see that. That was, again, a run defense that I thought did not really win the point of attack. And, when you have Terrell Bernard and Jordan Poyer, making 11 tackles each. On Bernard, you want to make those tackles, but it felt like a lot of those tackles were, not in the areas right at the line of scrimmage. I actually felt Bernard did not play a bad game at all. I think Poyer was out of position on one or two where he couldn't get to it in time, so because that's just kind of who he is at this point. I thought he played a pretty strong game otherwise when he got there. I thought Bernard and Poyer both played a strong game on the ball, but I felt like the defensive line needed to do a better job. They did not. Tristan Wirfs really, he's tough, left tackle. Every time they ran that pull with him coming around, that was tough for the Bills. They got on the edge a couple times. Tucker has that long run. But, yeah, guys, I know it's another game in which, here comes a team running the ball at you. And what really happened in this game was, to me, the Bills were just not good on first and second down, and the Bucs were living in third and short all game long, and that's why they had a really high third down conversion rate. Both teams did, by the way, and it just seemed things were too easy. That's how you allow Baker Mayfield to run a 4th and 1 with his legs, run a 3rd and short with his legs, because you're not putting them in 3rd and long situations. Now, second half, a little bit better. They did tighten up on the run on first and second down, which allowed them to be able to get off the field a couple of series, which were key on third down.
The Bills able to overcome Tampa Bay in a shootout by a score of 44-32. It was a shaky start, especially with the interception from within their own 10-yard line, but the Bills' offense returned to form. Josh Allen scored 6 total touchdowns, 3 through the air and 3 on the ground himself. With those touchdowns, Allen now has the most touchdowns by an NFL player age 30 or under. Tyrell Shavers was the leading receiver for Buffalo, tallying 4 receptions and 90 yards, along with a touchdown. The Bills are now on a short week, gearing up to head to Houston to take on the Texans for Thursday Night Football. The Sabres were able to snap their winless streak in the final game of their road trip against the Red Wings by a score of 5-4 in overtime, with Matthias Samuelsson scoring the game-winning goal. They're back in action tonight at home against the Edmonton Oilers for a 7 o'clock puck drop. Full play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Here's the snap. Allen going to run it over the right side, looking for the end zone, and the Beast is in once again for a 5-yard touchdown run. It's a 5-touchdown day for Josh Allen.
Chris Brown on the call. Highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Allen would order up a 6-pack. 6 touchdowns, 3 through the air, 3 on the ground, in a vintage Josh Allen performance, embracing the chaos, embracing the playmaking ability. It was a sight for sore eyes. Lots of Bills fans have been wanting this team to push the ball down the field, and they did exactly that in this blowout win. I should say blowout win. They beat the Bucs by double digits. Does that count as a blowout?
They were down early in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So it could have gone the wrong way.
It could have. The defense had its troubles, but vintage Allen. Tyrell Shavers comes through, makes a bunch of big plays. Gabe Davis in the lineup makes some plays. Curtis Samuel makes some plays. They've been seeking things in the passing game, and no complaints, no notes. Perfect performance from the passing game. Even though it might have been a bit erratic, that's still the kind of performance I want from the Bills and Josh Allen on offense, and gives me more faith that they can beat Houston, who is a very, very good defense.
That is probably going to be the best defense that they play all season.
Yeah.
Or at least to this point. The pass rush especially. And in this game, one time Allen was hurried by the Tampa Bay defensive line. And I can't imagine that it will only be once against Houston. But if they can have downfield answers to Houston coming up on Thursday, I think that will only make it easier for Allen to beat the blitz. If he has guys he trusts out there, Davis being back in the fold and Shavers maybe playing into that as well, that could be a big difference between what Thursday could look like and what it looked like earlier in the season.
One other tendency breaker we got out of this game was heading into it, it's been, well, if they can't run the ball, then they can't really move offensively. Right. And we've seen if teams stop the run, they're able to stop the Bills. And finally, a game where the run was not working early, the passing game was able to bail them out. So kudos to Joe Brady for a game well called, for Allen for making plays. And, the passing chart with all the dots where they're further downfield.
Yes.
And fewer than, it was 3 passes behind the line of scrimmage. So, love to see it.
And for the running backs not doing much in the run game at all, I mean, James Cook only runs for 3 yards per attempt, to get them involved in the pass game, which has also been absent most of this season, and to do it in different ways, right? Ty Johnson gets a big play on a screen, and then another one, speaking of downfield throws, Cook releases against a defensive lineman. You're never going to be able to cover Cook like that, and that's a 30-yard pass down the field to a running back.
You know, everybody eats the roller coaster of the everybody eats mantra for the Bills. It's been, last year it was great, and then this year it started to lean into, got to get the ball to Kincaid and Shakir and Cook and nobody else. And here's a game where there's no Kincaid. Shakir goes for -3 receiving, and Allen throws for more than 300 yards. They did get back to just finding options all over the field. Gabe Davis back worked as well as I think anybody could have asked. And a Shavers breakout game, maybe. We'll see where that goes. 803-0550. Steven Wheatfield. Hey, Steve. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So I called you guys a couple weeks ago, and I don't know if you remember this. I was talking to you guys about how football, just like the championship mindset of whether we get to a Super Bowl is the only thing that matters, and I wasn't enjoying games as much. No touchdowns were fun for me. It's just get to the big one and win it all. Yesterday changed that for me completely. I had a blast yesterday. I will take a shootout every day. Those are fun games to watch, and it's fun to be on the winning side, of course. I do feel like playing to win is a lot more fun than playing to not lose, obviously. And I feel like yesterday they played to win. Obviously, the defense needs improvement, but I'll take that offensive performance every day of the week. And last thing, kind of a cool way. I love Baker. He's probably one of my favorite non-Bills in the NFL. And I don't know if you guys have seen The Longest Yard with Adam Sandler. Probably have.
Mm-hmm.
There's the scene where he is being doubted by his team because it looks like he's throwing the game against the guards. And he goes out and says, I'm going to do it myself, and runs. And I feel like that's Baker, like, all the time. And so he's a very, very highly respected guy in my mind. And yesterday was just a lot of fun. So great to see. And another thing, too, last thing, Cole Bishop, dude feels like he's in on every play, flying around, making tackles. Very exciting to see his potential coming into fruition, and looking forward to seeing him continue to grow. But happy Victory Monday, guys. Enjoy this week. It's a lot more fun waking up on a Monday after a Bills win.
Yep.
So hopefully you guys enjoy the week, and we'll talk soon. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Steve.
I think Cole Bishop is a real story right now.
Yeah.
Like, his ascension, beginning of the year, it was just, well, he's playing better than Rapp. And that was kind of it. To now, he's making impact plays, 3 out of every 4 games as of late. And even yesterday, they could not stop the run at all. And that's been a problem all year long. And if they play a team like an Indy in the postseason or Baltimore again, like, maybe that becomes a real issue. But if you can keep the passing game in check, I just don't think it's as big of a deal. Even yesterday, couldn't stop the run at all, right? Tampa had 6 failed drives, 4 punts and 2 turnovers. You give me 6 drives in a game where the opposing offense does not come away with points, I don't think that's that bad a result.
Yeah, I'm into it too. Like, Todd Bowles after this game said, you score 32, you should win. And
right, but he scored 32 on, was it 11 drives they had?
12.
12 drives.
12 drives, yeah.
Like, that's not actually that great.
Like,
it's fine.
I fear any coach or GM falling into the trap of some imagined static game. 32 wins a lot of games. That's right. You're going to beat Spencer Rattler every time. You're going to beat Jameis Winston. You're going to beat a lot of quarterbacks. You're not going to beat Josh Allen every time. If the Bills play the AFC Championship game tomorrow in Indy, and you heard that the Colts put up 32, can the Bills win that game? Of course. Like, why would you think just 32, some static number, is going to be good enough against a Bills team?
Well, it's a coach who plays in the NFC South.
True. Right.
He plays Bryce Young, Spencer Rattler, and he's not playing the best quarterbacks every week.
Michael Penix. If they score 32 in all their division games,
they should win them all.
Go 6-0.
Yeah.
Right. And if the Bills score 32 in every game, they probably win most of them, but not all.
They might not beat New England.
If you score 41 in every game, what would you do? Probably go 8-0, 9-0, 10-0, just pile on the points. Right. It really is like I keep using the phrase like thread the needle. I feel like we've watched this team try to thread the needle of complementary football and balance and protecting your defense with ball control and time of possession, and that was just like nowhere yesterday. They were just dynamic. They didn't really, I don't want to say they didn't care about efficiency, but it was not.
No, but they were hunting big plays.
Yeah, and they found it. Yeah. They found big plays, which this offense, did anyone notice whether or not the passes were yak passes or not? Like, Ty Johnson's was. What about the other ones?
Yeah.
0 yak on the Tyrell Shavers touchdown. Who cares? Like, score, get points, let Allen play free, and Josh Allen playing free is what I think brings this offense to its best. Houston on Thursday, and we'll get to this a lot during the week, like, it's a big game for the tackles. Deion Dawkins, Spencer Brown. Like, Houston is going to bring the best pair of defensive ends the Bills have seen. They might not have to blitz. They can cover on the back end. So, big test for this passing game.
And the receivers, I mean, they get to go up against a backup corner, right? Yesterday against Tampa.
Yeah.
And who's Derek Stingley covering?
Well, whoever's covering is probably not going to see the ball.
He could be taken out of the game.
How about
quick.
the Tyrell Shavers glow up from is he going to make the team to getting covered by Derek Stingley?
Will
in
Derek
a primetime
Stingley
game?
Shadow Tyrell Shavers in this game?
Josh in North Carolina. Hey, Josh. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, I just wanted to say, with that whole Keon Coleman situation and stuff, like, all the Bills, we want him to do good. We want our players to succeed. But, man, I just think this is a big, wide eye-opener for him. Like, hey, you got Deion Dawkins calling him out after the game like that. Like, come on, Keon. We're in this little, rough stretch the last 2-3 weeks. But, hey, Keon, we need you to step up. We need you to play well. So who knows, guys? This might be a little motivator for him, but I really like seeing Gabe Davis back out there. Hardman, I know he had the fumble, but, great return guy. And he almost, I don't know if y'all saw in the first quarter, he almost had that, big play ability. So I just wanted y'all's input on just the receivers and what y'all think we got going forward.
Thanks, Josh. Someone pointed out to me, and, whatever. You don't want to make it about one player. I'm not sitting here telling you that Keon Coleman was holding them back last year because they scored 34, 31, 30. He gets hurt in the Miami game. Mm-hmm. He leaves the lineup. They go 30, 30, 35, 42, 48, 24, 40, and then a game that doesn't matter, and then into the playoffs. So when he left their lineup last year, they didn't miss a beat. And right. You could even argue they got to another level. So he had been getting a lot of snaps and diversifying those snaps into two or three other guys that maybe can run different routes and can, of course, separate down the field. I just feel like there was a lot more space to work for Josh Allen and this receiving core in this game.
And for him getting back in, forget for a moment where he was drafted. Forget that he was the first pick of the second round. What basis is there for him getting back on the field? Because he's not getting open. He's not even doing the thing that everyone thought he would when they drafted him, which is contested catches. I saw yesterday he ranks 76th out of 97 qualifying receivers in contested catches. So he's not performing on the field. He has the coach wondering or talking about openly in the public, well, his effort's not always there. That's not great. And he's missing meetings to the point where he's now been disciplined 3 times that we know about. Like, other than the draft pick, I don't see any basis for him getting back in the lineup.
No, and it's about, you don't say, make an example of a player, but if you all of a sudden make it where you can miss 3 meetings and get your job back the next day, even though the guy that went in ahead of you was better than you, a culture of accountability would say, I think that he's going to sit for a little while until somebody else gets hurt or until there's a game plan specific. I don't know. 803-0550 is our phone number. It is a victory Monday. Short week. Bills beat the Bucs and now play the Houston Texans on Thursday Night Football. Of course, you can hear that game here on WGR, and we'll get right into the week, of course. But for now, Victory Monday. Give us a call. Wide open phone lines for you on the run defense, the pass defense, Cole Bishop, on what they've found in the passing game that a lot of people, I think I'd seen, are pretty happy about this. I've got a good tweet and a couple of graphics to talk about. You don't have to see these graphics, but I just want to read the replies to the "Which Josh do you want?" tweet that I saw. So we'll get to that. 803-0550 on WGR.
Because return game was interesting. There was the fumble by Hardman. I forgot about that. But otherwise, have you ever seen a game where a team was so consistently good in the kick return? It was every time they got it was a 40-plus yard return.
It was amazing. That was a real big part of it. The good and the bad, though. The good, I gave an arrow up, obviously, to the kick return game. And how about Ray Davis? Did a great job in the kick return game. That's a good example of how that's a running play now. It's a running back play. Ray Davis, total 158 yards on 4 returns. Mecole Hardman starts it off with a 61-yard return. The bad part is they had great field position and squandered it all day long, it felt like. They had the drive starts, guys, at their own 49, their own 44, and Tampa's 46, and they totaled just one field goal on those 3 drives combined. And a lot of that was the kick return game. So, we'll see where they go going forward here, how they want to do this lineup. But I do think with the calf injury and a 4-day turnaround, a guy who just got here, it might be a little bit aggressive to maybe think that he could play on Thursday.
So let's shift to the defense, where there will be some downs for sure. They had trouble in the run game, and Sean Tucker kind of got loose quite a bit. Baker Mayfield escaped, contained a bunch of times. It's a day that the defense will have some things to clean up, no doubt.
Yeah, for sure. And, it's the same old theme that we've talked about all year, which is run defense being an issue. And here come the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they just kind of ran it right at the Bills and right down their throat, and they go over to 200 yards total rushing, and it's just not a good number. You don't want to see that. That was, again, a run defense that I thought did not really win the point of attack. And, when you have Terrell Bernard and Jordan Poyer, making 11 tackles each. On Bernard, you want to make those tackles, but it felt like a lot of those tackles were, not in the areas right at the line of scrimmage. I actually felt Bernard did not play a bad game at all. I think Poyer was out of position on one or two where he couldn't get to it in time, so because that's just kind of who he is at this point. I thought he played a pretty strong game otherwise when he got there. I thought Bernard and Poyer both played a strong game on the ball, but I felt like the defensive line needed to do a better job. They did not. Tristan Wirfs really, he's tough, left tackle. Every time they ran that pull with him coming around, that was tough for the Bills. They got on the edge a couple times. Tucker has that long run. But, yeah, guys, I know it's another game in which, here comes a team running the ball at you. And what really happened in this game was, to me, the Bills were just not good on first and second down, and the Bucs were living in third and short all game long, and that's why they had a really high third down conversion rate. Both teams did, by the way, and it just seemed things were too easy. That's how you allow Baker Mayfield to run a 4th and 1 with his legs, run a 3rd and short with his legs, because you're not putting them in 3rd and long situations. Now, second half, a little bit better. They did tighten up on the run on first and second down, which allowed them to be able to get off the field a couple of series, which were key on third down.
Getting too high, not getting too low, starting off 4-0 and we're the best team in the world, lose 2 in a row when we're the worst team in the world, and it's like we don't want to ride that. We just want to stay here, stay consistent, continue to work hard, put together game plans, and go out there and execute on game days.
Bills quarterback Josh Allen, Locker Room Audio brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Big win for the Bills, big bounce back. The same team that just lost to Miami by double digits put up 44 and beat the Bucs by double digits. So a great bounce back performance for the offense and for the Bills as they get to 7-3.
Very nice closeout at the end of the game, too. Daquan Jones getting through after Mayfield as they were trying to get back in the game. Dorian Williams' recovery, too, and I thought we talked about him earlier. He was really solid yesterday.
It's funny, again, you look at point totals and score and all this. If the Bills' offense plays a good to great game and the defense gets 6 stops of any kind, 6 failed drives, that's a big number. There were a lot of possessions in this game. Each team had 12. So great performance from the Bills' offense, and the defense, they got gashed in the run game, but
the defense is, I looked at this this morning. Like, if you look at the 7 teams in the playoffs right now for the AFC, Denver has an elite defense.
Yep.
No doubt about it. The other 6 teams, New England, Indy, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Chargers, Jacksonville. Nobody's got a top-level defense.
Yeah.
Some of those are decent defenses. Indy's okay. Pittsburgh can be up and down.
New England's okay.
But you don't have dominant defenses. So if the Bills' problem right now is, well, the defense isn't as great as it's been in past years. Like, Houston isn't in right now. Kansas City's been a little bit better. They're not in a spot right now. Like, you just don't have these dominant defensive units that are right now in those playoff spots.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Joe in Buffalo is next up. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, how you doing, guys? What's going on today?
Not much.
I'm just happy about the win. Everything looked good on offense, but can we just tell Brady, can we take a petition, maybe tell Brady to get rid of that Shakir screen? If you remember in the fourth quarter, we threw that screen on third down. We didn't get it, and that could have been a different game because if it wasn't for the face mask, we're punting there. And we got it's a different ball game.
Yep.
It was 3rd and 4, 2:56 left. And the Bills are up by, let's see, they're up by 1 score. It's 37-32. So if they don't get that, they're kicking a field goal. He was going to lose yardage. So it would have been 4th and 6. They would have kicked a field goal to go up 8. Tampa very much still in it, 1-score game. So they did get away with it a little bit because to stay consistent, I did say the same thing on the Ty Johnson screen. Like, screen on 3rd and 5. He scored, so sometimes it works. But there is nothing that drives me more crazy right now with their offense than 3rd and 4 or longer and how often they call screen passes.
Well, in this game, there were 3 throws behind the line of scrimmage. If you tell me the rest...
That's why this game, it wasn't that big a deal.
You tell me the rest of the season, there will be 3? Yeah. Fine. You can throw it. It'll work sometimes. I do want to get Shakir yards after catch. He is still good at that. It was kind of jarring to see that he didn't get the ball down the field at all in this game. Nowhere.
Well, Allen did miss him on the one.
That's right.
He had that route up the sideline. That probably would have been a 30-yard gain.
That's right.
But that was it. It's not like there really was much happening with him other than that one miss.
Sprinkle in the screens. You can't build your whole offense out of the screens, as we well know. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. It's a victory Monday. Listen, the 1-seed race, it's back on. It's back on. They have 3 losses. The best team in the league has 2.
Yeah.
Or the best team in the conference has 2.
Denver's at 2.
You got to chase down New England. I've got Indy and Denver, and I don't know who's going to lose the game next. Colts and Chiefs. Tomorrow.
Big one for both
Tomorrow
sides.
we'll talk about who to root for.
Got to root for Indy, right?
If you want to root, sure.
Got to root for Indy.
Yeah, that's probably right. Root for Indy. Get the Chiefs below 50% to make the playoffs.
Right.
803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, happy Victory Monday. Give us a call on the other side. It's Victory Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. The offense found something that they'd been looking for weeks. I don't want to go and say years. They've been very good in other ways, but a vertical passing game, and I guess it's kind of a surprise. You see the offense at its best, and it was not because of Dalton Kincaid or Khalil Shakir. The other receivers, Tyrell Shavers, Gabe Davis, the running backs getting involved yet again. Like, we kind of saw Allen come back out and play to the top of his ability.
This was a quintessential everybody eats game, wasn't it? I mean, like, it wasn't just everybody getting targets. 10 different receivers had targets, 9 different receivers had catches. This was also a big plays by receivers. Tyrell Shavers down the field, running backs out of the backfield. I mean, the Bills running backs contributed with 150, close to 150 yards receiving, I think, between both James Cook and Ty Johnson. So, yeah, this definitely was. I have it right here. What was it? 125 catches for 127 yards and 2 touchdowns. Well, I think it's too early to say like something like this because of what happened yesterday with Keon Coleman. But I think there has to be immediately a discussion about them being and looking better on the boundary with Tyrell Shavers and Gabe Davis than they have with the receivers that they've had, including Keon Coleman. And I don't know like what happens going forward, But I agree with you, Jeremy. It looked better. It looked different. This was not a great Bucs passing defense, and they did lose Jamel Dean early in the game. Right, that hurt them. There's no doubt. I give the Bills a lot of credit for buttoning up the pass protection after the first series. That was not a good first series. After that, Josh Allen was hardly sniffed on. I mean, the Bucs were credited with one QB hurry in the game, by the way, and they did not even sack him. I think the QB hurry came in that first series. But that helped. But then when Josh did have to move around, scramble drills. The scramble drills looked so much better because guys were getting open in the fashion in which we've seen guys get open over the last few years with Josh Allen doing his thing like that. So I agree. Chaos is not a bad word when it comes to Josh Allen. And the wide receiver group, even with Khalil Shakir doing nothing and getting negative yards, he had
minus
negative 3 yards. Even with that happening, it just looked better.
The Bills able to overcome the Bucs in a shootout by a score of 44-32.
Allen back to pass, now going to tuck it and run as he's looking for the end zone, and the surge pushes him in.
It was a shaky start, especially with the early interception from within their own 10-yard line, but the Bills' offense returned to form. Josh Allen scored 6 total touchdowns, 3 through the air and 3 on the ground by himself. With those touchdowns, Allen now has the most touchdowns by an NFL player aged 30 or under. Tyrell Shavers was the leading receiver for Buffalo, tallying 4 receptions for 90 yards and a touchdown. The Bills are now on a short week, gearing up to head to Houston to take on the Texans for Thursday Night Football. The Sabres are finally able to snap their winless streak in the final game of a road trip against the Red Wings by a score 5-4 in overtime, with Matthias Samuelsson scoring the game-winning goal. They're back in action tonight at home against the Edmonton Oilers with a 7 o'clock puck drop. And full play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, some results from the weekend. The Packers outlast the Giants 27-20. Josh Jacobs left the game with a knee injury and will undergo further testing today. The Panthers beat the Falcons in overtime 30-27. The Bengals fall to the Steelers 34-12. Aaron Rodgers did leave the game early with a wrist injury, and Adam Schefter reports that there is concern that Rodgers may have a slight break in his left wrist. The Jaguars demolished the Chargers 35-6. The Broncos topped the Chiefs 22-19, and last night the Eagles beat the Lions 19-6. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
You could take 2 turnovers and 6 total touchdowns every day of the week, wouldn't you? And look, I love James Cook. I think he's a really good back. And I think they do need to run the football. But they need to run the football when they need to run the football. When you need to run the football is when you have a lead. Look at the way their defense is constructed. We watched it again today. Do they stop the run ever? They don't stop the run. And if you can't stop the run, what's the best way to stop the run? Is get a lead and take advantage of your big play quarterback. And I think we saw that today. And when you do that, you turn your pass rushers loose, and we saw that late in the game. They're a better team playing with the lead. So why restrict the quarterback? Let him throw the ball. I know they say, well, you don't have any receivers. You don't have that. You can scheme stuff. We see teams all the time scheme it open. And you can take shots. Let him play free. Let him play loose. Let him use those legs like he did today. This is the Josh Allen that needs to be playing for the Buffalo Bills. If he plays like this, they have a chance to get to the Super Bowl. If they think they're going to line up and play power football and run the football with that defense and the way they stop the run, they're going home early in the postseason.
Pete Prisco. No notes. Perfectly said. I mainly perfectly said, Joe, because I agree with every word of it and have for years. You don't have to hit this small target of efficiency and keep your defense off the field. It's like, go out there like it is a race to 40. Play that way, because it felt like they played that way in this game. Early mistake. They got away with it. The defense makes a big stop in the red zone, and from there, the Bills' offense. The first drive was chaos, by the way.
Yeah, it was.
They kind of got away with a bunch on the first drive, too. By the way, it's Victory Monday. Happy to have you with us here on WGR 803-0550 to join us. Mike Catalana, our buddy Mike Catalana, chronicled exactly what happened in the first drive, which the Bills did score a touchdown on their first drive. It included going for a 4th down, a Ty Johnson fumble. It was just like, it was nuts. So they did it, though. They got it in. And then,
that was their second drive, technically.
Second drive. Sorry, you're right.
The first drive was also crazy, but only because of one play.
One chest pass.
Yeah.
They came out throwing, which... Listen, I'm going to pull up the game log here because they threw on first down, then threw on second down. That's the interception. And then the next drive, I was a bit afraid. Like, all right, here we go.
Yep.
It's going to be careful. We can't turn the ball over. I really wonder if the game plan was to be more of what they were because they feared what Tampa could do. Right? We're going to need points out there instead of just slow playing it. But I've hated it whenever they play like they're afraid of Mahomes. I hate it whenever they are playing to keep the opposing team off the field. That feels like you're trying to reverse engineer your outcome. And Josh Allen, as Pete Prisco laid out right there, like, go nuts, man. Go nuts. 803-0550. We got a lateral in this game. I'll take it.
You got everything.
Got everything. What do we used to call him? Was it Mosh Allen?
Sugar High Josh.
Josh.
Mosh Allen was around at one point. Yeah. Yeah, it was not a game manager. game
No,
from him.
Not at all.
At all.
And
a game you just want games once in a while where you go, yeah, no other quarterback can have a game like that. Because often he's been having games where a lot of quarterbacks can do what they did against Carolina. That was a game that you even won, right? Yesterday, there are 2 people maybe in the league that can have the same game that Allen did.
Yeah, not many can do it.
That's what you want.
Yeah. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Well, it comes down to, listen, I feel like the coaching staff, the GM, they are, of course, going to try to reach all the players, get all the players best. You're Sean McDermott, you want everyone to do their 1/11th. Okay, that's the coach. That could be his message. Our message, as we talk about the team, is I think their best chance to win the whole thing and to go far is to allow the one guy that is clearly head and shoulders above everybody else, put as many plays as you can in his hands. And one side effect, by the way, of throwing only 2 of those screens instead of 10 of those screens, which that third down play call where they got the face mask, thank goodness, because I was ready to be mad about that.
Yep.
It's a third down play. Have you seen the game? The ball must be in Josh's hands, whatever you do here. And a screen is when you turn Josh Allen into Mitch Trubisky.
Right.
You've removed the quarterback that he is every time you throw these little screen passes. I respect they have a place in the offense, but if I got a 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5,
not the time.
No, I don't want it.
Yeah.
I don't want it. I want to play where he's going to have 1, 2, 3 chances to make a play, which in this game he multiple times was able to convert. 803-0550. We'll get to your phone calls here on a Buffalo Bills Victory Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Dave in Hamburg is up next. Hey, Dave, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy, Dave. Just for background, my dad played 11 years in the NFL, and I played 1. And I just thought that the Bishop ended the game great. But if you watch the defensive backs in the first quarter, they're catching every running back that comes through. They just catch them. They don't lay a lick on them. I just think that somebody needs to watch Jordan Poyer. He's with the Bills again and how he hits. So I'll just hang up and listen to your thoughts, Jeremy. Thanks. Bye.
Thanks, Dave.
15 tackles
For
from
Poyer,
Poyer yesterday.
Yeah.
You probably don't want that stat line every week because it means guys are getting to the 3rd level. I am in a fine place with their defense today. I'm just not panicking at all about the state of their defense. It's not perfect. They are missing guys. They still got defensive tackles playing defensive end, right? Hopefully a couple of important players come back at that. Bernard gives you more, or Thompson goes in and does more for you. But my biggest concern with their defense going into the season was their secondary. And I feel pretty good about where their secondary is at the moment. It's not amazing, but, right, comfortable? Is everyone comfortable with where they are in the secondary at the moment? Because I'm getting there.
I'm feeling a lot better. I mean, Poyer is steadying. I know you've got limitations, and there might be some spots where that's a problem.
Yeah.
But he knows what to do, and if he's been a part of what Cole Bishop, the light going on for Bishop, then,
right,
great job signing him. We had our concerns about it. I certainly did. How many people need to be in there to get in Cole Bishop's ear to make him a good player? Well, it worked. He's a good player now. Bishop is legit a good player and a guy back there that I feel like as the Bills build this secondary, and I've kind of, as we've watched the McDermott defenses over the years, the best versions of them are often built on a back end that they fully trust.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is starting to come together. That's Bishop and Hairston. And it's kind of like the receiver conversation, if you want to get to it, which is they have some pieces that are nice, and if you want it to get better, you're going to wait till next year. So what can they do with what they've got back there with Hairston, with Bishop, and Poyer, and Benford, and Trey White? By next year, you might add a safety because Poyer's not going to be back, and I don't know if you're going to turn things back over to Taylor Rapp. But for now, can they get by with it? If they make enough plays, you know what they end up looking like? They look like last year's defense, where it's give up some pretty big plays, somebody's going to make a play. Who's going to make the play? It's going to be Bishop. Or Terrell Bernard gets an interception here or there. Or Hairston, right? They still struggle on 3rd and longs. And I know that there are some Bills fans that think that only happens to the Bills. I mean, the Bills picked up a 3rd and 12. I'm watching the Chiefs and the Broncos pick up 3rd and 15s, 3rd and 14s. I know it feels like sometimes your defense is the only one that gets beat on 3rd and longs, but it does happen around the league.
Yeah.
The Bills, of course, gave up a 3rd and 12 and got house called on a touchdown on the next play. And that was tough. But
They are also, I think they're better this year. Last year they were bad. Weren't they like bottom of the league? Last season, third down defense, the Bills ranked 30th in the NFL. This year they rank 18th.
Better.
So better, right? Middle of the pack.
Yeah, better. Houston's number 3 in the league in that department.
Number 3. It's gonna be a real interesting game.
Thursday's a test.
The line looks like Stroud's playing. Like, that's just a guess, I'm sure, by them. But 3.5, that the Bills are favored by 3.5, tells me that the books right now are expecting Stroud's playing.
Johnny in Buffalo. Hey, Johnny, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. I got to disagree with you on that last point there. I don't know if that line really matters. I think Houston's got such a good defense. And going on the road, I think 3.5 is where we should be. I think even if Stroud was playing, it might move to maybe 4. But really quick on Josh Allen yesterday, man, it's just great to see him do the full Josh Allen experience. I love watching it, regardless of the turnovers. That's what we have. We have this dog out there who just he tries to make every play that he can. He tries to keep plays alive too long, and you kind of live and you die by it. And yesterday was one of those examples of it didn't matter what their offense did. And even if we turned the ball over a couple times, you just kind of knew we were going to score. And when the ball was in his hands, it was like, we're getting 6 here. And then I never felt like that game was in doubt. Even when Tampa had the lead, it's great to see Josh out there and doing Josh Allen things. I think, I agree with you, Jeremy, that, on third down there, I hate seeing those little screen plays. One of my buddies in my group chat was saying, I think Josh actually may have checked to that screenplay, though, because Shakir went in motion. Josh called a little audible at the line, and Shakir went right back out. And I think Josh actually checked into that screenplay. But, obviously I won't know that. It's just I feel like, when we kind of take the ball out of his hands on third down, it's almost like giving up. And just saying, maybe we'll get it, but I'd rather just live and die by the ball in his hand. And yesterday we did. And, we won the game, and he had 6 touchdowns. So all around, great day. Chiefs lost in the division. I know that the Pats are still got the stranglehold on it, but man, you kind of feel like that regression's got to come at some point. It's just they're a good team. They just don't have all that talented of a roster. So I'm just hoping that, at the end of the year we can take over that division again, and hey, go Bills.
Yeah, thanks, Johnny, for the phone call. Right, the one I don't think the 1 seed is out of reach at this point either. Mm-hmm. Like the Bills could stumble. They could stumble on Thursday against Houston, who has a very good defense. They could stumble against the Eagles, who have a very good defense as well. And after that, I think you might like your chances in most games. I don't think they're losing to Pittsburgh. The Patriots have obviously like a big lead. And if you think the Patriots are going to beat bad teams but lose to the Bills and Ravens, like it's going to be close. Like the Bills might have to run the table in order to get there. New England has a chance to lose to the Bills and still win the division, of course.
Right.
Who would you pick right now in Patriots-Ravens, which is Week 16? It is in Baltimore.
I'd probably pick the Ravens.
Probably.
Yeah.
But the Ravens are a team that can get goofy anytime and lose to anybody.
Yesterday was almost one of those
games. Right.
Yeah.
They're in a battle against the Browns, who had to go all the way down to Shedeur Sanders in this game.
Yeah.
So, after the Bills and Patriots play, if the Patriots win that game, the Patriots are going to win the division. I think you can almost count on that.
Yep.
If the Bills win it, the following week, I think we're probably looking and saying, like, all right, if the Bills finish the job, they might need to run they might need to run the table. They might need to beat Philadelphia, and we'll see if they can do that.
You want to keep the pressure on New England.
Yes.
Every week, like, don't stumble. And here we are. We're waiting to take over if you are going to lose a game to a Dolphins or they play the Giants coming up, right? Like a game like that.
They play the Bengals and the Giants, and then have a bye week, and then play the Bills.
They play the Bengals this week?
Yes.
It'd be nice for Joe Burrow to return for that game.
I don't think Burrow is trending for this week.
He did practice last week.
He did. I thought they were targeting Thanksgiving for him.
Targeting, but then they lost to Pittsburgh, and what's their record? 3-7. Does their record get bad enough where they just say, what's the point?
I wonder that myself, but they pay him a lot of money,
I know.
And if he's healthy, he might want to play. Matt Nakar is up next here on Buffalo Bills Victory Monday. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Hey guys, how you doing today? It's always great to have a victory Monday. I thought yesterday was kind of a microcosm of the season, like kind of up and down. And honestly, if they just came out and played like how they played most of the game from the beginning, they probably could have hung 60 on the Bucks. They had guys running wide open, and you score 44 points, and you feel like you missed a lot of plays out there that were there to be had. And I mean, they could have easily put up 60 points in that game, I think, against the Bucks. But, it's just so weird with this team this year. It's like you don't know what version you're getting week to week. I mean, some weeks you see them completely dominant on both sides of the ball, like against the Chiefs. Then you have the offensive, looking great in a lot of these games. Then some games they look terrible. Other games the defense is looking really good, and then other games they look terrible. And it's kind of like you don't know what you're getting from it week to week. And, I hope at some point we get some stable version of, what we can start expecting.
Thanks, Matt. I feel like what that game was to a degree was you're playing another good team.
Yeah.
Right? Tampa's good. They're 6-4 now. They were 6-2.
Yeah. Yeah, they're a good team. Who else will they play like that against?
The Bills?
Yeah.
Where it's do whatever it takes, let Allen throw downfield?
Yeah. Will they play Cincinnati like that when they play if Burrow's in the lineup?
I wonder if they'll play like that the rest of the year, because here's the thing. The Bills have been trying to say we can do that when we want, and yet there have been multiple games where they
can't.
Really want to and can't do it. I don't know how easy it is to say Coleman out is a factor here. I'm not going to quite write off what Kincaid out means. Not to blame him, not to say they're better without him, but
less predictable.
I got more receivers on the field, man. And Josh Allen, before they drafted Kincaid, before they went to Kincaid and decided what he was going to be, the Bills didn't throw to tight ends. Josh Allen didn't throw to tight ends.
No, never.
Josh Allen
bottom of the league every year. Yeah.
Right. What did he do? He did what he did yesterday. He threw to 3 receivers in the field all day, every day. Here's Diggs, Beasley, Sanders. Here's Gabe Davis. Here's Isaiah McKenzie.
John Brown.
Like, he threw to receivers.
Yep.
And Dawson Knox was a tight end that people knew about. He was on the field a lot, and sometimes he was part of the offense, and they went to him in the red zone a lot. And then they draft Kincaid, and their offense became a lot more about the middle of the field. And Shakir is another receiver that gives them the middle of the field. Yesterday was a game where they threw to the outside.
Yeah.
I wonder if the entire reason it all happened that way is because Tampa comes in saying, like, listen, if we just close the middle of the field, then this team can't throw to the outside. And then they're like, actually, with this group, we can.
Right.
With Davis and Shavers and Palmer and Samuel to a degree. Samuel's catching passes on the sideline and getting open. Like, all of a sudden, what was vintage Josh Allen about it is it wasn't passes specifically designed to generate yak yards. It was throw to the boundary receiver who's going to run 10 yards and turn around and come back.
Right.
I mean, that was the bread and butter with the Diggs years, was those kind of plays. So I feel like I saw the old offense because I saw the Bills use the boundary, which has been something they're almost allergic to because of the way the roster was constructed.
I'll say a lot of that has been that Coleman lives out there.
That's right.
And your boundary passes have been, I'm throwing back shoulders to a covered Keon Coleman.
Right, like
and I'm hoping for a flag, maybe.
Right. Such low percentage plays.
Right.
Just like.
Whereas in this game, like Gabe caught one that was like heavily contested, right? But otherwise, like Palmer, Gabe, Samuel, like when they were catching the ball, they were generally open.
Completion percentage over expected. I don't know if you. So
Shavers too.
The two charts, right? There's the chart from Allen's Miami game and the chart from this game, like where the ball traveled. And I thought it was a great juxtaposition. Anthony Borosco of Cover One. Screenshot of the two. One of them is 3 touchdowns, no picks, 217 yards, and a completion percentage over expected because he's throwing to available receivers. And look at this. Look at all these throws. Pinpoint accuracy, but nothing ever went more than 8 yards. 3 touchdowns, no picks. That's a good day, right? Everyone said that's a good day. And then there's this one where the completion percentage over expected was in the minus because he missed some throws, but because he was trying much more difficult throws further down the field. There are no screens. There were 2. I'm just so encouraged by efficiency is fine, but it is not your end game. Your goal is not efficiency. Your goal is points. And is time of possession good? Yes, it is good, but it's not what they hang banners for, you know? So it ends up looking to me like the best offense they've played in years. Years. And that's, yes, a team that scored 30 points per game in 8 straight games down the stretch last year. I feel it's still like this was the Ram game. This was the Lions game.
Mm-hmm.
This was when you have your own beliefs out there, but like when I truly think they can win it, it's because they show that Allen still, of course, has this in him.
Well, even if they did think, well, we still do prefer to play the way we did last year, which is ball control and running the ball a lot and, screen passes and yak plays and not turning it over, putting the ball in harm's way. Even if they preferred that, they might be in a place where they think, that was nice, we can't play like that anymore. Because that's how teams are expecting us to play. Mm-hmm. Teams have figured that out, so we have to pivot. We have to do this. Not because even they prefer it, it's just you got to show defenses that you have it in you. And there was just none of that going on when Coleman was in the lineup. And more, like the Miami game, it's a lot of Coleman and Elijah Moore that are your answers. And in this game, your personnel is just so different. And to have that game, like I think it could help against Houston. It could help against every defense you play coming up. Because I thought the blueprint was out. You pack it in, you don't let screens through, you stop James Cook, and you should have a pretty good day defensively against the Bills. And now I look at it and go, well, how much do I have to respect Gabe Davis and Josh Palmer and Tyrell Shavers? Because if I have to start paying more attention to them, well, that's going to start making it easier on Cook and on the screen passes when you run them. Just think every impact is positive. When you show the league, we still have the big play.
Maybe we'll dig more into this tomorrow, but would you bet the AFC East winner is the 1 seed? Let me give you Denver and Indy's schedules from here, okay?
Yeah.
Those two teams have 2 losses. Denver next plays Washington.
Yep.
Like a win there
That's
for
a
them.
win there. Gets back at quarterback.
It's on the road.
Yep.
The Raiders.
Win.
Okay, we're 11-2. Packers.
Loss, but the Packers can. The Packers are weird, but I'll say loss.
Then they play the even weirder team next, the Jaguars.
Oh yeah,
have no
flip a coin.
No idea,
no clue.
I have absolutely no idea.
Yeah,
Chiefs and Chargers. So that's
the end is kind of tough.
That's 4 tough games to close.
Yep.
That's all I'm going to put out there. Like they could get to 11-2, 4 tough games to close. The Colts, their schedule goes like this from this point on: Chiefs, tough. Texans,
tough defense.
Jaguars,
who knows?
Seattle,
tough.
Niners,
pretty tough.
Jaguars,
who knows?
Texans.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's the Colts schedule.
That's a tough schedule.
Are they going to lose 2? Are they going to lose 3?
Yeah.
That's tough. So the 1 seed race is very much alive, and I just think we might get to a spot where that Bills-Patriots, that game could be ultimately decide the division. It could ultimately decide a 1 seed. I don't think the race is over for the 1 seed, so exciting times. 803-0550 to join us. Chris Brown on the other side. He called the old 6-pack from Josh Allen. 3 passing touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns. Bills win 44-32, beat the Bucs. We're talking about it with you here on a Victory Monday on WGR.
I think that Keon plays Thursday, possibly, but I think you insert him right in there, and if you continue with that same game plan that they used yesterday and put Keon on those McCole Carter, simple routes, different routes that Keon runs usually, I think he'll be fine. I mean, he's young. He's 22. When I was 22, I was late for work a couple times. I mean, things happen, and like Terrell Shaver said, keep his mind right. And Josh Allen said, I wish he was out there. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Fair enough. I mean, they're going to say nice things. He's a young kid. They don't want to bury him. They don't want to isolate him. I don't know how he gets back in the lineup. And I certainly don't think he should.
No.
Though there will be a time, but I don't know. He comes out. He can't go in for Hardman. Hardman's I think, is going to continue returning kicks for them.
Yes.
They signed him to the 53. They're going to be upset about a fumble. So Hardman stays in. So Keon Coleman goes in for who? Gabe? I don't think so. Sorry. I don't think so.
Not Shavers.
He
not
certainly
Palmer,
can't go in for Shavers. Not going to go in for Palmer.
Yeah, I don't think he's going in.
He's going to have to wait for Gabe to tweak a knee or an ankle or something.
Samuel maybe, but
I mean, I thought I got Curtis Samuel getting open in this game. I saw Curtis Samuel down the field.
Yeah,
it happened.
He really tried to drop that one pass, but he got it.
The thing that the other receivers give them that Coleman doesn't. Coleman is, I mean, he's too predictable, and teams don't have to worry about that side of the field. When he's on one side of the field, it's like a black hole. So I definitely do not think he has to dress. I don't think he will Thursday. I don't think he should. I don't know who you'd take out. Shavers is an absolute non-starter. You cannot take him out. Palmer, you're not taking out. It comes down to Keon versus Gabe, and Gabe just made 4 catches. Should have been a fit. They trusted him in the end zone. I guess it's a tough catch in such close quarters, but I'm not taking out Gabe for Keon Coleman. Nope. Do you think they will?
I do not think they're going to put him in.
What could he do in 4 days to kind of undo? Deion Dawkins, in his press conference or whatever, at his locker, said it's time for him to grow up. That no more pats on the back, time for tough love. Like, they're going to support him until they trade him in the offseason. But they're going to support him because he's still on the team.
Right.
You can't bury that guy. So let's shift to the defense, where there will be some downs for sure. I mean, they had trouble in the run game, and Sean Tucker kind of got loose quite a bit. Baker Mayfield escaped, contained a bunch of times. It's a day that the defense will have some things to clean up, no doubt.
Yeah, for sure. And, it's the same old theme that we've talked about all year, which is run defense being an issue. And here come the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they just kind of ran it right at the Bills and right down their throat, and they go over to 200 yards total rushing, and it's just not a good number. You don't want to see that. That was, again, a run defense that I thought did not really win the point of attack. And, when you have Terrell Bernard and Jordan Poyer, making 11 tackles each. On Bernard, you want to make those tackles, but it felt like a lot of those tackles were, not in the areas right at the line of scrimmage. I actually felt Bernard did not play a bad game at all. I think Poyer was out of position on 1 or 2 where he couldn't get to it in time, so because that's just kind of who he is at this point. I thought he played a pretty strong game otherwise when he got there. I thought Bernard and Poyer both played a strong game on the ball, but I felt like the defensive line needed to do a better job. They did not. Tristan Wirfs really, he's tough, left tackle. Every time they ran that pull with him coming around, that was tough for the Bills. They got on the edge a couple times. Tucker has that long run. But, yeah, guys, I know it's another game in which, here comes a team running the ball at you. And what really happened in this game was, to me, the Bills were just not good on first and second down, and the Bucs were living in third and short all game long, and that's why they had a really high third down conversion rate. Both teams did, by the way, and it just seemed things were too easy. That's how you allow Baker Mayfield to run a 4th and 1 with his legs, run a 3rd and short with his legs, because you're not putting them in 3rd and long situations. Now, second half, a little bit better. They did tighten up on the run on first and second down, which allowed them to be able to get off the field a couple of series, which were key on 3rd down.
The Bills able to overcome the Bucs in a shootout by a score of 44-32. Was a shaky start, especially with the early interception, but the Bills' offense returned to form. Josh Allen scored 6 total touchdowns, 3 through the air and 3 on the ground himself. Tyrell Shavers was the leading receiver for Buffalo, tallying 4 receptions for 90 yards and a touchdown. The Bills are on a short week, gearing up to head to Houston to take on the Texans for Thursday Night Football. The Sabres finally able to snap their winless streak in the final game of their road trip against the Red Wings this past weekend by a score of 5-4 in overtime, with Mattias Samuelsson scoring the game-winning goal. They're back in action tonight at home against the Edmonton Oilers for a 7 o'clock puck drop. Full play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Mayfield looking to the right, and it's picked off! Cole Bishop with the interception. Back on his feet, up the sideline, and down to the 25.
Chris Brown joins us on this Buffalo Bills Football Monday. He had the call of the game yesterday from a windy Orchard Park. 6 touchdowns for the reigning MVP, Josh Allen. And Chris, I would say the offensive performance, at least for me, a sight for sore eyes. Shades of vintage Josh Allen at his very best. We've seen it, from time to time. And maybe the first time this year we see it from start to finish where Allen is just playing free, however you want to describe it. But it was entertaining, that's for sure.
What were you going to say, three-dimensional chess? It was kind of like that. Yeah. And I think a lot of people in the stands were just kind of nodding and saying, yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah. Like, that's what we're accustomed to seeing. And I don't think people are expecting 6 touchdowns every week. But I think what we're all looking for is what has become so familiar over the last handful of years, where Josh and his decision-making kind of controls the flow of the offense. And it's something that Steve and I discussed on our daily show and even on our podcast this past week. The Bills on first down had gotten a little too run-heavy, and I know you guys have talked about it as well. It was 58.5% run on first down this season. It's a little too high and a little too predictable. And it was interesting that at the start of the game yesterday, 3 of their 4 first downs were runs. And then they started to work against that tendency, because I think everybody would agree, coordinators alike, 58.5% is a little too high, a little too predictable, and a little too much of a tendency. And so you look at the end of the game, they were exactly 50%, 12 for 24 run, 12 for 24 pass on first down. I'm not saying that was the ultimate difference, but it helps, and I think it helped yesterday.
Yeah, there was a lot of play action on first down. I saw too, Chris. So, making the defense think you are going to. And Allen, 6 touchdowns. And Chris, did it feel like he was, a little off at times? Like, he wasn't perfect. Even though it was 6 touchdowns, there were even more plays out there. It's maybe a testament to the Bills' offense yesterday.
Yeah, I remember he airmailed a pass to Shakir along the sideline and went over his head and had a couple other misses that he had. Because I know, the stat line in terms of total yard, it's crazy that he had 317 yards on 19 completions. That's pretty stupid.
Right.
But he's as he is usually wont to do, he's thinking about, his 11 incompletions. And even after the game, when people were asking him about the touchdown pass to Shavers, this is why I say he's the most self-aware quarterback I've ever been around. He is talking about the play where, he buys a lot of extra time and then just chucks it down the field to Shavers, who, to his credit, made a difficult catch. That is a harder catch than some people might realize. But he, in reviewing the play, said, yeah, progression 1 was open. I should have thrown it to him. Progression 2 was open. I should have thrown it to him. So even he knows, hey, stay within the structure of the offense. And look, when the results are that, it's hard to argue, but I think he knows, and I think it's an indication on how much this has been spoken to him, that, look, there are plays to be made within the structure of the offense. We're trying to help you by giving you options at the ready, on time, and within structure. And if you stick to that consistently, we may be even better than we already are with you pulling rabbits out of hats. So I thought he was excellent last season in playing within structure last year. I think the last few weeks, and look, when they get off to slow starts, I think he puts it on himself to do more. So, this was more of a back and forth game. But it's nice to know that even he is aware of the plays that were there to be made, even on a very successful scoring play.
And that's, Chris, to me, that's why the changes they made at receiver made such a difference, because Allen, he's going to stay in structure. He's shown he can do that really well. He also, of course, has an incredible creativity and artistry to his game, and his deepest instincts are, I think, to look long. He's a guy with a big arm that can throw it over top of everybody. And in this game, maybe more than any other this year or in a while, they have guys winning on the outside and finding space on the outside. This more than any other game, throws were outside of the hashes, outside the numbers, and they had great success in doing that.
Yeah, and it was encouraging to see. And you almost wonder if, and I heard you mention this, I think, on the pregame yesterday, in the absence of Kincaid, I think Tampa was a little uncertain as to what they would see in the passing game. Like, is Knox just going to replace Kincaid? Do they go heavier to Shakir in the middle of the field? And I almost felt like Tampa was defending from the middle of the field out. And I think the Bills were also helped by the fact that Tampa's best cover corner goes out with a hip injury in the first half, Jamel Dean. I mean, he had for cornerbacks in the league, he had the lowest passer rating against in football coming into the game. I think it was something stupid, like 37.1 or something. And he goes out in the first half, and they got to put Benjamin Morrison, their rookie corner from Notre Dame, on the field, who they've been trying to platoon and get playing time, but it clearly was not the same. And they picked on him a good amount once he was in the game for good. So got to take advantage of matchups when you have the opportunity, and they did that.
What do you make of the defense, Chris? I mean, they do force 4 punts. They get 6 overall. They get 6 stops in the game. I was just going through some numbers with Joe where the Bills average forcing 4 punts a game. So 4 is kind of on their average, and 4 punts per game forced is in the top 10 in the NFL. Like, that is a good day from a defense to force 4 punts. It just happens in a game where there are 12 possessions for each side. So, I feel like it's a mixed bag from the defense. I know people are going to key in on the run defense, but, when you have an offense like they had, playing like they had, it's about getting a couple plays, a couple stops, and they did that job.
Yeah, especially right in the beginning of the game. I mean, Tampa gets a possession, 1st and goal at the 7, and to hold them to 3 there, I thought was gigantic. So you got to credit the defense there for holding them to 3 on a goal-to-go situation on a turnover. And look, they gave up 136 rushing yards in the first half. Was it bad? Absolutely. But again, getting back to what this defensive staff does extraordinarily well is making the necessary corrections at halftime and coming out and stymieing that in the second half. So 136 on the ground for the Bucs in the first half, and it gets cut by more than 50% in the second half to just 66 yards on the ground. So if you don't get killed and completely run over in the first half, and Buffalo's offense is producing points like we expect them to, the team should still at the very least be in the game, and if not, even maybe ahead by a little bit. Maybe the lead isn't 10 or 14 points, but maybe they're at least ahead, and the defense has adjusted to stem the tide.
Chris Brown with us. Chris, Cole Bishop, another big play from him, and his season continues to get better and better. It feels like he's getting more consistent, and the splash plays are continuing to come too.
Yeah, and I'd be curious to know, because I know Jordan Poyer is getting a lot of credit for kind of helping Cole Bishop evolve, and I would agree. Like, just sitting in the film room at his elbow, going over the nuances and idiosyncrasies of what to look for in preparation for an opponent, I think has done him a world of good, because I think we can all agree he's playing as confidently and decisively as we've ever seen him perform. And because of that anticipation, it just looks like he's playing so much faster. And so instead of being a step late on a play arriving. He's now early. I just wonder going forward how they're going to handle the other safety spot, because Poyer obviously has value on the field. I would be curious to know if he is the guy chiefly working with Terrell Bernard to get everybody lined up pre-snap, because there have been fewer mental errors, fewer busts with Poyer on the field. So I have to believe he has a hand in that. Is he leaving that all to him so Cole Bishop can just go out there and play his assignment and not worry about everybody else? That's what I'm kind of curious to know, because Hancock, again, doesn't get a lot of time on the field. And so you say, where is the balance there? Because you need the speed and athleticism on the back end, especially when you're going against receiving cores like Houston's going to put out there and like Cincinnati's going to put out there in a couple of weeks. So,
Chris Brown joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of Bills Texans. We'll turn it around pretty quickly here for this game against Houston, which is a tough defense. But special teams are a big part of this game as well, Chris. Like Sean McDermott's going to love his complimentary football. Defense made some plays. Offense, of course, was great. And special teams might have had its best day in, a long time. Without a holding penalty that is maybe suspect, it's a banner day. That and the Hardman fumble.
The fumble,
yeah, the fumble also bad. But I'm not putting that on the special teams coach. That's a guy drops a ball. But the scheme, the design, what they executed, it was a great day for special teams.
Yeah, it was good. And, we talked about it in the roundtable. The Bills were 28th in average drive start in the league, and I think it was their own 28-yard line. I think that was their average drive start on the season thus far. And you look at yesterday's effort, and their average drive start is the 37. Now, I know a 10-yard difference doesn't sound like a big deal. Ask any special teams coordinator. You improved your average drive start by 10 yards in a game from what it was on the season. That's a huge difference. And then second, you look at the drive starts for the Bills over the course of the season, not just off of kickoffs, but punts, turnovers, even a lot of those have been long fields for the offense to drive. So you just make life so much easier for that group. And I will say special teams has been very good in the punt coverage area all season long. And when you think about the fact that, they're on their third punter, Wishnowski with a beautiful kick yesterday that rolls down to the 3-yard line, in the second half, that was a huge kick. So, yeah, they're doing their part, and you just need that kind of complementary football to just make it a little bit lighter lift for an offense that already has much of the burden.
Blocked field goal should have been on the resume, too, from yesterday. It's probably worth mentioning.
Yeah, oh, my God.
Yeah.
You saw me on how angry I was at halftime. That was a garbage stall.
Yeah. Chris Brown on the Western Hotline. All right, Chris, well, quick turnaround. Houston, we'll chat ahead of that game, and enjoy your victory Monday.
You too, guys. Take care.
Chris Brown, his appearance here on Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Northtown Volkswagen, Western New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com. And by Lockport Outdoor Store, high-impact gear for hardworking men and women. One thing, I'm like obsessed with pointing these things out to everybody, so I just want to do that. We mentioned the four punts for the Bills. The Bucs in the second half had 6 drives and scored 12 points. That's great. That's below average. Points per drive are a thing you need to be focused on, maybe even more than points per game. Tampa had 12 possessions in this game. The average number of possessions a team has in an NFL game in this year, 2025, is 9.5. That is the lowest number in 30 years. It's actually the lowest number since Pro Football Reference has been tracking this, which I believe is since 1999. So drives per game are down. It is about how often you score. And some game scripts are going to be different. So the Bills give up their, I said 12 drives and 32 points, so do the math on that. The math on that is...
It's like 2.6.
Let's see if you're right. I'm not doing 2.6, yes. If that's an average game, the average number of drives, that's 20. It's 25 points. So you kind of have to, they gave up 32. You're not going to win giving up 32. Well, If you play a more conservative style and you don't have 12 possessions, you probably give up 25 and hopefully your offense scores 31.
Right.
But this is I don't know if it's analytics or whatever it is. To me, this is the whole point about if they play the way offense they did yesterday, you'll just pull away from teams. If you give Josh Allen 14 drives and you pick the quarterback, 14 drives, who's going to win? I feel like Josh Allen's going to win. And I think this offense had been playing just a conservative style, running, time of possession, completion percentage, and all that was out the window, and they just put up 44 points. So credit to them. And the defense played, if I say a fine game, people might get mad, but
I think fine game.
I just don't think it's nearly as bad as it feels. And again, like when you give up 200 on the ground, you're supposed to turn in your man card.
Right.
But if you give up 200 through the air, you had a great day.
I'm living this life where I want to have totally different standards for the offense and the defense. It's just Super Bowl offense. You gotta be a top 5 unit. You gotta be one of the best in the league. Super Bowl defense. Teams can rank 20th in defense and win the Super Bowl. Happens a lot.
Happens.
You can't rank 20th in offense.
Can I tell you what? I can see the future, and I hope you're ready for this. I want you to prepare yourself for this. I want everyone out there to prepare themselves for the Bills-Rams Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
That is so exciting. It takes years off our lives. Like, it's going to be something. Record this.
Rams defense is pretty good, though,
Pin
isn't
this. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter?
Doesn't matter. The Rams defense is pretty good.
I don't like the Bills in the matchup against the Rams. I'm not going to lie.
I might not like it either, but I'm telling you, you're going to. Last time they played, it was 44-42. Allen had 6 touchdowns.
Yep, last year.
Clip this. That Bills-Rams Super Bowl is. I don't know if they're going to win, but we are barely going to make it out alive. Like, it's going to be intense.
Are the Rams the favorite to win the NFC?
They should be. They're the best team in the NFC.
If they are, that right now by the betting odds would probably be the most likely Super Bowl matchup because the Bills are the AFC favorites. Bills-Rams. No, the most likely Super Bowl right now by the odds is Bills-Eagles.
Oof. That would
not be as fun.
That would be less exciting.
The Eagles are dragging everybody into 16, 13 football games.
Yeah, I saw, maybe it was Travis Yost or maybe it was Ian Harded. Somebody said the Eagles play a rock fight every single week.
Right.
So, yeah. We'll see Bills-Eagles in December. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Just get ready. Bills-Rams, and it's going to be, where it's in San Francisco. Okay. They'll have to create a new word for it. Shootout won't be enough. I know you're like, you're picking the Bills to go to the Super Bowl? I don't know. Why not? I feel good about it.
Who else would you pick right now?
They play a game like that, and you try and stop me.
Who else would you pick right now? Give me like
in the AFC, I'd pick the Ravens as having a chance, but they got to get back on track. Their defense could be great.
Right.
I want to say the Colts could.
I just can't get there.
I know it's hard.
It's really hard to pick everybody. The Bills, it's not the easiest it's ever been, but it's not like
right.
it's not, oh, Daniel Jones is going to go to the Super Bowl. What? What do you mean? Daniel Jones is going to go to the Super Bowl.
When we get back, shout out 2 great moments from this game we have not yet mentioned. One hilarious and one horrible. It's coming up next.
The Shavers play. He's got Gabe open over the middle. He had someone else open, I think, on the play. He was totally protected and looked like he was about to scramble, and all of that ends up in, I'm going to turn down all of that and just sling it 50 yards through the air to Shavers along the boundary.
It was his first 40-plus yard, air yard touchdown pass since when? You want that one?
Years. 2 years ago would be my guess.
You want to guess a game? You want to guess a play?
I remember the Charger game. He slung one deep to Davis, like on the run.
Yep, that's right. That's right.
I'll guess that one.
That was not.
That wasn't 40 yards?
No, that was
or
not
the last one.
The last time Josh Allen threw a touchdown pass of 40 air yards was when John Brown got loose against the Patriots in 2022. and cooked Gilmore.
John Brown.
That's how long ago it was. The Bills, of course, won that game 47-17. That's 2022.
Yeah.
That's on their way. That's when they hit their, you know what, maybe we're not going to punt anymore era of the Josh Allen experiment.
Yeah.
So
John
Brown, 2022, January 2022
Yeah.
is the last time he threw a 40-plus air yard touchdown pass.
Yeah.
At least that's what I saw from Next Gen Stats. If they got it wrong, call them. The offense found something that they've been looking for weeks. I don't want to go and say years. They've been very good in other ways, but a vertical passing game, and I guess it's kind of a surprise. You see the offense at its best, and it was not because of Dalton Kincaid or Khalil Shakir. The other receivers, Tyrell Shavers, Gabe Davis, the running backs getting involved yet again. Like, we kind of saw Allen come back out and play to the top of his ability.
This was a quintessential everybody eats game, wasn't it? I mean, like, it wasn't just everybody getting targets. 10 different receivers had targets, 9 different receivers had catches. This was also a large, big plays by receivers. Tyrell Shavers down the field, running backs out of the backfield. I mean, the Bills running backs contributed with, 150, close to 150 yards receiving, I think, between both James Cook and Ty Johnson. So, yeah, this definitely was. I have it right here. What was the 125 catches for 127 yards and 2 touchdowns? Well, I think it's too early to say like something like this because of what happened yesterday with Keon Coleman. But I think there has to be immediately a discussion about them being and looking better on the boundary with Tyrell Shavers and Gabe Davis than they have with the receivers that they've had, including Keon Coleman. And I don't know like what happens going forward, but I agree with you, Jeremy. It looked better. It looked different. This was not a great Bucs passing defense, and they did lose Jamel Dean early in the game. All right, that hurt them. There's no doubt. I give the Bills a lot of credit for buttoning up the pass protection after the first series. That was not a good first series. After that, Josh Allen was hardly sniffed on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Bucs were credited with 1 QB hurry in the game, by the way, and they did not even sack him. I think the QB hurry came in that first series.
Mm-hmm.
But that helped. But then when Josh did have to move around, scramble drills. The scramble drills looked so much better because guys were getting open in the fashion in which we've seen guys get open over the last few years with Josh Allen doing his thing like that. So I agree. Chaos is not a bad word when it comes to Josh Allen. And the wide receiver group, even with Khalil Shakir doing nothing and getting negative yards, he had negative 3 yards. Even with that happening, it just looked better.
Sal Kapacio talking with Keon Coleman, who was benched because of missing a Friday meeting. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Victory Monday. All right, 2 things from the game we have not yet talked about. I want to get these in very quickly because they are worth mentioning. One funny, one terrible. One hilarious, one horrible. Hilarious. Raise your hand if you got by Ty Johnson's pulled hamstring celebration. Hand up. He sold it. I thought he was down. And then he starts the hip thrusts, which apparently are allowed to the ground, but not in the air.
Well, also you're allowed 2, but not 3.
I apologize for actually half demonstrating those thrusts.
Yeah,
a little bit. You're allowed 2, not 3, because didn't Rico Dowdle get flagged for 2?
That was his.
Or is that Jalen Waddle?
No, that was his contention.
Yeah.
Is I'm allowed 2. You they shouldn't have thrown the flag.
Yeah. Meanwhile, yesterday we also saw timeout on the field for virtual measurement. Oh, okay. Great.
You know, in the stadium, I didn't notice it.
Virtual measurement.
Yeah.
It is a timeout on the field now to take longer to do a thing that doesn't add any value to the game. In fact, I saw my first virtual measurement where a team did get the first down.
Mm-hmm.
And Joe, the graphic, when you do get the first down, you don't even see how much they made it by. It just says...
Just his first down?
Yes. So when it's short, it'll tell you the inches. But when you get it, if you are a conspiracy theorist, we have some in the chat. I know you know who you are in the YouTube chat that are following along, that think, oh, you just put the graphic up there that says first down. Because it doesn't actually show you a measurement when there is a first down. It's just an arrow.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Terrible. The virtual measurement.
They'll get better at it.
The virtual measurement
baby
system.
steps.
It's
Baby
terrible.
steps.
It's a disaster. Also, by the way, I thought the spot on the Cade Otton third down was rough.
Oh, the one that was like inside their own 10-yard line?
Yeah. It's a tough spot.
The other thing that went in the Bills' favor that was tough was the roughing the passer against Josh Allen.
That was tough.
That was the softest call I've seen all season.
It was pretty soft. Did you see the final play of Chiefs-Broncos? I think it was the final play where Mahomes got sacked and the game kind of ends right there.
Yeah, by the oh wait, the one where the corner got him?
Yeah. And he
kind of got him by the top of the head.
He's crying for a flag.
Yeah.
Please. These quarterbacks think they deserve to be bailed out on every play. Anyway,
the Chiefs.
Gotta
love it.
5-5. 5-5.
I did see this morning that I think of the top 6, Super Bowl favorites, that 3 of them are not in playoff spots.
So that's going to be the Chiefs, the Ravens, and
this morning the Lions are not in a playoff spot.
Oh,
how about that? We are into week 11, week 12, and Kansas City, Baltimore, Detroit are not in playoff spots.
I mean, it's a small sample size. It won't be. Maybe you can't say it now, but where's Ben Johnson's team?
They are in 3rd in the conference. They're in 1st in the division.
All of a sudden, the Lions
1st in the division.
All of a sudden, the Lions' offense looks like it doesn't have as many teeth. Like
Chicago's got a negative point differential, and they're 7-3.
Dan Campbell took over play calling. This is
rest of the season too.
That's right.
I think that is a mistake. It does not look good in 2 weeks with him calling plays.
Well, he got Jamison Williams a couple catches and got him open in a way he had not been before. But let this be a lesson to everybody out there. It's not just like the Bills who hand it off to the next guy in waiting.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson leaves. The next guy in waiting is Johnny Morton. He's replaced by the head coach midseason, and they are in trouble.
Yeah. Well, because even Campbell's getting Williams going. Amon-Ra St. Brown, I think had like a historically inefficient day.
Wow.
He had 2 catches on 12 targets. They can get it to Williams now, but now they can't get the ball to St. Brown. 2 weeks in a row.
Is America ready to see the Bears in the playoffs again? Can we handle that as a society?
Yeah, like the NFC playoffs, if the season ended today, would be Rams, Niners, Bears, Packers in Chicago, and Tampa, Seattle. Chicago would be at home.
Okay. The Bears. They do not have an easy road in, and they are 50-50 to make it right now. They're 7-3.
7-3, and in third place, they're 50-50.
7-3 and 50-50 to make it in the NFC.
Well, because Detroit's the first team out, and they're only a game back.
Right. All right, break time. We got to go. We'll put together a same-game parlay, a fantastic four-way parlay at the bottom of the hour for tonight's Monday night game. Give us a call. We got wide open lines. Let's talk about Josh Allen's 6-touchdown performance here on WGR. So let's shift to the defense where there will be some downs for sure. I mean, they had trouble in the run game, and Sean Tucker kind of got loose quite a bit. Baker Mayfield escaped, contained a bunch of times. It's a day that the defense will have some things to clean up, no doubt.
Yeah, for sure. And, it's the same old theme that we've talked about all year, which is run defense being an issue. And here come the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they just kind of ran it right at the Bills and right down their throat. And they go over to 200 yards total rushing, and it's just not a good number. You don't want to see that. That was, again, a run defense that I thought did not really win the point of attack. And, when you have Terrell Bernard and Jordan Poyer, making 11 tackles each. On Bernard, you want to make those tackles, but it felt like a lot of those tackles were, not in the areas right at the line of scrimmage. I actually felt Bernard did not play a bad game at all. I think Poyer was out of position on one or two where he couldn't get to it in time, so because that's just kind of who he is at this point. I thought he played a pretty strong game otherwise when he got there. I thought Bernard and Poyer both played a strong game on the ball, but I felt like the defensive line needed to do a better job. They did not. Tristan Wirfs really, he's tough, left tackle. Every time they ran that pull with him coming around, that was tough for the Bills. They got
Jeremy
on the edge
here
a couple
for FanDuel
times. Tucker has
Sportsbook, official sport.
that long run. But, yeah, guys, I know it's another game in which, here comes a team running the ball at you. And what really happened in this game was, to me, the Bills were just not good on first and second down, and the Bucs were living in third and short all game long. And that's why they had a really high third down conversion rate. Both teams did, by the way. And it just seemed things were too easy. That's how you allow Baker Mayfield to run a 4th and 1 with his legs, run a 3rd and short with his legs, because you're not putting them in 3rd and long situations. Now, second half, a little bit better. They did tighten up on the run on 1st and 2nd down, which allowed them to be able to get off the field a couple of series, which were key on 3rd down.
I think that Keon plays Thursday, possibly, but I think you insert him right in there, and if you continue with that same game plan that they used yesterday and put Keon on those McCole Carter, simple routes, different routes that Keon runs usually, I think he'll be fine. I mean, he's young. He's 22. When I was 22, I was late for work a couple times. I mean, things happen. And like Terrell Shaver said, keep his mind right. And Josh Allen said, I wish he was out there. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Fair enough. I mean, they're going to say nice things. He's a young kid. They don't want to bury him. They don't maybe want to isolate him. I don't know how he gets back in the lineup. I certainly don't think he should.
No.
There will be a time, but I don't know. He comes out. He can't go in for Hardman. Hardman's going to, I think, is going to continue returning kicks for them.
Yes.
They signed him to the 53. They're going to be upset about a fumble. So Hardman stays in. So Keon Coleman goes in for who? Gabe? I don't think so. Sorry. I don't think so.
Not Shavers.
He
not
certainly
Palmer,
can't go in for Shavers. Not going to go in for Palmer.
Yeah, I don't think he's going in.
He's going to have to wait for Gabe to tweak a knee or an ankle or something.
Samuel maybe, but
I mean, I thought I got Curtis Samuel getting open in this game. I saw Curtis Samuel down the field.
Yeah,
it happened.
He really tried to drop that one pass, but he got it.
The thing that the other receivers give them that Coleman doesn't. Coleman is, I mean, he's too predictable, and teams don't have to worry about that side of the field. When he's on one side of the field, it's like a black hole. So I definitely do not think he has to dress. I don't think he will Thursday. I don't think he should. I don't know who you'd take out. Shavers is an absolute non-starter. You cannot take him out. Palmer, you're not taking out. It comes down to Keon versus Gabe. And Gabe just made, 4 catches? Should have been a 5th. They trusted him in the end zone. I guess it's a tough catch in such close quarters, but I'm not taking out Gabe for Keon Coleman. Nope. Do you think they will?
I do not think they're going to put him in.
What could he do in 4 days to kind of undo? Deion Dawkins, in his press conference or whatever, in his locker, said it's time for him to grow up. That no more pats on the back, time for tough love. Like, they're going to support him until they trade him in the offseason. But they're going to support him because he's still on the team.
Right.
You can't bury that guy.
The Bills able to overcome the Bucs in a shootout by a score of 44-32. It was a shaky start, especially with the early interception from Josh Allen, but the Bills offense did return to form. Allen scored 6 total touchdowns, 3 through the air and 3 on the ground himself. Terrell Shavers was the leading receiver for Buffalo, tallying 4 receptions for 90 yards and a touchdown. The Bills are now on a short week, gearing up for Houston to take on the Texans for Thursday Night Football. The Sabres were finally able to snap their winless streak in the final game of their road trip against the Red Wings by a score of 5-4 in overtime, with Matthias Samuelsson scoring the game-winning goal. They're back in action tonight at home against the Edmonton Oilers for a 7 o'clock puck drop. Full play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, some results from the weekend. The Packers outlast the Giants 27-20. Josh Jacobs left the game with a knee injury and will undergo further testing today. The Panthers beat the Falcons in overtime 30-27, and the Bengals fall to the Steelers 34-12. Aaron Rodgers left the game early with a wrist injury. Adam Schefter reports that there is concerns that Rodgers may have a slight break in his left wrist. The Jaguars demolished the Chargers 35-6. The Broncos topped the Chiefs 22-19, and last night the Eagles beat the Lions 19-6. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills football Monday on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
Back to pass, looking left, pumps, rolls to his right, pocket collapsing, comes back to his left, heaves it down the left sideline for Shavers in the end zone for a touchdown.
Good to get a win, hard to win in the NFL. We knew it was going to be tough. That's a good team.
Mayfield looking to the right, and it's picked off. Cole Bishop with the interception, back on his feet, up the sideline, and down to the 25.
I got a jar of dirt, I got a jar of dirt, and guess what's inside it?
Here's the snap. Allen going to run it over the right side, looking for the end zone, and the beast is in once again.
Trying to stay as level as possible, not getting too high, not getting too low. Starting off 4-0, and we're the best team in the world. Lose 2 in a row when we're the worst team in the world, and it's like we don't want to ride that. We just want to stay here, stay consistent, continue to work hard, put together game plans, and go out there and execute on game days.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Just watching the replay of James Cook's touchdown catch where the defensive line.
Yeah.
Help.
Did you see on the same play, did you look to the right corner of the screen?
Oh, how open?
Josh Palmer.
Is that Palmer? Yeah.
Palmer is wide open. Like, if the ball doesn't go to Cook, Palmer has an easy touchdown. And that is like how a guy can be viewed in one game where it's like, well, the quarterback just didn't decide to throw it to me. Because if Allen had thrown it to Palmer here, then that's a 30-yard touchdown, and suddenly he's got 3 catches for 50 yards and a touchdown, and he's a bigger part of yesterday's day. Like, that play is open. Like, he was open a couple of times. Allen missed him on the one third down. So even though he only had 2 catches, like, he looked like he was giving them something down the field.
On that play, let's also be honest. Like, Joe Brady gets a lot of flack for some of the offensive conservatism, like how they throw screens. That play, the touchdown to Cook, is an orbit motion play.
Yes.
And 2 defenders kind of go to that area, including, like, there's a pass rusher coming on Allen, but I'm trying to see who this is here. This is the player, they're in man coverage, it looks like. And the player, like, shoots all the way up on Shakir.
Yep.
And that's where, Palmer runs to space. So, I mean, really, you could have had, whatever. Good work from Joe Brady. Good work from Josh Allen. Good work from the offense. Good work from the receivers. They were able to throw the ball outside the numbers. Like, to me, Josh Allen with a full field,
Yep.
I don't think that the receivers from yesterday are going to be thought of as the best in the league, but they might be good enough. They're an upgrade. And I don't know when Keon Coleman gets back in, but I'm not in any rush to see it.
No. And even if let's say he got a jersey on Thursday, which I don't think is going to happen. My guess would be he's inactive again. But let's say he's in the lineup. What's he doing? What's he playing? He's not going. Is it not dead, the idea he goes back to being their leading receiver in terms of how often he's on the field?
Oh, that's got to go away, yeah.
That's got to be over after yesterday.
I kind of made this point to Sal. Snap counts for the Bills wide receivers. By taking Coleman off the field, let's say that Shavers had 30 snaps. Shakir had 30 snaps.
Yep.
Samuel, 28. Palmer, 28. Davis, 23. I've got 5 receivers there with 23 snaps. If they'd done it like they had been doing it, where Coleman gets way more than anybody else and is just on the field all the time, then what? Shavers, Samuel, Palmer, and Davis are going to lose 10 each?
Right.
No thanks.
Yeah, no, I'm not into that.
No thanks. Greg in Toronto is up. Hey, Greg, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Jeremy, you hit the nail on the head with the Drabel comparison. Drabel gets fired, and then Brady gets the message. So that was right on point.
I thought it was a funny tweet. Someone said that Joe Brady heard Brian Daboll's music and decided to start dialing up some stuff down the field.
Yeah, see, absolutely. Throwing on first downs and opening up the field. Like, come on. People have been screaming for that since the season started, right? And Shavers needs to stay as a starter. He needs to make sure he gets more snaps than anybody else, because he wasn't just a training camp wonderkin. He was showing signs that he was the real deal from the beginning. So these things just have to happen, and I think they can really still win the conference if they just keep doing these things, because the bubble's going to burst for New England eventually.
Yeah, I wonder too. Thanks, Greg. I wonder if that bubble does burst. New England, they're a team that's been really good in the passing game. Injuries could be a factor too. Like New England loses Milton Williams, their defensive tackle, they signed him this year from Philadelphia, and that's a defense that has been very good against the run. And overall, he's an important piece. And they're going to play the Bills, and he won't play. They're going to play the Ravens, and he won't play. We'll see. If they get Keyshawn Butte back, he had a hamstring issue. Can New England keep it together? Maybe. That New England and the Bills, how different are they really? Aren't they both imperfect teams led by star quarterbacks? The difference is that Allen has, at least to this point in his career, gone to higher highs. That's statistically, that's postseason success. May hasn't done that yet. There is a possibility that the Bills still win the division and New England goes on the road in the playoffs and beats Pittsburgh or beats Denver. Who knows, right? Part of you writing the story about being a special star quarterback is what you do in the playoffs, and we are all but assured to see Drake May in the playoffs. Where that game is, who it's against, that remains to be seen, but I don't know how different the Bills and the Patriots really are right now.
They're not. I don't really think either defense is that great. The biggest difference probably still is that the Bills can run the ball, New England really can't, and the Patriots have a long season of showing they can throw the ball down the field, and the Bills have one game really where they could show they could throw the ball down the field.
Right.
So,
but on the same,
if the Bills can add that on a consistent basis, then I'm back to thinking no, they're better. There's a better team than New England. That's a more well-rounded roster and team than the Patriots are. But I would want to see them continue to be able to do what they did yesterday. Before saying that,
on team tiers, I saw Ben Baldwin posted this yesterday about who's good, who's bad, just offense and defense. Where's your offense rank, and where's your defense rank? You have the Bills. It's Rams, Colts, and then Bills, Chiefs, Patriots are still all in the same ballpark. And the thing about the Chiefs that is funny, I think it has to be viewed as, I don't know if maybe funny's wrong, but 0-5 in one-score games.
Yeah.
Last year they were 11-0.
Yep.
And we thought they're not that good, which I think means we should have some version of 5-5, but they're not that bad. They're not really a 5-5 team.
I'm kind of with that. Yes.
Okay.
I think they're better than last year. Is that crazy? I think they're a better team than they were last year.
I don't know.
Last year they were not good.
I know.
This year it's not perfect, definitely, but they still are a little bit more dangerous looking to me.
I think their defense looks a little bit weak. They had multiple plays to get Bo Nix off the field, and he's beaten them.
He scored one touchdown yesterday.
Yeah, I know. But
it's been a weird year.
But he had a big play he had a big throw with a game on the line.
Yeah,
final couple drives there, and Mahomes did not. Like, the Chiefs got the ball with a chance to kind of lock the game down and did not.
Oh, I thought for sure when they got the ball, Denver kicks a
19-19.
field goal to tie it.
Yep.
Like, who didn't think?
Right, it's supposed
this
to be
is where
over.
the Chiefs win.
It's supposed to be over, and it wasn't.
I mean, their losses so far this year are to the Broncos, the Bills, the Jaguars, the Eagles, and the Chargers. Those are all playoff teams. So it's not like they've lost any bad game. And they're all close, right? They're all one-score losses.
Right. Big one against the Colts this week. 803-0550. You know what I'll do? Here's what I'll do. I'll go to the New York Times playoff machine, and I'm just going to click on one seed and the bye and how the Colts and Chiefs game affects that, all right?
Okay.
If you want the Bills to get the number one seed, if the Colts win it, the Bills drop to 6%. If the Chiefs win it, the Bills are at 9%. So there's a 3-point swing in the one seed just in that game. If you want to make it for the playoffs and the Chiefs making the playoffs,
yeah,
right now, Kansas City is a little more than a coin flip. They're at 57%.
Okay.
According to the New York Times playoff machine, this game has 28 points of playoff leverage.
Wow. So they would go down to
40. From 68 if they win to 40 if they lose.
Gotta root for the Colts.
Yeah.
Gotta root for the Colts. Get by some way, get the Chiefs to miss the playoffs.
Just because of
all of it.
Scars and baggage?
Sure. You don't don't have to play him, and two, it would be awesome. It'd be great. It'd be so fun.
Yeah.
Watch everybody dunk on them as they miss the playoffs.
I think they'd be okay with it, though. Like, yeah, won a bunch of Super Bowls.
I don't know. I just saw a Chiefs fan tweeting about how Andy Reid's ruining Patrick Mahomes' prime.
Interesting. Randy, North Tonawanda. Hey, Randy.
Good morning, guys. I was at the game yesterday, and I think I saw Brian Dable on the soft pretzel line because that game reminded me of a 2020 version of the Bills. It was great that they lost the turnover battle, and it had no effect. They ended up winning by 2 scores. So that's always great to see. But my question for you guys is, thinking back in August, our big discussions in the offseason was the only way we can get to the Super Bowl is the 1 seed, right? And, at one point we're going to have to play Baltimore. We're going to have to play Kansas City at home. It's going to have to happen. But I had a revelation over this weekend, and I'm thinking, if you looked at all the current division leaders and the Bills had to go on the road for all of those games, do you like their chances better as opposed to doing that route or having them play the 2 teams that we know would probably give them the most problems at home at Highmark? Now, I'll hang up and listen, but I don't know. I think less pressure on them might be going the route of the 5th seed and going into some of these other teams' buildings and maybe walking away a little less pressure and maybe playing a little more loose.
Right. Yeah, that's an interesting way of looking at it because that is true, isn't it? That you are less likely to run into Kansas City or Baltimore if you start the playoffs on the road. Because they're going on the road.
If
they're going on the road,
you're not seeing them till the AFC Championship game if you are also a wild card team.
Versus if you win the division, you might see them right away. And if you don't see them right away, then you might see them in the second round. Like I do think that's. I don't want to force that though. I wouldn't want to tank the division for it. But it's why I guess I'm not really. I don't think it's the end of the world if the Bills don't win the division. I'll just say that. I don't think it's the end of the world if they don't win the division because I'm not afraid of the teams that are currently in the lead. And I think that's right, isn't it? That you are less likely to see Baltimore or Kansas City if you don't win the division.
I was just doing that to do clear. So if the Bills are the 5 and the Chiefs are the 7, you could play the Chiefs in the second round if the 5, 6, and no, you can't. If the Bills are the Chiefs and the Bills are the Chiefs, listen to me. I don't know why I'm making such a point. If the Bills were the 5 and the Chiefs were the 6, they could play in the second round if the 5, 6, and 7 all won. Because the 7 would play the 1 and the 5 would play the 6.
Okay, theoretically, that's
Sorry. Look, someone would have tweeted that at us. I don't know.
You're right. No, that is possible.
But to the point, like, where would you rather do? Like, your opening round matchup is Bills 2, Ravens 7 here, or Bills 5, Steelers 4?
I mean, give me that every day of the week. I'll go on the road to play Pittsburgh.
Where are the Bills a bigger favorite? Which game are they a bigger favorite?
Steelers.
At Pittsburgh?
Yes.
Maybe.
I think definitely. What are they against Pittsburgh? Are they a 5-point favorite at the Steelers? Are they a 2-point favorite against the Ravens at home? Yeah, give me the Steelers. Give me any of them. Give me Denver. Give me the Colts. Give me New England. I think I would take right now a road game against any of the division frontrunners than I would a home game against Kansas City or Baltimore.
Failed drives against against Tampa Bay. Failed drives. Tampa, 6. Buffalo, 3. 4 if you include the very last punt of the game when they're running the clock out. They're up 12.
Look, coward Todd Bowles is, by the way.
Real bad look.
40 seconds left. He's done that before. I think he's done it way worse than yesterday. Was there 40 seconds left and he kneeled the ball? It was a 2-score game. He was 99.9% of the time not going to win that game. But go try to score a touchdown, get an onside kick, and throw a Hail Mary.
Yeah. Both teams had bad punts in this game. McDermott had a bad punt, too. Cost his team 4 points of win probability with a punt here on 4th and where is in the first half is this punt? That's second half must have been the punt for the Bills. Just like
I gotta find the other one. There's another bad one.
I know which one it was. It's the one that no, whatever. We'll get some more calls.
Okay, the other one. This was in the playoffs. Todd Bowles 2 years ago in the playoffs. Good, take a call and I'll get the exact details because I want to get it right because it's bad.
All right, Derek in South Carolina. Derek, good morning. Happy Victory Monday.
Hey, good morning, man. Go Bills.
Morning.
And go Colts. Hey, man, I remember talking to you guys a while ago. I don't know if you remember me, but I'm a road engineer in South Carolina. And we were talking about Gabe Davis earlier in the year. You know, I was like, I hope I can bring him. And I love your show so much and how much you guys kept up with Gabe Davis when they didn't sign him, but they signed him to the practice squad, and how they just let him get healthy. You know, I'm so just so into it, man. I mean, the receiving core yesterday was unbelievable. And I'm not saying anything about Keon Coleman because I'm a big Florida State fan. And I don't know why you don't say Florida State when his name's called. When you hear everybody's name, the starting lineup, Keon Coleman just says Keon Coleman. He don't say Florida State, which I don't understand that. But anyways, I don't want to see the man cut like y'all do. But you know, if Harmon can't go, then why not let Keon Coleman play the slot? Let's see what he's got.
Well, because you got Shakir in the slot, and like I think that part of the issue is that Coleman, he's unreliable.
Right.
He's unreliable. They can't. They don't think they can count on him on the field, and they need more from him on the field, and they can't count on him off the field. But and one more thing. The goal is not to find the best spot for him right now. It's to, try to win the Super Bowl. And if this were a preseason, you could roll him out there and try some stuff. But he has not played the slot a lot for them. People thought he could be a productive big slot, but I mean, I'm not going out of my way to make a spot for him anywhere.
If you were going to get him back on the field at any point, though, I would rather him play the slot. Yep. I don't need to see him on the outside ever again, personally.
It doesn't work.
I'm good. Never seeing that again. If he plays again, slot. All right, the Bulls thing is way worse than what it was yesterday.
Okay.
Because yesterday, it's 37 seconds left. He kneels down 14, right? You need a lot to happen. You need to go 70 yards without a timeout, get an onside kick, and then throw a Hail Mary. This one's way worse. Divisional round playoffs. They had won the first round. Divisional round playoffs 2023. They're at the Lions. Jared Goff kneels. 34 seconds left. 3rd and 12. They're at the Tampa 30. They're up 8. Bulls has a timeout left. So what would you inevitably think?
Call timeout.
Call timeout. Detroit's going to attempt a 48-yard field goal with 34 seconds left. If they miss, you have to go, 8 yards further. So you got to go 62 yards in 30 seconds. Touchdown and 2-point conversion ties the game. Bulls decided not to call the timeout.
Clock just ran out.
He just let it run out. I'm good. Game over. Didn't make Detroit attempt the field goal.
Wow.
And they lost by 8. In the playoffs.
Right.
So much worse than yesterday. But this coach has done things like that before.
Completely. Can you find me? I don't know where to look for this. The win probability lost when Allen throws the pick on their first possession.
Yes.
Like, how much did they lose on that play?
The one, like, right inside the 10-yard line?
Yes. Yes, their win probability lost on a first-quarter interception that goes at the 6-yard line or whatever it was.
Are you asking because that's got to be, like, one of the worst picks you can make because of where the ball is?
I'm asking because I want to know if it had a bigger swing in win probability than Todd Bowles' decision to punt.
Right.
Because Todd Bowles punted and cost his team 4.5 in win probability. Allen throws a pick in the first quarter. Of course, like this will be as, wow, you can't win like that, right? Mm-hmm. We always want to talk about turnovers this and turnovers that, and yet here's a guy making a decision to punt and costing his team 4.5. How much did the Bills cost on that one play, which might be Allen's worst play of the year?
It really was, yeah. The Allen pick in the first quarter went from 71 to 59. So the Bills lost 12 points. 12% win probability.
And when they held them to a field goal, my guess is it went from 59 to whatever.
Yeah, let's see. Allen throws the pick. It goes down 12. And then when the Bills hold them, it goes back up to 64.
Okay.
So they won back half of it almost.
Gotcha. All right. 803-0550. Total failed drives in the game, 6 for Tampa, 4 for Buffalo. And that one was a punt with, up 12. 803-0550 is our phone number.
It is funny, like now that I have this open, you look at all the biggest plays by win probability added. It's just all the biggest plays. Allen to Ty Johnson, 52 yards. You got 22% win probability. Mayfield to Sean Tucker for a 20-yard touchdown. 19%. Allen to Shavers. 15%. Like, the biggest plays are just the biggest plays.
It was a roller coaster.
Yeah.
Yeah. 803-0550, our fantastic four-way parlay. We're ready for it. Tonight, Vegas and Dallas. We'll get things back. We've got the whole gang here. Jeremy and Joe, Owen the Parlay Killer. Alt Joe is here as well. We'll try to put one together and get a winning score for tonight. Vegas and Dallas. We're all going in thinking like these are two terrible defenses, right? Terrible.
Yes.
Terrible defenses. All right. Should be exciting. Jeremy and Joe, it's Victory Monday on WGR. How's everybody feeling?
That was fun. That's how I'm feeling. It was a fun game.
I feel like $1 million.
It's like the most fun game the Bills have played since when? Week 1 have to go in this camp?
Sure.
Because the end was awesome.
Yeah, week 1 was pretty great.
But like beginning to end, beginning was wild.
Beginning was
throwing
wild.
two-handed interceptions. That's like the
Those should count as two.
If you throw it with two hands.
Both hands, yeah.
That's as much fun as I've had. I mean, it reminds me of the Ram game from last year, but they won this one.
Yep.
And it was at home.
The Ram game, the Lions game was a lot like this one.
Lions game, yep.
Over the years, the Seahawks game, the Bucks overtime game, the Eagles overtime game.
They played the Rams here during COVID, and they gave up like a 30-point lead and then came down and scored at the end.
That's right.
These are all NFC games, aren't they?
They are. Get in the NFC. Let's go.
Josh Allen in the NFC just becomes a 60-touchdown demon.
Yep.
Basically. Because return game was interesting. Like, there was the fumble by Hardman. I forgot about that. But otherwise, like, have you ever seen a game where a team was so consistently good in the kick return? It was like every time they got it was a 40-plus yard return.
It was amazing. Yeah, that was a real big part of it. The good and the bad, though. The good, I gave an arrow up, obviously, to the kick return game. And how about Ray Davis? Did a great job in the kick return game. That's a good example of how that's a running play now. It's a running back play. Ray Davis, total 158 yards on 4 returns. Mecole Hardman starts it off with a 61-yard return. The bad part is they had great field position and squandered it all day long, it felt like. They had the drive starts, guys, at their own 49, their own 44, and Tampa's 46, and they totaled just one field goal on those 3 drives combined. And a lot of that was the kick return game. So, Yeah, I mean, we'll see where they go going forward here, how they want to do this lineup.
Tailgate
But I
Trivia
do think
is
with the
back,
cap injury
presented
and
by
a
Total
4-day
Sports
turnaround, a guy who
Enterprises
just got
Buffalo.
here, it might be
Listen during every Bills game for your chance to call in, answer the trivia question, and win autographed Bills merch, courtesy of TSC Buffalo.
The offense found something that they've been looking for weeks. I don't want to go and say years. They've been very good in other ways, but a vertical passing game, and I guess it's kind of a surprise. You see the offense at its best, and it was not because of Dalton Kincaid or Khalil Shakir. The other receivers, Tyrell Shavers, Gabe Davis, the running backs getting involved yet again. Like, we kind of saw Allen come back out and play to the top of his ability.
This was a quintessential everybody eats game, wasn't it? I mean, like, it wasn't just everybody getting targets. 10 different receivers had targets, 9 different receivers had catches. This was also a large, big plays by receivers. Tyrell Shavers down the field, running backs out of the backfield. I mean, the Bills running backs contributed with, 150, close to 150 yards receiving, I think, between both James Cook and Ty Johnson. So, yeah, this definitely was. I have it right here. What was it? 125 catches for 127 yards and 2 touchdowns. Well, I think it's too early to say like something like this because of what happened yesterday with Keon Coleman. But I think there has to be immediately a discussion about them being and looking better on the boundary with Tyrell Shavers and Gabe Davis than they have with the receivers that they've had, including Keon Coleman. And I don't know like what happens going forward, but I agree with you, Jeremy. It looked better. It looked different. This was not a great Bucs passing defense, and they did lose Jamel Dean early in the game. All right, that hurt them. There's no doubt. I give the Bills a lot of credit for buttoning up the pass protection after the first series. That was not a good first series. After that, Josh Allen was hardly sniffed on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Bucs were credited with 1 QB hurry in the game, by the way, and they did not even sack him. I think the QB hurry came in that first series.
Mm-hmm.
But that helped. But then when Josh did have to move around, scramble drills. The scramble drills looked so much better because guys were getting open in the fashion in which we've seen guys get open over the last few years with Josh Allen doing his thing like that. So I agree. Chaos is not a bad word when it comes to Josh Allen. And the wide receiver group, even with Khalil Shakir doing nothing and getting negative yards, he had -3 yards. Even with that happening, it just looked better.
It is disappointing, but I still believe in the young man, and we get to a certain point and I've got to do something. I try and give the guys kind of a strike approach. Hey, you get a chance to show your teammates that's not really who you are, and then when it happens again, then I step in. So I believe he will learn from it. He takes it seriously, and he will move forward in a way of growing from this, and that's the whole goal.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott on Keon Coleman, his third disciplinary action, benched for a quarter, a drive, and then this time a game. And the game looked pretty good without him. Tough look for him. 803-0550 if you want to join us in 1-888-550-2550. It's Jeremy and Joe on a Victory Monday. And my takeaway, you can't get me feeling better about the Bills than when they score 40 and Josh Allen is ripping shots down the field. I feel like I'm watching, we like to talk about him as a golden retriever sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
You're just watching the dog run in the field, off leash, throw him the ball. He's happy. He's going to go roll in the mud. You're like, oh, my, look at this guy. He's making a mess, but he's happy.
Yep.
It's the best version of Josh Allen. Give it to me every time. So, hey, if that's Tyrell Shavers and Curtis Samuel and Josh Palmer and Gabe Davis that unlock it, let's go. Want to give me some personnel groupings? What did they do in personnel groupings yesterday, by the way? Did we see a lot of 11?
A lot of 11.
A lot of 11?
Yep.
All right.
Did you see the stats on Emeka Egbuka from yesterday?
Yes.
So he only had 40 yards receiving.
Yes.
His average depth of target by week, his previous low in a game for the average depth of his targets, the previous low in a game this season was 11. 11 flat, 11.0. Yesterday he was at 4.7. There was nothing. They weren't even trying it down the field. I mean, he might have been running the routes, but was it just covered? That'll be very interesting from all 22 reviews. Like, did they try to get Egbuka down the field and the Bills just covered it? Was it Hairston doing it? Like, I'll be very curious to see that, because to have less than half in that number than any other game this season is pretty wild.
803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. All right, ready for a fantastic four-way parlay, gentlemen? Let's put one together on the Vegas-Dallas game. In Las Vegas, will we see Tom Brady in the coach's booth? We can only hope not.
Yeah.
I'm going to audible out here to what I was going to go with here, because it could be an Ashton Genty game. I'm going to lean towards that. All right. Who wants to start us off here?
All right, I'll go first. I like Tyler Lockett over 2.5 catches in this game. He had 5 last week on 6 targets. He's got a rapport with Geno Smith. Pete Carroll loves him. He got a lot of snaps since coming over from Tennessee. So Lockett is involved. With Jacoby Myers out, he's like playing that role.
Okay.
And it's only 2.5.
2.5 catches for Tyler Lockett. Over for Joe. Oh, and the parlay killer.
I am going to roll with Dak Prescott's over on passing yards. I just think that this game is going to be a pass offense fest. Like
Score fest.
These two defenses cannot stop anything. So I'm just taking the easy over there.
All right. Over 254. Hoping for a score fest. If we're going to do that, I'm going to need some Raiders stuff in here too. Not just catches, but a touchdown. I'll take a Brock Bowers anytime touchdown.
Okay.
He's good. He's great. Dallas defense is bad. Feel like they're going to throw to him a lot. And give me a Brock Bowers anytime touchdown to add to this thrilling fantastic four-way. Alt Joe is here.
Yes, and then we're going to go a little crazy here. Javonte Williams, 2+ touchdowns on the evening. Wow. He's had 2 against the Jets in Week 5, against Denver as well. Mm-hmm. And if, I do think it's going to be a passing affair, but if they get down within the red zone, I could definitely see 2 touchdowns.
All right. We're on board with it. 10 to win 275. We're going big game hunting.
Mm-hmm. We're going to need scoring.
This is how Josh Allen would do it.
It's got to happen.
It's true.
Take some shots. All right, Vegas and Dallas. So, can I tell you about Shedeur Sanders yesterday in an absolutely incredible series of tweets from Josina Anderson?
I've seen him in the last hour.
Okay.
Just
Josina Anderson of ESPN, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So she was, and now she's with the Exhibit News Network, apparently. Senior NFL insider Josina Anderson, formerly ESPN, and CBS and Showtime and Fox. Okay, so I saw it pointed out that she was on a understanding the assignment to drum up Shedeur Sanders conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Her first was about this. So Shedeur Sanders comes in because Dylan Gabriel suffers a concussion. Mm-hmm. And early on, Darrell Ryder in Cleveland. Shedeur Sanders, 2 of 8, 12 yards, interception, sacked twice, intentional grounding. His NFL debut is going well. She retweets that with, let's be clear, this is not an intentional Shedeur Sanders debut coached up with any first-team reps all season. Sanders is playing by default due to a Dylan Gabriel concussion. Like, okay, fair. You've made the point that Shedeur Sanders did not prepare for this game. He went in because of an injury. Next, she posts, here's the against all odds 3rd and 10 completion by Shedeur Sanders under 2 minutes. She posted, here's a look at this no first-team reps, 25-yard chunk completion by Shedeur Sanders. She then tweets, Shedeur Sanders had 2 catches that should have been caught in the last few plays, but huge credit to Roquan Smith, blah, blah, blah. But should have been caught. So she was all over, hey, it's Shedeur Sanders time. Look at this 25-yard pass. He was not good in this game.
No. 4 of 16.
Yes, 4 of 16.
I mean, come on.
And she found the 2 completions. She's like, look at this, against all odds completion. So understand the assignment and drum up the Shedeur Sanders machine.
It's insane.
It's already
backup.
It's already up and running on Get Up on ESPN.
I know. Every backup that comes into a game didn't get first-team reps.
Right.
Commonplace. And yesterday, by the way, yesterday was not unique to that either. Were there 5 starting quarterbacks that went out yesterday?
Yeah, it was a bunch.
Penix went out. Rodgers went out. Bryce Young went in and out. I think he ultimately left at the end. Obviously, Dylan Gabriel left. I think there was another one. Like, guys left all over the place. Tweet about Josh Johnson. He's not getting first-team reps. That dude is still doing it.
Also in that Cleveland game, Myles Garrett got up to 15 sacks. He's on pace for 25 and a half.
Well, he's 10 in his last 3 games.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
4 sacks yesterday. And they lost again. He is going to totally get out of there this summer. I'm convinced. That contract is set up. He is getting out of there.
Is he coming here?
Yes. Yes. The way the GM talks, yes. I think it's a really strong possibility.
While we're at it, should the Tampa Bay Buccaneers say thanks for everything, Rashad White, but Bucky Irving and Sean Tucker?
Yeah, they should never play Rashad White again. I mean
every time the handoff went to Rashad White, I thought it was a gift. Like,
yeah.
Oh, thank you. Him instead. Not nearly as good. All right. Extendo Sports coming up. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show as well. Brock Purdy came back. Baltimore runs a hurricane play. The Rams wore their black jerseys that they insist are just very dark blue. Congratulations on that.
Okay, I thought you were making a joke. They actually are saying those were dark blue?
Yes, they claim.
I thought they were actually supposed to be black.
No, they claim they're very dark blue.
Yeah, well,
just very dark blue.
They're definitely
like
not.
blue if your eyes are closed. Oh yeah, they're blue.
Like dark water.
Dark water.
The Dolphins did that too, right? Like, yeah. Oh, it's dark blue.
One other thing happened yesterday. J.J. McCarthy's a horrible quarterback.
Terrible.
He's a bad quarterback. They got to get out of that quick.
I don't know if they're calling him this as his actual nickname, but I saw one fantasy writer say they're calling him .9 because that's how many fantasy points he puts up every week. It's due for a .9.
There is no quarterback landing spot I am more convinced of happening this summer than Mac Jones is going to be the Vikings starting quarterback next year.
Ooh, that's a good one.
There's nothing I am more sure about it.
That's
Mac
good.
Jones will start for the Vikings next season.
One thing about J.J. McCarthy, and this will be said about Michael Penix, anytime I read an article or read anyone trying to make the case that quarterback development is broken, I think, does that person think there should be 32 Josh Allens? Does this person think that they should just all be good?
They were saying it because of McCarthy?
Anybody. Doesn't matter who you're saying it about. Bryce Young, anybody. Do they all have to be good? Every quarterback has to be good? It seems like anybody saying that quarterback development is broken is trying to make the case, why isn't Kyler Murray better? Oh, the NFL fails quarterbacks. It does? How many great ones should there be? 40? Anyway, pet peeve. Let the guy's talent decide. Sure, there are going to be some situations that aren't great, and you can go to a better situation and be fine, but they're not supposed to be 27 awesome quarterbacks.
Right.
All right, Extendo Sports, and then the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show with Sal here on WGR. The offense found something that they'd been looking for weeks. I don't want to go and say years. They've been very good in other ways, but a vertical passing game, and I guess it's kind of a surprise. You see the offense at its best, and it was not because of Dalton Kincaid or Khalil Shakir. The other receivers, Tyrell Shavers, Gabe Davis, the running backs getting involved yet again. Like, we kind of saw Allen come back out and play to the top of his ability.
This was a quintessential everybody eats game, wasn't it? I mean, like, it wasn't just everybody getting targets. 10 different receivers had targets, 9 different receivers had catches. This was also a big plays by receivers. Tyrell Shavers down the field, running backs out of the backfield. I mean, the Bills running backs contributed with 150, close to 150 yards receiving, I think, between both James Cook and Ty Johnson. So, yeah, this definitely was. I have it right here. What was it? 125 catches for 127 yards and 2 touchdowns. Well, I think it's too early to say like something like this because of what happened yesterday with Keon Coleman. But I think there has to be immediately a discussion about them being and looking better on the boundary with Tyrell Shavers and Gabe Davis than they have with the receivers that they've had, including Keon Coleman. And I don't know like what happens going forward, but I agree with you, Jeremy. It looked better. It looked different. This was not a great Bucs passing defense, and they did lose Jamel Dean early in the game. All right, that hurt them. There's no doubt. I give the Bills a lot of credit for buttoning up the pass protection after the first series. That was not a good first series. After that, Josh Allen was hardly sniffed on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Bucs were credited with 1 QB hurry in the game, by the way, and they did not even sack him. I think the QB hurry came in that first series.
Mm-hmm.
But that helped. But then when Josh did have to move around, scramble drills. The scramble drills looked so much better because guys were getting open in the fashion in which we've seen guys get open over the last few years with Josh Allen doing his thing like that. So I agree. Chaos is not a bad word when it comes to Josh Allen. And the wide receiver group, even with Khalil Shakir doing nothing and getting negative yards, he had -3 yards. Even with that happening, it just looked better.
I have this problem where when the Bills play like that, I think they're going to win the Super Bowl. And I also have this problem where I think, why don't they just play like that every game? Right? But part of the problem is, you might be out here worried about the run defense, and I can't see the run defense. I can't hear a word about the run defense because I'm pretty sure if the game plan was going forward, let's just rip 6 touchdowns every game, I think you'll win most of your games. I think that's a good formula. Josh Allen was not even like best version of spectacular, amazing Josh Allen. He was not pinpoint. He was inconsistent. He was inefficient, if I could use a word there. I'm not trying to say these as any sort of like knocks on his game, Joe. Just it was not about efficiency, protecting the ball. It was watching Allen play the way that I personally believe he's at his best. And I maybe think that Baker is part of the reason he did it.
Yeah.
If you think about Allen at his best, is it nuts to say he pulls out his best against Baker, Lamar, Mahomes, Stafford, Goff? You give him a great offense to keep up with, and what does he do? He goes ham. He goes nuts.
Yeah.
He's up for that. And if you're playing a game against another team and you're just like, let's make sure we protect the ball here, then he can kind of wither back into, into his shell.
Right, he plays against a Tua or a Bryce Young or whoever. Who was the Saints quarterback and they play him? Spencer Rattler.
yeah.
And it's just, the only way we can lose this game is if you lose it. So let's just not do that.
That's a good way to put it, yeah.
And in these games, it's all out.
Yep.
The Shavers play. He's got Gabe open over the middle. He had someone else open, I think, on the play. He was totally protected and looked like he was about to scramble. And all of that ends up in, I'm going to turn down all of that and just sling it 50 yards through the air to Shavers along the boundary.
Sabres and Oilers tonight. from KeyBank Center. The Sabres, furious comeback win. Tage Thompson going
beast mode.
Yes, beast mode for sure in that Detroit game. With that win, the Sabres climb into 29th place in the NHL, just behind Toronto, who's in 28th.
That was predictable. Toronto was going to be bad this year. We're not as good.
Yeah. The Sabres still have
6 points back of a playoff spot.
They still have 4 regulation wins in 18 games, but they got to win against Detroit, and
they got a homestand coming up with a couple of Calgary's the worst team in the league. They play them at home.
Okay, play Edmonton.
Chicago is still not great. I don't think
Edmonton's been middling.
Yep.
Okay.
Edmonton's not in a playoff spot. Will Matt Savoy get a tribute video tonight? Is a question for his 3 minutes and 55 seconds that he played for the Buffalo Sabres.
I mean,
he got a game and only played 3 minutes and 55 seconds, by the way, which was always weird.
Right. I mean,
very strange.
Sometimes the development and the roles they give these guys, like, hey, come on up and don't play.
6 points in 24 games in Edmonton, by the way.
Okay.
And they've tried everything. Like, he played with McDavid and Draisaitl in a couple games on a line and didn't really do anything. That trade looks good, looking back.
Yeah, looks fine.
I mean, McLeod's their number one center right now, out of necessity.
One quick note on Alex Tuck. I think there's the possibility that anybody talking about Tuck's comps in terms of what he's going to get paid could be off by a lot, because all these free agents, RFAs and pending UFAs, are signing, and there is a certain outcome / path where he's the best free agent by a lot.
Yeah.
All these other guys that are re-signing are signing before they hit the open market.
Adrian Kempe just signed, who was a comp for Tuck.
Right.
He signed for $10.6 million
10.6
over 8 years.
Not on the open market.
Right.
Wait until, if you're a free agent in the NHL, you are. It's like seeing an endangered animal in the wild. Guys don't make it to free agency anymore.
Right.
Free agency is often boring old guys. So I feel like whatever your thought is on what Tuck is going to get, he should be thinking, add like 2.5 to that on the open market.
So does that mean we're going to get to a place where I'd love to get to this conversation. The Sabres are not out of it yet by the deadline. What does that sound like right now?
Sounds like they're going to win 5 in a row, 7 in a row.
But let's say they're not out of it. They're in the race. Maybe they're not in a spot, but they're in the race come deadline time, and Tuck's leaving.
Depends what you can get back.
You trade him?
What can I get back?
Doesn't matter.
Well,
would you say I'm not talking to anybody because I'm trying to make the playoffs, and if he leaves for nothing, he leaves for nothing?
Well, if it's a first and a great prospect, I'd consider it. But I mean, it's
would that go over well with people?
It is difficult to envision them being in the race.
Does it matter what the prospect would be if they traded a first and a prospect for a top line player as you're trying to break the playoff drought?
Give me in the race. How many points out are they?
4.
How many teams in between them and 8th?
2.
Trade them.
Wow.
4 points back?
4 points back.
At the deadline with 2 teams in? Okay, maybe 2 is not that bad. What about 2 points back with 4 teams in between? I don't know. Maybe not. All right.
Stupid. That's such a stupid point system.
It is very stupid. All right, we're back tomorrow. Happy Victory Monday. Enjoy it. Get your dose of lots of Bills chatter here coming up. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. One Bills Live coming up as well. The afternoon show. We're back tomorrow to break down Monday Night Football, the Sabres and the Oilers, and kind of turn to Houston because it's going to be a short week. They're in Houston. The test will be a big one against the Texans just because their defense is legit. It is that good. Jeremy and Joe saying Happy Victory Monday. Talk tomorrow.
It's a sneak to the left, and they shove him right into the end zone for a 2-yard touchdown run. The Beast has been released. Back to pass, looking left, pumps, rolls to his right, pocket collapsing, comes back to his left, heaves it down the left sideline for Shavers in the end zone for a touchdown. A broken play goes for 6, 43 yards. And it's a tunnel screen to Ty Johnson through a hole and up the sideline, 40, 35, 30. It's a foot race, 20, 10, 5, touchdown, Ty Johnson. Mayfield looking to the right, and it's picked off. Cole Bishop with the interception. Back on his feet, up the sideline, and down to the 25.
All right, there you go. That's Chris Brown on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network. I am Sal Kapacio here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on Buffalo Football Monday. A Buffalo Football Victory Monday we get back to after last week, departing from that for a Monday. And, of course, that's presented by Catholic Health, and it is the right way to care. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com and by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. Good to be with you today. Happy Victory Monday to you. Bills get back in the win column, 44-32 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a game that saw, I believe, 9 lead changes. You can call the show today. This is the difference, right, between a win and a loss. I get here last week to start the show, Joe. I think we had like 5 callers already on hold. Today, got open phone lines, basically. A couple people are starting to call now, but now's your chance to get in if you want to say whatever you need to say on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday. Quick turnaround to Thursday. We'll get to that in a little while, but 803-0550 is the number. If you don't want to call and you just want to get involved in the chat, we have that going over on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Check it out on YouTube. Looking right now at some of the chatters, the bullpen, as we like to say. Hello, Dan. Giglia, I believe it is. Bill. Ardo. JT Bills. AC. Who else we got in here? Tony. Nick and Depew. Johnny G. Hot Dirt. Kelvin. I'm sure a lot of you have other users. I like to just kind of let you know that I'm there, that I'm watching and I'm seeing you, all right? But as always, I always say, I can't really interact with the bullpen during the show because I'm live and talking. JTL, thank you. But you guys can interact with each other, and I appreciate that. So thanks for coming aboard here. All right, 44-32, Bills beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. A lot to get to in this game, and I think it would probably be, it's so, I think you need to start with the Keon Coleman stuff, but at the same time, I don't want to wash away the victory by starting with that. This was a needed win. This was a win against a team that was a high-level opponent, a good team in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers that has a very, very good quarterback playing at an MVP level earlier in the year at least, and a defense that was giving up some big plays, and the Bills took advantage of that yesterday. And an offense for the Bills that finally seemed to get on track in the passing game. And what I was encouraged by was the fact that the run game, which has been so strong for the Bills, that they've been leaning on for quite a while, that for 2 weeks now has kind of been shut down a bit by opponents. And last week they weren't able to figure it out in the pass game. And this week they were. And of course, a little Josh Allen magic and Superman football from Josh Allen at times. I give credit to the whole offense and what they were able to do with Josh. But holy cow, the MVP played like the MVP yesterday. Josh Allen accounting for 6 total touchdowns. He ran for 3. He threw for 3. He accounted for 357 yards of offense. Threw a bad interception early, threw another one later that was deflected on a 4th down. And he was at his best when his team needed him to be. But part of the reason why he was at his best when his team needed him to be was because the cast around him stepped up to be more available in ways where we have not seen the cast around him be more available for him in weeks past. What do I mean by that? Out of structure, off-script plays, getting downfield, Tyrell Shavers, sitting down in the zone, Gabe Davis. I mean, the numbers are there, right? You take a look at the numbers. 19 of 30, 317. You take a look at 10 different targets, 9 different guys catching passes, a 43-yard touchdown, a 25-yard touchdown, a 52-yard touchdown. A couple of those were catches and runs, right? Shot plays down the field. The Bills actually had, if you go to arrow up, arrow down, I have it at WGR550.com. One of the arrows up I gave, if you didn't notice or didn't know the numbers, I'll give them to you. The Bills actually had, let me count them again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plays of at least 20 yards. I believe all were passes. 8 20-yard or more pass plays in this game. That's something that's been lacking and missing from this offense. But beyond the numbers, the eye test was there. The eye test of the passing game, it just looked better. It looked smoother. It looked more efficient. And that's what they need going forward. And who would have thought, as great of a story as he was, and as much as he became a fan favorite, and everybody understood that he worked his butt off to earn it, who would have thought that maybe the answer on the boundary would be Tyrell Shavers? And I'm not going to jump all the way and lean in all the way to that right now because it's one game. But Tyrell Shavers mattered yesterday. He mattered. So did Gabe Davis. This was a team that late in the week, we know this now from everything that was said from Sean McDermott and Keon Coleman himself, late in the week, they transitioned from Keon Coleman being a big part of the game plan or a part of the game plan and understanding his role, starting all that stuff that he normally does, to being benched because he was late or missed a team meeting. It was, I guess there's still not complete clarification on that. I think Sean McDermott said he was late, but third discipline issue for this young man. Second this year, have to transition and go right to, okay, Gabe, you're elevated. Maybe that was going to happen anyway. You got to play snaps. Tyrell Shavers, you're taking a bulk of the snaps. Tyrell Shavers and Khalil Shakir were on the field more than any other wide receiver on the Buffalo Bills yesterday. And it looked better. It looked better. I don't think there's any denying that. Now, again, against a defense that's been giving up, yards and points and plays through the air. So let's see what it looks like next week. If maybe they'd even do that next week. What happens now going forward? I don't know. I'm just here to tell you that without Keon Coleman and with Tyrell Shavers and Gabe Davis and a couple plays of McCole Hardman sprinkled in, I don't really want to go that far with him because he had one shot down the field and they didn't connect. But with Tyrell Shavers and Gabe Davis and no Keon Coleman, the passing game looked better yesterday. It also looked better because they got running backs involved. 4 catches for about, 127 yards. I think it was 5 catches between Ty Johnson and Ray Davis. So we're going to talk about it all today. It's all on the table. You know how this Monday works, the Buffalo Football Victory Monday. Got the Victory Monday t-shirt on, got the phone calls lined up for you, and it's your chance to say what you need to say about this particular game, this particular team, and have your platform and your forum. So we'll do all of that today. We'll get to sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy, I'll take a look around the league as we go forward as well. 803-0550 is the telephone number to call. Let's start it off with Billy in Toronto. Hi, Billy. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. Sal, this is Buffalo Bills football. This is what I've been saying when I've been calling all year. I know we've had some bad games, but this is how we do it. We've got to get into shootouts because we got the best damn quarterback in football. Well, I think either him or the guy in Cincinnati who's injured. And this is how we do it. I don't care if we give up points. I don't care what happens on the other side of the ball. This is how we play. This is how we dominate teams. And this was just perfect. This is what I've been trying to say all year. And, two things. One thing about Josh. Josh, listen, I love you to death. You know that. You're my favorite athlete. But can we get rid of that Patrick Mahomes play? You know, the one where you shot put it or whatever it is he does, and you took the interception. Can you just take the sack there?
Yeah, he should have done that. But, I think the issue was there. I think, Billy, I'm just trying to get in Josh's head here. He was so close to the goal line. If he just grounds it, that's a penalty and that's a safety because he's there. And I think he wanted to avoid a sack in the end zone as well because that's a safety. So bad decision. I'm not disagreeing, but I think that's what he was thinking there. He wanted to avoid the safety, and of course it became a even tough decision anyway.
Yeah, and just one last thing.
Yeah.
Sal, I've been saying to you before that we need that one play where we're in trouble. And boy, did I love that play where Josh looks like he's going to run. He's about 4 or 5 yards short. And the old Josh would just bust right through those guys. But I think this was a set play. They had a receiver wide. He makes the pass. Okay, we got called for it being a forward lateral. That was a little too close. I didn't think that was a forward lateral.
It
was.
It was forward.
Yep. Okay, but what
forward.
A great call on that. What a great call for him. If it's not a forward lateral, it's a great play.
You're right about that. You know what I would tell you, Billy? I think the wind actually pushed it forward, and I'm not kidding. I actually think the wind, his momentum did for sure, but I think the wind, that was the way the wind was going, and his momentum carried him that way. And I think I don't know if it was a design play, but of course there's an outlet there, and it happened. Hey, Billy, I got to run. I got more calls. Thanks a lot for calling, buddy, as always.
Thank you.
All right, you got it. Let's go down to Atlanta. Michael in Atlanta. What's up, man?
Hey, Sal. Hey, thanks again for doing what you do, man. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. Okay, so real quick, I do want to talk about just something very spooky. So I communicate with my nephew. Him and I text a lot during the game. And when the Bills had the ball in the end zone and a text came in, I thought that was him. He knows I'm on delay. I said, oh, no, what? Josh Allen threw an interception? Well, it wasn't him, and then Josh Allen threw the interception. But I had this weird feeling that he was going to come back in the game, and I kid you not, I thought he was going to have 5 touchdowns. I was wrong. It was 6. But I'm impressed with how he bounced back from that. But I'm also super impressed with Joe Brady and how he managed the game when the Tampa defense was stopping the Bills' running game. I just thought that it was masterful, the way that he opened up quick, short passes, almost like extended handoffs. I just want to give kudos to Brady because I really thought that he called a great game. Of course, Bills had to execute, which they did, but I still thought that was great. I just wanted your opinion on him calling the game.
Yeah, I gave him an arrow up, arrow down. I thought that he did a very good job. I thought that he did a good job of managing and making adjustments after the Buccaneers came after Josh very early in the game, that first series. Josh throws the interception. After that, he was pretty clean. That was number 1. Number 2, I thought he did a good job of figuring out how to, and the Bills did a good job of getting more control of the run game. It was never great, but it got better as the game went on and kept them off balance. Did a nice job. I mean, if you look at the overall numbers in the game for the Bills, I just want to say I think Josh threw the ball 30 times. 30 passes and 23 runs. That's a nice balance there, I think, and that's what that can help you out.
Some of those runs were important at the end of the game when Kirk did get some 7-8-yard runs. And one last thing, all this talk about week to week, and the greatest team, the worst team, all this stuff we're hearing from fans. Look, it helps when you get players back, right? I mean, they were devastated last week with injury, and getting all these players back is really, I think, helped the team. And I think what's going to, carry them through in the playoffs or whatever team's going to go deep into the playoffs is going to be who's peaking at the right time and who's healthy.
Yeah, for sure, Mike. It always is. Thanks a lot for the phone call. And the Bills still without Dalton Kincaid yesterday. We'll see what happens and what that means for Thursday. Quick turnaround, so not sure he'll be available by then. Then you have 10 days to get ready for the next game. But nice job. Dawson Knox actually had a really large share of the snap count yesterday. And then Jackson Hawes did not play as much. But the Bills did a nice job, I thought, of mixing personnel. Take a look at the snap counts. I tweeted them out at Sal Sports. I mean, you're talking all the wide receivers are basically between 40 and 50%. I mean, they did a nice job of mixing that in. It was a true everybody eats mentality, what they preach, and it worked yesterday. Doesn't always work. It worked yesterday. Cleveland in Niagara Falls. Hi, Cleveland.
Sal, I'm absolutely beside myself, and I have been since the beginning of that game when, we lose to the 2-7 Dolphins, to a team whose best secondary player is playing in Pittsburgh right now. You have these questions of whether or not you're a starting wide receiver, and you have the nerve to be late, whatever, to a mandatory meeting. I just think that's just, and it's your third disciplinary action, and then we look so good in the passing game without you, which makes me think maybe the passing game had a problem because of you. I have no sympathy for Keon Coleman, and I think he needs to be demoted all the way down to the practice squad. I just wanted to say that.
I appreciate your sentiment. I will tell you that's not happening because of this. Well, he hung up. Just so you know, And I love the fire and passion, and I agree for a large part of what you're saying, Cleveland. I'll touch on a couple things here. I mean, Keon Coleman needs to grow up. I'm not saying that just as Sal Kapacio. I'm saying that as what's being echoed from the locker room. You heard Deion Dawkins say that. Now, I will say, the clip that's going viral with Deion and talking about that, Deion said a lot of great things about Keon, and the clip is being picked up of the negative kind of part of that, which is he needs to grow up. But he's not wrong. And Deion talked about, we got his back. And I talked with him, and hey, no more pats in the back. Time to grow up. I'm going to tell you, like, it's a sign of immaturity that he has not become quite the professional he needs to be. He needs to do that. He needs to become more of a professional, to understand this is a job, that people rely on you and your actions. Your actions as a professional football player impact other people's lives and careers around you. Every day, every meeting, everything you do on the field and off the field. This isn't just about Keon Coleman, the person. It's about Keon Coleman, the part of the organization. Keon Coleman, the teammate. What he does, how he acts, the things that the Bills have to deal with impact everybody around him. And I think he has to understand that, and he hasn't yet. Now, to your point, Cleveland, just so you know, he'd have to be waived to go to the practice squad. If he gets waived, he's just getting claimed. Now, I'm sure there's somebody listening going, I don't care, get him off my team. Well, the Bills aren't going to waive Keon Coleman and have him just lose him for nothing as a second-round pick last year. Because the reality is he's still a young man, and by all indications, he's a really fun, fine young man. He just hasn't learned how to be a professional yet and hasn't matured enough to understand that yet. And he needs to, very quickly, now. Like now. Now's the time. Do it. At the end of the game, after the game, we caught up with him outside the Bills' locker room, and he just kept repeating, I just have to be better. Well, then be better. I asked him, when did you know you weren't going to play? He said, I knew that basically right away. Can't keep making those mistakes. Well, you did make that mistake again. Then stop making the mistakes again. Be more accountable. Be more aware of what your life now entails as a professional football player, as a professional in anything. But the good news is, the optimism is, he is still young, and it doesn't have to be the definition of his career. He could literally, starting today, be the most on-time, timely person ever, and the hardest worker ever, and have a Hall of Fame career. We don't know. The Bills aren't going to move on from Keon Coleman right now. They're not going to waive him so he goes to the practice squad. But I do wonder if he's in the lineup Thursday. I do wonder how much he plays going forward, because that passing offense looked better, and Cleveland made the point. It looked better without him. And maybe that's another wake-up call to him, and he goes, hey, Tyrell, Gabe, like, what am I doing here? I better get my butt in gear. Maybe. You hope. Let's go to Mr. Bill, who wants to chime on this. Hi, Mr. Bill.
Hey, Sal. Thank you for taking my call, man. Yep. Just two quick things. It's just so disappointing with Keon, everything that's going on. I don't want to pile on him. Everybody's been talking about him. But when you look at someone like Tyrell Shavers and all the adversity that he's overcame, almost making his team so many times, my mind goes to if Keon was in that position with his maturity level and how he's dealt with the injury and things like that, how would he react? Would he have done what Tyrell Shavers has done, or would he have given up? I don't know. It's just something that I think about. And going to the defense, one of the tough things about this defense is three people have done so much for our franchise: Bernard, Milano, and Taryn. Their play has dropped off, and Bernard made a lot of plays yesterday. Let's be real. He plays hard. Sounds like he's a hard worker, always has the tablet with him, and same with Taryn and Milano. But their drop in play has really, really affected this defense more than anything, man. And again, they've done so much for this franchise. Very grateful for them, but I'll hang up and listen to what you guys
I mean, Terrell Bernard's clearly dealing with the ankle. I thought he actually played pretty well yesterday considering everything. And I know they got run on a lot, but Terrell Bernard looked more like Terrell Bernard, even though, yes, they did have a lot of run yards against them. He was filling holes better. He was at the point of attack better. I thought he was moving better, dropping better. He actually had 2 tackles for loss, 2 passes defended. I think you have to understand the ankle injury is impacting him a lot, and what's happening up front with these guys is impacting them a lot. It's not an excuse. I agree with you. Taron Johnson has not had his best year. You can make the argument that Cam Lewis has been better when he's in there. Matt Milano is not making the splash plays we've used to see from Matt Milano. But he's also, though, still processing at a high level compared to other people you can put in there. You know, and I get it, but there are a lot of things that get baked into all that. Let's go to Anthony in New York City. Hi, Anthony.
Sal, how you doing, Sal?
Good, thanks.
Sal, you're talking about the defense. I feel they're missing that off in the middle of that defense because they're getting gashed.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they're missing him for sure. I mean, that's tough. They're missing Michael Hoyt as well. They are missing him. And he's not coming back anytime soon. Ed Oliver's not going to be back here until probably playoff time at best to start the playoffs. That's what it feels like, or it seems like, at least that's the word. Michael Hoyt, missing him. After only having him for less than 2 games, you saw the impact. Landon Jackson can't get on the field now because he's injured, obviously. He's out. I mean, you got to piece this together with who you have. Let's go to Gary in Buffalo. Hi, Gary.
Hey, good morning, Sal.
Yep.
So my question to you is, Todd Bowles decided to challenge the completed pass I believe it was the first half. And
was it the one with Samuel on the sideline, or no? Which one?
It's the one where he challenged the completed pass, and then if that was the case and it was a completed pass, that he actually fumbled it and Buffalo recovered. So if that challenge would have gone through and it was a completed pass, would in fact Buffalo would have they gotten the ball back because of the fumble?
Okay, yes. I'm going to go through this, but I'll say the answer to your question is yes. I have not, I'll just a precursor to this, I have not seen the full replay of it other than what I saw on the field, so I can't tell you right now everything, but I will tell you, to answer your question, Gary, when a play is challenged, they do review the entire play. You know what I mean? So yes, if it was determined it was a catch and a fumble, the Bills would have got it, yes.
Yeah, and that just solidifies my fact that I never was a fan of Todd Bowles. I look at him on the TV screen and I giggle when
let me ask you this, Gary and Joe, you can weigh in on this, and maybe even Owen, because I haven't seen it. Was it if it was a catch, was it also a fumble? Gary's saying it was. What did you see? I have not seen the replay enough yet.
It could have been for sure. It was if it was going to be ruled a catch, it would have been a fumble.
Okay, that's what he's saying, right?
I don't think it was. I don't think the ground caused it. It was out and about before.
So Gary, it looks like you got a couple of guys here agreeing with you because, like I said, I have not looked at it yet in detail. I only saw the replay on the board, and I immediately said, "Oh, that's not a catch," and I didn't think about the second part of it. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, thanks for answering that. Thanks.
Yeah, you got it. The answer to the question Gary's asking is, if he wins the challenge, isn't it a fumble? Yes, because the whole play is reviewed actually. So if they determine it's a catch, they have to say it's also a fumble because you can't just say we're going to give him the catch and not the fumble. That would not make any sense. Oh, and I cut you off, but you saw the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw essentially the same.
Okay.
Same thing where it was one or the other, where it was either an incomplete pass or the guy caught it and then Bernard had it. So it was one or the other.
All right, thank you very much. We'll take a timeout here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Good start to a Buffalo football victory Monday. Sal Kapacio with you here on WGR. All right, Sal Kapacio here, and
In the young man, and we get to a certain point and I've got to do something. I try and give the guys a kind of a strike approach. Hey, you get a chance to show that your teammates that's not really who you are, and then when it happens again, then I step in. So I believe he will learn from it. He takes it seriously, and he will move forward in a way of growing from this, and that's the whole goal.
All right, that is Bills head coach Sean McDermott talking about Keon Coleman. And, you know, I'm going to say that I would believe the Bills feel the same way about what I feel about this when I say it this way. You just won a game, 44-32, exciting, back and forth, two really great quarterbacks going at it, two really good football teams. You erased a bad loss out of your mouth last week. You got to turn around against the Texans coming up. You're 7-3, looking to go 8-3, trying to chase down the Patriots. You're in a high leverage, emotional, positive thoughts and feelings, and you have to address this. That's part of what is frustrating here. It's not just the Keon Coleman, like in a vacuum, him and what he did for his disciplinary issues and what's going on with him. It's not just that and saying, what do you do with Keon Coleman? It's the fact that you have to talk about this. It's the fact that it becomes a distraction and takes away from what you're trying to accomplish. And that's what I mean when I say he's a professional and everything that he does, he has to understand it. Everything he does impacts lives, careers of people around him. Coaches, players, everybody. And that's what's frustrating. And you hope he gets the message. You hope he got the message. Let's go to John, who's in Detroit. What's going on, John?
Yeah, good morning, Sal. Thanks for taking my call. My drive home to Detroit right now from the game yesterday. 2 points. One is I like the comparison of this team with the 22, where we lost the Patriots on a Monday night game, 14-3. Talk about a bad taste in our mouth. And then backs to the wall, won 5 or 6 straight, beating Miami in the last day of the season. I think this team's got the same kind of guts and determination, and they erased that terrible Miami victory in the same way they did with the Patriots that year. Secondly, what I like about the Coleman situation is I think the administration, McDermott, has learned from that year we had the Diggs distraction. And that was all just a jumbled mess. I like the way they've grabbed this, put it right out there in the open. Of course, Coleman is a much younger player than Diggs was. You had your dug-in, settled veteran saying things and getting, putting media messages out there in text, and that was a major distraction. I think they've nipped it in the bud this time. I'm glad the way they're handling it. I'm not giving up on Coleman. I think he can mature to be a pretty good football player. And finally, this year we don't have what I call the CDS, hopefully, after yesterday's win by the Broncos, Chiefs derangement syndrome. Yes, they have 8 games to go, but let's stop worrying about the Chiefs. That's all we do. Let's just get them out of our brain. Just wash them out.
That's tough to do. It's tough to do, right? I mean, I think Jeremy has dubbed it the Chiefs fear bunker, is what it is. You know what I mean? You're in the fear bunker. I think it's tough to do. It's funny, John. Yesterday we're watching, and after the game, Max, my son, said to me, he goes, "Dad, don't we want Kansas City to win?" And I'm like, it's a good question, right? It's a good question.
Yes, it is.
So I think I landed on this. I said, earlier in the week, I said on Chopin the Bulldog, and I think this is where I landed. It didn't matter who won between the Chiefs and Broncos yesterday. I think the point is you want them to split their 2 games. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's where you land. You want them to split their 2 games, because then you give each of them a loss, because obviously maybe you can keep the Chiefs down more, but also you might be catching the Broncos, trying to catch them for a playoff seeding. So you have to let it play out to know if that's accurate. But I think it's a good question yesterday if you want to say, who are the Bills fans rooting for? You know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, thanks, John. I appreciate it, buddy. Thanks a lot for the
Take
call.
care.
Yeah, you got it. Let's go to Kyle's in a car. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for taking my call. Just first off, Sal, you're a legend. Bills Mafia loves and appreciates everything you do. You're the hardest working man in the Buffalo sports media, man. Love you. Love listening to you. Just a quick question and a comment on Joe Brady, Josh Allen. It just seems watching these games kind of in the in the Chiefs game, in the Buccaneers game, a couple of kind of bigger games. It feels like those are the games when we're unleashing the playbook a little bit. It seems like the effort level is a little bit greater from Josh Allen. Maybe the question that I have for you: do you think it's a function of Josh Allen, Joe Brady kind of holding things back during the regular season until we get into some of these must-have games, and then expanding the playbook and expanding kind of the offense to take advantage and win these kind of gotta have them games?
You know, I don't know. It's a good question, Kyle. I would never dismiss like that. You want to not show everything, but at the same time, you have to win games, right? You have to win games. You got to do. I do think it comes down to just being, each game, preparing for each team, preparing for each opponent. I also think that there's just something to be said about anybody in life in a more, pressure moment and adrenaline and what you bring to the table in certain moments and having to be more aggressive or having to do things differently because, your season's on the line and things like that. So, I think we've all seen with our own eyes, Josh Allen has generally in his career been at his best when the Bills have needed him to be. He's one of the greatest playoff performers of all time. So, yeah, and I don't know if I'd go right to they're holding things back because you don't want that to cost you games. But I do think that you have a guy that when it comes time, he's going to do everything possible that maybe he does in a game like yesterday or a playoff game that maybe he doesn't in another game because you're in the middle of a regular season and there's just not that much urgency, if that makes sense.
Definitely. Appreciate it, Sal. Love you, brother.
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. Thanks for the kind words, too. I appreciate that. We have news from Sabres practice today. It's really good news, actually. Let me just make sure. Here we go. Paul Hamilton, at PHAM1717. Not only is Jason Zucker in the morning skate with a non-contact jersey sweater, so is Josh Norris. Josh Norris and Jason Zucker in non-contact sweaters. So anyway, non-contact. So yeah, so you can't hit them, obviously, but they're starting to skate, which is really good news. I don't know. I'm a bit surprised by this, Owen. I'm not sure if you thought that it happened this soon. Norris has kind of been out of sight, out of mind for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the thing with Norris is it's an upper body.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily surprising me that he's skating already.
Yes,
and
I
mean the timeline was like 8 weeks, and I don't know, what are we, 5 weeks since it happened?
So probably still a little time before that he can come back, but
exactly,
not like he's playing tonight against the Oilers. But this is very positive news.
Right. I think it's definitely a good sign that he's skating, especially with a guy that's had the history that he's had. Like, it would be very easy for something else to have gone wrong in the recovery process that would delay that. So it's great to see that didn't happen. But I would still assume that he's a couple of weeks away and just kind of working back in to get his legs under him. And you can always get back out there quicker when you got an upper body thing going on than when you got a lower body because you can skate.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the time you'll see if, goalies will often do it if they've got like a shoulder injury, which is really common. They'll go skate with just their lower half on and just to get their feet on the ice.
The other big news we're getting here, not with the Sabres, but this isn't going to sit well with a lot of Bills fans. Some are going to be like, I don't care. But some of you will be like, come on, give me a break. Apparently, Jimmy Charlo has worked out for the Patriots.
Oh, of course.
Jimmy Charlo working out for the Patriots.
They steal our
doesn't mean
boy.
Doesn't mean that they've signed him. They could, though.
That's. I mean, they
what's
cut him
enemy
loose.
territory.
They cut him loose.
The Bills play the Patriots in a few weeks, but we'll see. Hey, what's the deal? Do either of you know? Like, have you read anything or seen anything on Aaron Rodgers' situation? I just know that there's thought that he broke his left wrist. Would he actually play? Did anybody have anything on this?
Schefter was reporting that it's likely, and there's a chance it could be. In my update here, I'm just pulling it up. He reports that there's a concern that Rodgers may have a slight break, and that's the quote: a slight break in his left wrist. So not his throwing arm, which is good, I guess, but
right.
But I mean, I don't know. You can't. I mean, Josh Allen. People thought Josh Allen might have had a broken hand last year, that left hand in the Arizona game. I mean, he was dealing with something, and remember, he never gave handoffs with his left hand.
Yep.
Yeah.
It matters a lot. I mean, that would be. I'm pretty confident about the Bills' chances with Rodgers on the Steelers, but I think that losing Rodgers would obviously bolster the Bills' look at winning that game in a few weeks.
The Bills play at Pittsburgh the weekend of Thanksgiving. They have the Texans coming up here in a couple of days. on Thursday, and then it's 10 days, and it's Thanksgiving the following Thursday, and then the Steelers on Sunday that week. We'll keep you updated on that, as well as what's going on with the Sabres. Sabres do play tonight at home against Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers. That game starts at 7 p.m. Big comeback by the Sabres against the Red Wings to close out their road trip after a couple of losses where they really had a lead against Utah, tied it up against Colorado, but maybe today they can get a victory against the Oilers and, climb a couple more points higher because they're still sitting near the bottom, but it's still pretty packed up there, and there is some opportunity. We'll have the pregame for you here at 6. Puck drops at 7 on WGR. Let's go to Craig, who's up next. Hi, Craig. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for taking my call. Real quick, my question is, there's been a lot of talk about how well the offense did yesterday with the lack of Keon Coleman in the lineup, but Dalton Kincaid was also not in the lineup, and there's been talk that the offense is too predictable when he is on the field. So I'm wondering, did that have any, play on or effect on the success that the offense had? Or am I just
I think you could draw that line. There's no doubt, Craig. I would say it this way, though, to me, if that's the case, and I agree with you, there have been some things that people put out there and said, look, when he's on the field, they're passing. When he's not on the field, they're running. But I would rather have Dalton Kincaid healthy and on the field. That's, to me, up to Joe Brady then. Don't be so predictable, right? Break your tendencies. That, to me, isn't a Dalton Kincaid issue. That's a Joe Brady issue if they're too predictable when he's on the field. You got to break that tendency because Dalton Kincaid is still your best pass catcher at this point. You know what I mean? So I think I'd rather have him healthy and out there, but you can't just make it where every time he's out there, they know what's happening. You know what I mean?
Is he really a liability in pass protection or run blocking? Is he really that?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I just think that the other guys they really trust to be able to do that, and the fact that he's on the field and can threaten the defense. Here's what I think happens, Craig, is when he's on the field, the defense figures we're not going to be able to we have to keep someone home on him, right? So that gives you an extra guy, one less guy maybe coming at Josh or something like that. And I just think it's a matchup game.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah. And he's not, he's not the super strongest guy against the run, but he's done a nice job this year, much better than he did his first couple years in the league. We know that. We've seen some things from earlier in the year. So I don't think that they don't trust him at all in those situations. I just think that that's Jackson Hawes and Dawson Knox. And by the way, Dawson Knox got pretty much, he got 3/4 of the snaps yesterday compared to Jackson Hawes. So interesting the way the Bills went about it against a very, very good run defense against the Bucs. It's almost like the Bills knew that they would have a lot of trouble running yesterday and said, we got to throw. And that's our path, and they were right about that, and I give Joe Brady credit for it. They did start to run the ball a little bit better, but next week, folks, they're playing another really, really tough defense coming in on Thursday, going to Houston. Not the same type of offense, though. The difference between the Bucs and the Texans when it comes to that is the Texans can kind of do everything really, really well on defense, where the Bucs, they were lacking in the pass defense part, but they were excellent in the run defense part of the game. You want to know what the Texans are? Number 1 in the league in overall defense, yards given up. Number 3 in the league in overall rushing yards. Number 3 in the league in overall passing yards. Yeah, this will be a test. 4th in the league in interception rate. 11th in sacks per pass attempt. 3rd in third down conversions given up, percentage-wise. The Texans are number 1 in the NFL, allowing just 16.3 points a game. That's who the Bills are going up against on Thursday. This might be a game where you say points are at a premium, low scoring, control the ball, do not give extra opportunities with turnovers, play field position. It's not sexy, I get it, but you might have to win it that way, especially on a short week when you don't know who's healthy, who's not, and guys getting back. All right, we'll take a timeout. Kathy, stay with me. Peter, I'll get right to both of you when we come back here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday on WGR. All right, back to the phone lines we go here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Kathy's been waiting patiently in Williamsville. Hi, Kathy.
Hey, Sal, how are you? Good morning. Thank you so much for taking my call. So I was all upbeat until you started talking about the Houston game. So, oh my gosh, now you have me worried.
It's okay. It'll be a tough challenge, right?
Yes. So I wanted to just do a quick shout out. Number one, I wanted to recognize Deion Dawkins. I would have been down there if I could have been on Friday. So thrilled for him. Just such a great spirit he has about him. Also, I just wanted to shout out to the Bills Mafia, the fans that were at the game yesterday. I had 2 out-of-town guests. One happened to be a Bucs fan. Buffalo Bills is their second team, but the fans around us, there was one individual specifically behind us who could not have been more gracious and good-hearted with friendly jabs back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
And a friend of ours was like, oh, my gosh, that guy made the game for me. I mean, that just really speaks volumes to our Mafia and just how supportive. The other friend was like, oh, my gosh, I just love your fans. They're so awesome. Everybody loves their team. And so I would just hope that would carry over. You know, I was looking at the stats even from last year, and I was like, gosh, we lose a game, and everybody is like, they're the worst team ever. Get rid of the coaches. Get rid of the players. I'm like, oh, my God, their stats are not that bad. So I just would hope that we would really believe like we say we do and not be so negative. Critiquing is great, but that's my comment. But I love your show. Thank you so much.
Can I just tell you something, Kathy? It's very ironic because I also have friends in town this week from Florida, and my friend is a Buccaneers fan, and they came up for a trip. They had never been up here to Buffalo, and they went to the game, and they had an amazing experience. And even though his team lost, they both had an amazing experience.
Exactly.
So thank you for bringing that up because it's awesome when that happens. Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate your call.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You got it. Thank you. Let's go to Peter in New Jersey. Hi, Peter.
Hi, Sal. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
So I'm going to make 2 points, and then I'll listen for your comments. So basically, on that third down play to Shakir, I know we got the face mask, but I saw the formation. I knew right away it was going to be the bubble screen. I don't like that play. I know we had success, but the reason why we had success, it wasn't Shakir out there on the bubble screen. It was Ty Johnson. So the Tampa didn't expect that. But if they hadn't got that face mask question, right, the score, we were up by 5. Would he have gone for it, McDermott, or kicked the field goal, which would have put us up by 8? And would he have made a different decision if Josh had converted on the 2-point conversion? Because then a field goal there puts us up by 10, I think. But yeah, we would have been up by 10 and put the game away. So that's the first point. The second point is I think Todd Bowles, because he's a defensive coach, he put too much pride, I guess, to think his defense could stop the Bills when he punted away. I think he should have went for it the way the Bills were moving the ball. So I'll stop there. But those
which punt did he on that one?
Oh, when the Bills had taken a lead 37, remember he had a third down play, I think from his own 35, fourth down and 3 or something.
Okay, yeah, it's tough.
To punt, and then the Bills got the ball back and went down on the drive with 7 minutes to go to put it away at the 44.
Yeah, 4th and 2 from their own 39. I could see that for sure. I mean, the other part about it, though, Peter, hey, you're right. The face mask is called, but look, I mean, this is football, right? The Bills got called for a call for a penalty and a field goal, and it should have been a penalty. They blocked the field goal. I mean, and it gave them a free 3 points. So you play the woulda, shoulda game all day, and, that's a penalty, and it went their way. But I don't know if Sean would have gone for it there. It's a good question. Is that something you can ask him right now? But and the game is yesterday. Maybe we can find out today, but we'll see. But thanks, Peter. I appreciate the phone call. We'll take a time out here. We'll come back with one more hour of your phone call. Sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy, view from the sidelines. Everything up next here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show, including your phone calls on WGR. Yeah. Hey, everybody, Sal Kapacio here for FanDuel Sportsbook, your
orbit motion from Shakir. Back to pass, steps up in the pocket, looks for Cook on the wheel route, and he's into the end zone. The Cook is in the kitchen for a 25-yard touchdown reception. Here's the snap. Allen going to run it over the right side, looking for the end zone, and the Beast is in once again for a 5-yard touchdown run. It's a 5-touchdown day for Josh Allen. Allen back to pass, now going to tuck it and run as he's looking for the end zone, and the surge pushes him in.
Lots of highlights yesterday from the Bills' 44-32 victory over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It was basically the same week, right around the same week as that Vikings game a couple years ago that did not end the Bills' way after a back-and-forth affair. This one, 9 lead changes. It comes out the Bills' way, right? And we haven't seen that happen in a lot of these games over the years, generally on the other side of those games of the year, right? The Chiefs, of course, in the playoffs, and the Vikings game, the Rams game last year. But this one did. The win against Baltimore did week 1. That was great. And you never know. I mean, it's one game, and it doesn't matter how it happens. It's getting another W in the win column. The Bills go to 8-3. Welcome back to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday. Sal Kapacio with you on WGR, presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com and by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. You can give a call here today. Open phone lines now, as we always do on a Monday, 803-0550. We're going to wrap this game up, move on to the next game because it's going to happen in just a few days from now. Thursday night football, Bills at Texans. Very, very good Texans defense the Bills are going against. We'll find out more this week if C.J. Stroud will be available. He's missed a couple of games in concussion protocol for the Texans. Davis Mills threw 41 times yesterday against the Tennessee Titans. Speaking of C.J. Stroud, him being injured in concussion protocol, not playing, let's get to the Barnes Firm injury report. Brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. That's who we're watching mostly on the Texans side. And, of course, anything else that comes up. On the Bills side, it's really, I think, probably Mecole Hardman from this game. That's it. His calf injury. He had the fumble, and we didn't see him after that. Thought it was because he put the ball on the ground. He said no, it was more because of the calf injury. He was ruled out. Quick turnaround. Not sure we're going to see Mecole Hardman yet this Thursday on a quick turnaround. Did not get any other injuries on the sidelines yesterday during the game. I will note that some of you pointed out that Cole Bishop did not play the last series or so. And then he was stretching his hamstrings on the sidelines. So we'll see if there's anything with that today when Sean McDermott meets with the media later this afternoon. But obviously, Mecole Hardman from the game. Now, independent of this game happening, other injuries, notable injuries we're watching this week for the Bills. Of course, Dalton Kincaid. Hamstring. We'll see if it's too early for him. You put him out there now, and maybe you can, but if not, then he gets another 10 days before the next game. And then you also have, of course, Shaq Thompson, and seeing if he's going to be available in this game. So there's a few notable players on the Bills side we'll be watching out for, and we'll give you the updates as the week goes on. That's the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. We are live streaming right now on the YouTube channel and on Twitch. Head over there, WGR 550 on YouTube, and say hello. Nick and Josh and Walter and X Element and that guy Ty, AC. Who else we got in here? Gabe, as always, Nick and Depew. A lot of you. Thank you very much for coming aboard. Love it. All right. You keep the chat box going there. I'll keep the phone calls rolling with Adam in Indiana. Hi, Adam.
Hey, Sal. Good morning.
Good morning.
I think it was encouraging to see that we were throwing the ball down the field, and you might have touched base on it already, but I don't think I could take another snap of a wide receiver bubble screen. They were way too often, I think. And when's the last time that we've thrown a running back screen? With Cook in the backfield, his yak yards. Do we have the personnel to do that?
Well, they tried one again. I could tell you they tried one against Kansas City. They got blown up badly.
Okay.
I'm not saying they should never try it. I agree. I'd like to see it more. I just don't know if it's in their arsenal to run it effectively, and I don't know why. You know what I mean? Like, that's just – they have an athletic enough offensive line, but, there's a lot that goes into those. But, yeah, they did try one against Kansas City that I remember got blown up pretty badly.
Okay. And do you see the Coleman issue, I'm not going to get super deep into that, but do you see Gabe Davis maybe taking a starting role over Keon and putting him either on the outside, and then also say Hardman comes in with his calf injury? I don't know what the timeline is on that, but do you see him more of a Isaiah McKenzie role with the jet sweeps and the speed game?
Mecole Hardman, that is, you're talking about? Yeah, I guess you could say that Elijah Moore's been that guy. I think Mecole Hardman's here to return punts and kicks. That's what I think. He's here to return punts and kicks, and then you throw him in there once in a while to be that guy, maybe. That's for sure. As far as Gabe Davis starting role, maybe he'll play more. You get 3 elevations with Gabe Davis, so he can be elevated 3 times. Mecole Hardman's already on the 53. He's your punt returner taking place of Brandon Codrington. We'll see where that goes. I don't know. I think Tyrell Shavers is the guy you point to as the starter, right? The starter over, but he's been a starter. He's actually been on the field more. I think I mispronounced. I missaid. Thanks to Coach Ronald who texted me. Always the teacher in you, Coach. Correcting me, saying, Sal, you said 8-3. Maybe you're predicting a victory in Houston. They would be 8-3 if they win. They're 7-3 now, so my apologies on that. But that's right. Always the teacher listening, but I appreciate the attentiveness on that. And to you, at 803-0550, Alex in Rockland County. Hi, Alex. By the way, real quick, getting connected there via text or tweet or call and anything. It's Getting Connected with Our Fans, brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop online at northtownkia.com. Now, here you go, Alex. I'm sorry about that.
All good. Good morning.
Yeah.
2 points, 1 offense, 1 defense. On offense, I was really concerned heading into this game with no Kincaid and no Shakir. Not no Shakir, but no Kincaid and no Palmer. And then those were our top 3 targets heading into the season. Heading into this game was Kincaid.
Wait, hold on. Palmer played. Do you mean Coleman?
I meant heading into the game. I didn't. Yeah, Palmer did play, but we didn't know.
Oh, that's right. Okay, well, he was trending pretty well, but I get it. I get your overall point though, for sure.
Yeah. So I love to see the way we use the running backs. That was one of our staples last year, getting the running backs in the receiving game. But I had 2 questions. 1 question and a 1 point on defense. Shavers, he's 26 years old. He's not a young kid.
Yep.
Right. He's been around. He's been on the practice squad. Really kind of a great story to just kind of never quit, just keep grinding and being patient, and good things happen. Like McDermott said, when you work hard, you get the ball. And he's definitely put in the work. But I want to hear your thoughts about Shavers, just because I don't have a lot of tape on him. I don't know exactly what kind of game he has. And I have 1 more point on defense. I don't know if you want me to wait or
go ahead. You go ahead, and I'll address everything. Go ahead.
So I'm really, really happy to see that Poyer and White are on this team, but not for what they do on the field. And yes, Poyer has been stepping up, but how they have been being mentors and the coaches without being a coach. It's no secret that Beasley. Jesus, I'm forgetting his name. Poyer has helped tremendously get Cole Bishop. I got the wrong Cole. Cole Bishop to step up, and Hairston is really kind of coming into his own a little bit. So the future of our DBs is looking great, and I think that was brilliant by McDermott or whoever to bring on these 2 vets. So that was the point on defense. But really, if you can give me some insight on Shavers, would love to kind of hear more about this kid because I'm starting to fall in love.
He's not slow. When he was coming out of high school, he was timed at a sub 4.4 guy. He's not quite maybe there right now anymore. I don't know. He's 26 years old, but he's a guy that can still run. And I think the biggest thing about him that I think about is his demeanor. He is a no nonsense business guy. What I mean by that is, I was so struck, Alex, about this young man and the way that he responded yesterday, just in the post-game interview, the locker room. He never, and I know this about Tyrell. I've gotten to know Tyrell a little bit over the last few years, obviously, being here. He just never gets too high, and he never gets too low. And I love that about his demeanor. And he's so grounded, and he is such a hard worker that he deserves everything that's coming to him right now. Now, on the field, his hands are what separate. He has great hands, and I think he understands the nuances of playing a position at the NFL level, and you saw that yesterday with him taking it upfield. What's funny, Alex, is he said that's not what he's normally supposed to do when Josh on the scramble drill. But he looked, he peeked, he saw an opening, and he took off, and Josh saw him, and I love that about him. So there you go, buddy. Hope that helps.
Thank you so much, man. That was awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it. I'm telling you, I know it might not mean a hill of beans to a lot of people to say this because it's the off the field stuff. This kid's demeanor is great. I call him a kid. He's 26. He's been around. He's been here for 3 years. He's older than Gabe Davis, I think, right? Or just the same age as Gabe Davis, whatever. They're the same age.
You wouldn't even know that. And he just never gets too high, never gets too low. I love Tyrell Shavers for that. Team player, hard worker. You want to know about Tyrell Shavers? Watch him play special teams. Maybe Tyrell Shavers is the Mac Hollins replacement that everybody's upset that they don't have Mac Hollins anymore. I don't know. Maybe he's a Keon Coleman replacement after what we saw yesterday. By the way, speaking of Keon Coleman and the situation yesterday, I'll read you this. This is from Dan Duggan, who is a writer for The Athletic, covers the NFL, says his sources say Giants rookie linebacker Abdul Carter was benched for the opening drive of yesterday's loss to the Packers for missing a walkthrough. He was asleep at the team facility at the time of the walkthrough. Abdul Carter, who I would say is definitely making more of an impact on the field than Keon Coleman has. So there you go. Another guy, young player. I mean, you gotta be mature enough and professional enough, and not everybody has the same timeline on that. But it's got to happen now for Keon. It's got to happen now. You can't. You're in the middle of a season. You're trying to win. This team talking about this today, dealing with this today, is not what we want to be talking about and dealing with. I'm sure they don't. Should be talking about a Buffalo football victory Monday. And we are, but this is a part of the storyline, and it shouldn't be. Let's go to Anthony in North Carolina. Hi, Anthony.
Hey, Sal. Thank you for taking my call. I want to talk about how Josh Allen and the passing game, man, there looked like there was a huge resurgence. And also, I was going to ask, is this the version of Josh Allen and the offense we thought we'd see all season? I mean, that's what it looks like to me, But honestly, I thought it was very, very electric the way Josh Allen was playing and the way the wide receivers were playing. But I'll hang up and listen. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, I mean, I would think 300 and plus yards passing and 6 touchdowns is absolutely a version we'd love to see. Thought we'd see, right? It just hasn't come to fruition, a lot of that. So, yeah, for sure. I mean, like, it is an offense that looked more efficient and more comfortable and more fluid yesterday in so many ways. 803-0550 is the number to call here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. We do have some open phone lines, and we have time for your calls. But first, let's get to Tony in Buffalo. Hi, Tony.
Hey, what's going on, Sal? Sal, we all know the importance of continuity on the offensive line. My question is going to switch to the other side of the ball and the shuffling in and out, largely due to injury and some suspension, especially on the interior. Is it possible that it's just a matter of getting some time together as a unit, despite the in and out that's a part of that unit? Could we see an improvement to the run defense just from getting some continuity together, on the defensive front? And if, aside from that, who are our best run defenders right now? Like if you had to, I guess we probably couldn't go Ogunjobi and Daquan Jones, on a regular basis because you might not get a push up the middle.
Well, I think Deion Walker is probably, becoming that guy, but he's also more of a boomer bust guy at times. I mean, he's a rookie and he's still learning a little bit. But you see the talent, you see the tackles for loss, and then every once in a while you'll see him also get, taken out of a gap where he's supposed to be, because he takes the wrong angle or something like that and doesn't attack it right. That's part of being a rookie. I think Ogunjobi is probably like Daquan Jones is just a kind of a consistent, steady guy, but I do agree. Let's go to your main point, Tony. I agree with you, and I will tell you, yes, it does matter. It matters, the continuity. Now you are dealing with a coach and a defensive system that they love to rotate those guys anyway, simply just to keep everybody fresh. And there's nothing wrong with that. But when you're shuffling the roster and you're not playing next to the same person all the time, that matters because you do understand the different nuances of that guy and you and how you play together. It is a defense that relies on everybody understanding each other's roles. Hope that helps.
It does.
All right, buddy. Thanks a lot. Appreciate the phone call. We go from one Tony to another Tony. Hi, Tony.
I guess I'm the Tony.
You're the Tony. Yes.
I was just wondering about Trey White. Since he's obviously slowed down a little bit, why not think about converting him to safety like they did like with Abe Woodson and some of those other all-pro guys?
I would say we have asked the Bills about this in the past. That was something that they just said is not going to happen. And I would say the biggest reason is because he's not physical enough. He's not big enough. The Bills ask their safeties to play downhill. They ask their safeties to play in a box. Now, if it's, let's say, a 3rd and 18 and you want to put a guy back there to be able to kind of roam, that's a little different. But if you're talking about an actual safety, I just don't think Trey White is big enough or physical enough to be able to do that. That's not his game, especially not in this system where the Bills think about the safeties that play. Cole Bishop, look what he does, Tony, right? Look at Jordan Poyer, Damar Hamlin. Like, that is not Tre'Davious White.
Yeah, I agree. I can't dispute that.
Yeah, so that would be the reason that I would say for that. 803-0550. We'll get to your wrap up of week number 11 here in a little while, because week number 12 gets going with a bang with the Bills on Thursday night. And of course, it's all going to be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550 and on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network. Speaking of on the radio network, we got the Sabres Radio Network tonight. They're taking on the Western Conference champs 2 times over, the Edmonton Oilers and Connor McDavid. And Lindy Ruff, after practice today, said that Michael Kessering is still being evaluated some more today, expected to miss some time. Jason Zucker may be back by the weekend, and Josh Norris is progressing and ahead of schedule. So that's good news. Norris and Zucker on the ice today for the morning skate in non-contact jerseys. So, we'll hope that those guys keep progressing, and hopefully Kessering isn't really bad, because I know that he was in a boot, I guess, the other day after the game, and Lindy Ruff said it didn't look good, but we'll get more information as they go forward. Sabres Oilers tonight, 7 o'clock here on WGR. Griffin is on a cell. Hi, Griffin.
Hey, Sal. Happy Victory Monday. I just got a quick thing I want to mention. I want to see how you might defend it. Do you think that there's a culture issue with Sean McDermott playing the Bills play up to their opponents and then also playing down to their opponents? Because the losses this year, the teams that really shouldn't have lost to, and then these wins, like outstanding wins against the Chiefs, against the Bucks, the Ravens, it looks like 2 completely different teams that they're just, sometimes they're ready for it and other times they just sleeping on the field.
Well, obviously you believe that. Why have you not? Have you? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you didn't even give me a chance to how you described defend it. I think it's no. The answer is no. I wish you would have stayed on the line, because I would have asked you, like, why do you think there's a culture issue when you talk about that this year when they have won 5 straight division titles, and they have beaten a lot of good teams along the way to do that. So they win, 12, 13 games. You're going to drop a game once in a while. It sucks, and they definitely have not played their best against some of the teams. So you want me to defend it? I'm not. I just think that you're wrong. We'll take a timeout. 803-0550. Here, no, actually, let's not take a timeout right now. We'll do that. We'll stay right here right now because we're a little bit early on that. But anyway, just say, no, I wish you would have stayed on the line, because you could have told me why you think there's a culture problem. Now, if you want to tell me that, like, hey, they have, in a vacuum, they've played better against the better teams like the Chiefs, the Bucks. They've played lesser against the lesser teams like the Dolphins or the Saints, even though you win the game. Hey, absolutely. Is that a culture problem? No. Might be just the fact that you're not as good as, as teams in the past who just boat race everybody. And maybe there's what we've called before a playoff fatigue, inability at times compared to years past to maybe get up for every single game the way you used to. I don't know. I definitely would not say there's a culture problem, though. I think the culture is very strong in Buffalo, and it has been for years. And I think anybody who's watched this team, who's been around this team, would say that. So, but you could feel differently, obviously, Griffin. Let's go to Kevin in Buffalo. Hi, Kevin.
Sal, what's going on, baby? Bills Monday victory. Listen, I was looking at the stats, and I saw that Jordan Poyer had 21 tackles.
No, he didn't. He had 11.
He had 11. I'm sorry. He had 11 tackles.
21 would be one heck of a – that'd be an amazing stat right there. He had 11.
Right, but you had Jordan. You got Poyer. You got your safety making 11 tackles.
Yeah.
That's not good, man.
Yeah, I agree.
And I was watching 58. I'm drawing a blank on
That's
his
Matt
name.
Milano.
Milano. He looked totally out of place. That's not the same Matt Milano that first came here. He's just, I mean, guys, he was looked like he was just whiffing guys. I'm like, Milano, what are you doing, bro? But again, we go back to our front line, that shuffling, moving guys around, moving guys in and out. How can a guy get used to another guy next to him when he's in one play and out the next? Because on a couple of those runs, they were like just your basic runs where guys was just like, wait a minute, aren't you supposed to be over there? Aren't you supposed to be? You know, it's like, are you kidding me? If we don't show up that defense and being able to look at the run, teams are going to exploit that and kill us. You get a good running back. That guy, what was he, like a fourth rounder?
Teams have done that all year. I mean, they're one of the worst run defenses in the league. I mean, you know what I mean? It's not nothing new that's been happening, Kevin. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but we got to fit, man. We talking about, playing. But I tell you what was good for me to see. Actually see Josh when he scored that last touchdown, the way he let out that scream.
Yeah.
That scream was like, yes!
Yeah.
I'm hoping that's the scream that gets everybody back on track.
I got you, buddy. It was good emotion for sure. I love that. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate the phone call. Yeah, that was good to see that emotion come out of him. Let's go to Jordan, who's up next. Hi, Jordan. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. Good morning. How are you? Happy Victory Monday.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks, buddy. I just want to talk about Gabe being back in our lineup here. I've always been a big fan of Gabe. Very happy to see him come under some different circumstances yesterday. We can talk about that at a later date. But, great to see him make a big catch on the first drive. Everyone calls him Big Game Gabe. I just think he's going to have a difference here in our lineup coming in the future. And, naturally had a drop there in the end zone in the first couple drives. But I think it's good to have on the squad. I'm happy to have him back and, have back all of our senior guys that, we once did away with, but on the way back home.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. No problem. Thank you. And I think Gabe Davis can make a difference as well. There was a play in this game that might be a little nondescript. Might have been a third down, though. It was a catch, maybe a conversion, but there was a play where Josh rolled out to his right. Bills were moving right to left, by the way, on this, if you're watching at home. From their bench going right to left. And Josh rolls to his right, a little off script. And Gabe just kind of finds the soft spot in the zone and just settles down a little bit. And Josh finds him and he hits him. And I thought to myself, man, that's just like something's been missing. He knew exactly where to be, exactly when to be there. And he did. And it was great. And I think that's exactly what Gabe Davis brings to the table for the Buffalo Bills. Plus a willing blocker, a guy that you play in any situation. And it just looked differently yesterday. And I do think it looked different because you had Shavers and you had Gabe Davis who kind of understand those nuances. And it doesn't matter what's happening at every play. There's maximum effort, attention to detail, and understanding the job and the role. And that's what you weren't getting from Keon Coleman maybe on the field sometimes. And now you get the issue with him being late, has a discipline issue. And I do think everything's on the table for me to think about how they might react and treat this going forward, whether or not he's active, not active, all that stuff that comes into play now Thursday night. Maybe this becomes the best thing that's ever happened to Keon Coleman. You hope that's the case, that he understands, he learns. And he says, I'm right now, bam, growing up, doing everything I'm supposed to do, becoming a professional, taking charge of what I can take charge of and control. Maybe that's the best thing. Maybe it's the best thing that ever happened for him. Because the alternative is to keep happening. You just can't have him as a part of the lineup, much less part of the team, if it continues to happen. And you don't want to go down that road. So let's hope that's not the case. And we'll see where it goes this week. We'll hear from Sean McDermott at 3:30 p.m. today when he meets with the media, followed by coordinators. The Bills have a short week this week. They will have a normal Wednesday practice moved to Tuesday this week. So normally Tuesday's the day off for players as they lead into a Sunday game. That's not the case this week. Tomorrow will be their kind of main practice day where we'll get injuries. And then Sean McDermott, Bills head coach, will be on with me on Wednesday this week on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. What we're going to do on Wednesday is, because it's a travel day, Zach and Derek will host the Extra Point Show, but I will have Sean McDermott, and you'll be hearing the injuries firsthand from him on Wednesday. In the meantime, we got a full Monday to take care of still, and still a half hour left at 803-0550. A extra point from the sidelines, sit up, stand down, hey buddy, and a look around the league after this timeout on WGR. All right, let's get to our extra point from the sidelines. Brought to you by Catholic Health, the right way to care. Bills going with their throwback AFL uniforms yesterday. And just notable that it's the last time they're wearing those inside this stadium. Because the next time they wear something different will be basically the last game of the year, the red helmets against the Jets. So that's it. So you got You got the home game against the Bengals, home game against the Eagles, and then a home game against the Jets. Bengals and Eagles, nothing that we know of as far as uniform combos or switches. Be blue and white in some capacity, regular helmets. And then you got the Jets, that game, that's going to be the red charging Red Buffaloes, the 90s throwbacks. So this was it. What do you like? You like the standing buffalo, the white ones, the yesterday's look?
I like the AFL throwbacks like that. I do. I think the standing red buffalo is something different. You don't get very much of, and I'm excited for the red helmets. I'm honestly looking forward most to that because I think I prefer the red helmets, just the look they have with the jersey and everything like that. So
yeah,
I'm excited.
I thought they looked really clean yesterday. And I was interested in what the Bucks were going to wear yesterday, and they go with the dark. That would have been really cool if they wore their creamsicles. But
do they have the orange creamsicles?
They
now?
do still. They wore them. They've worn them this year. Yeah.
Okay. I thought they went to the white ones. I didn't know if they traded one for the other kind of a thing.
Oh, are you saying they have the creamsicles, but it's not? It's just the white creamsicles.
Yes.
I thought they wore their orange ones. I think they still do, but I think they do. I think we've seen that this year, but I have to go back and look. Either way, the point is. That's your extra point for the sidelines. Good, clean look by the Bills yesterday for the final time ever inside this stadium wearing their AFL throwback uniforms. We'll see what they have going forward inside the new Highmark Stadium. All right, let's get to week number 11 in the National Football League. It started Thursday night. We talked about it. The Patriots against the Jets. Patriots win 27-14 to go 9-2. Since then, the Patriots have put Milton Williams on injured reserve. That is a notable loss on their defensive line, their best run defender, basically. They have the Bills and the Ravens in the 4-game window in which he will have to miss with a high ankle sprain. Sunday started off with the Dolphins winning another game. Not only they beat the Bills, then they go to Madrid, Spain, to take care of the Washington Commanders in overtime. Riley Patterson, a 29-yard field goal in overtime to win it for the Dolphins over the Washington Commanders. Devon Achane, 120 yards rushing.
They went for it from their own 2-yard line a couple times and got stuffed, especially in that last one too.
Wait, say that again. What happened?
Miami was continually trying to go for it from their right at knocking on the door to the end zone on 4th down.
Not their own 2. You said their own 2.
Sorry.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. The knocking on the door to the end zone, and they just couldn't convert. They couldn't get in there. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
It was more like who was trying to lose the game more than win the game.
I didn't see it. I was as that game was winding down, we were doing a roundtable on the field, so I didn't see that. But Miami now improves to 4-7. The Commanders fall to 3-8. Very, very disappointing season right now in Washington. Also a disappointing season in Atlanta. How the heck did the Bills lose to the Atlanta Falcons? They're now 3-7 after the Carolina Panthers. The Bills beat them 30-27, also in overtime in this game. The Panthers only 45 yards rushing from Rico Dowdle. Bryce Young, however, how about this? 448 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. How'd the Bills not just take care of the Falcons, man? It's crazy to think about, right?
There's a little bit of news out of that game.
Okay.
Adam Schefter, Michael Penix suffered a potential season-ending knee injury.
Whoa.
So that's what Adam Schefter
And Drake
reported.
London has a PSL sprain.
Yep.
PCL sprain.
Yeah, not great.
Yeah, he's going to miss at least a week. Bijan Robinson, 104 yards. Penix, 175, so that means Kirk Cousins will take over. That sucks for Michael Penix, for sure. All right, the Jags, man, all over the Chargers. The Chargers, they just aren't this team that everybody always thinks they're going to be, but they can still play well. They can still win games. I know they're without offensive linemen, they're 2 tackles, but man, you can't go to Jacksonville and lose to that Jaguars team 35-6. Just goes to show you in the NFL, man. Trevor Lawrence, only 153 yards passing, a touchdown and an interception. Justin Herbert, 81 yards passing. Oh, Trey Lance came in. Did Justin Herbert get hurt? Oh, is that because of the end of the game? Maybe they just took him out?
It might
I'm
have
guessing.
been. I
Okay.
didn't see anything about Herbert getting injured.
Justin Herbert, have you seen his numbers? 10 of 18 for 81 yards and an interception against the Jags.
That is absolutely gross.
I had Herbert on fantasy playing,
Yeah.
and on my bench I had Bryce Young. So
wow,
I had the 450-yard day.
No
out of
one
Young,
can really
and then-
blame you for that, though.
That's the logical
100%.
And you can't
But
blame yourself
it's
for
just,
that.
Sometimes you get stuffed in that.
100%. Oh
that
my
was
gosh,
frustrating.
Justin Herbert was also, by the way, the Chargers' leading rusher with 21 yards.
That screams offensive line in shambles. to
Yeah.
me.
For sure.
Yes.
How about the Bears? They're finding ways to win. You look at the Bears this year; they're 7-3. They're winning close games. They're starting to put it together, and they beat a good Vikings team on the road in Minnesota. Caleb Williams, 193 yards, efficient, not great day. J.J. McCarthy, 150 yards, but a pair of touchdowns, so a couple of turnovers there. The Bears get 90 yards on the ground from DeAndre Swift. Justin Jefferson, 5 for 61, but held out of the end zone, and only 17 points for the Vikings, who fall to 4-6 now. The Bears at 7-3 and taking a charge in that NFC North because they're a half game ahead of the Green Bay Packers, who are 6-3-1, who beat the New York Giants, their first game without Brian Daboll after being fired last week. The Packers, 174 yards passing and 2 touchdowns from Jordan Love. Or here's another one for you. Why did Malik Willis play in this game? Somebody want to tell me that one? I'm looking at the numbers.
He did go down earlier in the game. He left the game with an injury earlier.
And then he came back?
And then came back.
Okay.
Josh Jacobs left and did not.
This is what happens when I am so dialed in with the Bills and everything going on. I have no idea that these things happen. I see the stats. I'm like, wait a minute. Why did Malik Willis go 2 for 2 for 6 yards?
Yeah.
He did, though. He went 2 for 2. And a touchdown. He threw a touchdown, Malik Willis. Yeah, for the New York Giants, it was Jameis Winston letting it rip. Not really. 19 of 29, 201 yards and 1 interception. Owen Parker, do you know who the leading receiver was for the New York Giants in this game?
Oh. Theo Johnson.
Isaiah Hodgins.
Wow. I should have got that.
Hodgins.
I should have got there.
Was the leading receiver. That's right, of Buffalo Bills preseason lore. Isaiah Hodgins.
He was awesome.
I liked Isaiah Hodgins a lot, but he never did enough to be the guy like a Tyrell Shavers.
Exactly.
It's the
It's
same spot.
thing. You just
right?
never
That's right.
quite took off the way Shavers
And then he was
has.
released. Now he's back with them, by the way, right? Pittsburgh Steelers. We're going to have to find out what's going on with Aaron Rodgers and his possible broken wrist, his left wrist. They win 34-12. Rodgers, 9 of 15, 116 yards. Mason Rudolph comes in, 12 of 16, 127 yards. So between the two of them, pretty nice day passing. And then running the football, Jalen Warren with 62 yards, 6.2 yards a carry on 10 carries. Chase Brown goes for 99 for the Bengals, but it's not enough because Joe Flacco throws for less than 200 yards, throws a touchdown, but also an interception. And, of course, a big story out of this game is the fight, alleged spitting incident, Jamar Chase, Jalen Ramsey. I don't know. I hate even getting into that stuff and saying what happened, what didn't happen, because I see some video and I'm like, I think he did. I don't know. He says he didn't. It's just it's a bad look. It's a bad look.
Very bad. And then they got into it pretty good after that.
They had a couple of different times, right? I believe that they went at it. 34-12, the Steelers win. They're 6-4 and trying to stay ahead of the Ravens in the North, but they're definitely ahead of the Bengals now, who fall to 3-7. Speaking of the Ravens, they did win after a tough go of it. They were down 10 to the Cleveland Browns, but they come back 23-16 in this game. Lamar throws for 193, 2 interceptions. Derrick Henry does have 103 yards and a touchdown. For the Cleveland Browns, Shedeur Sanders comes in. He goes 4 of 16 for 47 yards in relief of Dylan Gabriel. And the story is this is the first time, even in preseason and in training camp, this is the first time Shedeur Sanders takes reps with the number one offense. How is that possible? How is it possible?
Yeah,
I just get the feeling that the owner wanted to draft him and the coach wanted no part of him. That's just my thought, or the GM.
Even on draft day,
Right?
when
Yeah,
they showed,
Yes.
they showed the room.
Yes,
and they were
exactly.
just flat, completely flat.
It's all just like,
They're like,
we
he's
just
like, you gotta
wasted
draft
this resource.
100%.
That we had.
Yeah,
And now
100%.
they're all,
And then they traded Pickett, right? And and now we'll see. Maybe the Bills get Sanders when they play each other. Quinshawn Junkins with 59 yards rushing. The Browns fall to 2-8. The Ravens move to 5-5 now. If you look at this Ravens schedule, they have opportunity, and they're only a game behind the Steelers. Is that game next week? Do they play each other? Ooh, I have to take a look at that right now. But, let me just see real quick. Ravens, Steelers.
That'd be Bills, Steelers next week, technically, right?
No, I mean, like, no, hold on. Ravens, where do they? No, they have the Jets, then the Bengals, then the Steelers.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
So Ravens have an opportunity here to really win.
Yeah,
some
they're
games.
they're in good shape. I mean, that game yesterday was grotesque.
Yeah.
And they found a way to get there, but
yeah, for sure.
Jackson did not look great. In
no,
that game by any
no.
means.
But you got to think he's not going to probably play like that again.
You
So
would think
and they
not.
won that game. So
Yeah.
they might be gone in a way here, and that
You guys, you guys have a thought on who's better for the Texans offense, Davis Mills or C.J. Stroud? Now, Mills, they didn't put up a lot of points, but he threw 41 times yesterday for 274 yards.
Yeah.
I mean.
And did you see Brissett picked up the all-time completions record in a game?
Jacoby Brissett.
Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
Wait, which game was this?
50
Hold on.
passes.
The Cardinals.
Yeah.
I'll get to that one in a second. I did not see that. Hold
Sorry,
on.
I didn't mean to
That's
skip
okay.
ahead.
I did
that
not see
reminded
that.
me.
I'll get to that in a second. But Cam Ward had 194 yards and a touchdown for the Titans. And he was their leading rusher with 33 yards, which shows they couldn't do anything against the Texans defense. And I bring this up because the Bills are going to have a very tough go against the Texans defense.
Yeah,
this is going to be it might be a lower scoring game. I'd be very impressed if the Bills could really, put some numbers up on the Texans defense. Number 1 in DVOA, number 1 in overall defense yards allowed. And Nico Collins, who really hurt the Bills last year with that long touchdown, 9 catches, 92 yards and a touchdown. That's a guy the Bills are going to have to watch out for. Not a great run team, the Texans, but they can do some things on the ground. But I think Davis Mills might be an engine for them that can really get that passing game going. C.J. Stroud can have very good games, but he's also been a lot more downs even than you think right now than ups. And here's your Cardinals stat. Jacoby Brissett, 47 of 57. I did not know this, Owen. 452 yards and 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. Wow.
Crazy.
Yes.
Jacoby Brissett. That is.
I wonder how many fantasy managers benefited from Jacoby Brissett.
Well, Josh, I think, had 47 points yesterday in fantasy or something like that, right?
Yeah,
something like that.
46 and a half, something like that.
22 points for the Cardinals. They lose 41-22 to the San Francisco 49ers. Christian McCaffrey, a pair of touchdowns, 81 yards on the ground. Also 40 yards on 5 catches and a touchdown through the air. So he scores 3 touchdowns. And the 49ers move to 7-4. Cardinals fall to 3-7. 49ers at 7-4 now are a half game ahead of the Seahawks, and a full game and a half behind the LA Rams. It's still a very tight NFC West, but the Rams had themselves a big favor yesterday with a win over the Seahawks, 21-19. In this game, Sam Darnold intercepted 4 times. 4 times, 279 yards passing, no touchdowns, 4 times. Jackson Smith and Jigba made a great catch on the sideline, didn't score, 9 catches, 105 yards in this one. And the Rams, though, get a typical day and even less from Matt Stafford, even though his numbers are very good. I mean, he's been sensational this year. 130 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Kyron Williams, 91 yards rushing, and a touchdown for the Rams at 8-2. All right, and then big one yesterday afternoon. How about the Broncos beating the Chiefs 22-19 on the strength of Bo Nix, 295 yards passing, did not turn the ball over, no touchdown passes, and holding Patrick Mahomes, 276 yards passing, a touchdown and an interception. And the run game for the Broncos wasn't even that special, but they were able to stop the Chiefs' run game, 59 yards from Kareem Hunt on the ground. Okay, Max says to me while watching the game yesterday, we went out after the Bills game at a restaurant, we're watching the game, and he goes, don't we want the Chiefs? And I'm like, that's a good question, son. You know what? Here's where I fall on this. I totally get it if you want the Chiefs because you say the Bills got to chase the Broncos. I still say keep the Chiefs down as far as possible. Maybe they miss the playoffs. I think the answer here, though, guys, is it didn't matter who won yesterday. You want them to split their 2 games. I think that's the answer. It doesn't matter who won the first game, but you want them to split because they do play again in Week 17. That's what I think.
I agree. I would say if you're going to have one of them, if you have to pick between 2 evils, I would say make them split 100%.
Yeah, so we'll see where it goes now. But take a look at the AFC West. After the Chargers and the Chiefs both lose, Denver now has a 9-2 record and a full 2-game lead on the Chargers and a full 3.5-game lead on the Chiefs. 4 wins. And head-to-head, by the way. Holy crap. Denver taking charge. They are now the number 1 seed in the AFC. Late last night, Sunday Night Football. Did you see the pass interference call?
Yeah, that was
terrible.
That was
terrible.
Horrendous.
Terrible call on the Lions. Now, I'm not saying they would have won the game, but they were getting the ball back on a 3rd down stop.
Right, you got
down 7. pass interference, terrible call, gives the Eagles a first down. They win the game 16-9. The Eagles are very much kind of like the Bills in this regard this year, where fans talk about what is wrong with the offense. They do have a very good defense, by the way. They've only allowed 16 total points over the last 2 weeks, including against a very good Detroit offense. But they're kind of feast or famine on offense at times. Look at their game, 17-17 in 2 straight weeks, then 28-38, and then 10-16. But they've won the last 4 games, and they're fully in charge of the NFC East right now, the world champion Philadelphia Eagles. They have an 8-2 record tonight. It is the Cowboys at the Raiders. 3-5-1 Cowboys, 2-7 Raiders. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back here, sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy, on the way next on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Hey, Sal Kapacio here from my friends at Reimer Home Services, all right? All right, let's sit up on the fact that the Ravens could actually win the North. I think that we are to that point now, 5-5, right? They're the game behind the Steelers, and with Aaron Rodgers' wrist injury, it's looking like that. Let's stand down at tonight's game. We got Cowboys and Raiders. Yeah, I'll be at the Oilers-Sabres game. That is a much better game than Cowboys-Raiders. I'm a bit out of time, but we're still going to do Hey Buddy. Let's get to that real quick. I referred to them a little bit earlier in the show. My buddies are my actual buddies who came to town this weekend. My friend Steve Smith, his wife Ann, they made their anniversary trip to come up to Buffalo for a Bills game against his team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm sorry to say to you, Steve, but I'm really not. Sending you home with an L, but he loved it. They had a great time. They had a great experience. Bills Mafia, you were amazing to them. They said that they had the most amazing experience here all weekend, taking them out to eat, enjoying the Buffalo food, enjoying a Sabres victory, watching that. They're still here in town for the rest of the afternoon, so that's really cool. We coached high school football together down in Florida, became really good friends back in the 90s. We've been great friends ever since, and for you here in this community to show my friends and people who come to town the love that you do, so appreciative, so thankful. So, Steve, sorry that the Bills are sending you and your Buccaneers home with a loss, but not really. The Bills needed that one. Glad you guys had a great time, and Ann said maybe she's even going to root for the Bills from now on because she had such a great experience. So those are my buddies today. Have a great day, everybody. Bills Live up next.